you doing, Miss Dog? Let's do this little share thing here. Well, that's weird. Huh. Yeah, a little share thing where you're supposed to share the live to people. At the end of the list, I see my own name, like I could share it to myself, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, let's see. Hello, 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 two people who are coming in. The dog just got up. I'm going to see if she needs to go out or was just saying hello. I will be right back. Here, entertain people, cat. Do you have coffee? Entertain people. Sit like that. Sit like that. Let's see. Alright, so the volume is up. Well, hello. Let's see. Still pretty quiet here. What's going on, folks? Okay. No one else gonna pop up yet. What is that? Oh, well, hello. Oh, my fat boy. Oh, he's a fat boy. Look, Socrates, people that you can't see because your eyes don't work that way. Big silly boy. Plans for the weekend, Annie asks. Well, behind on grading, and I've got to set up a few more weeks in the class and the little canvas shells I haven't done. But no, other than that, just working on edits for a chapter and a bunch of grading. So I'll probably be sitting here a bunch of it, occasionally taking a break for a shitty TV show or something. Uh-oh. 2 cats close together. Uh-oh. You're such a big coward. She's not going to get you. I'm right here. You big coward. Socrates is a chicken. No, I didn't hear somebody claiming credit for the Moscow attack. That's interesting. Huh. Well, I mean, they're one of the players that's been, sort of helping to beat them up in Syria, but it seems a hell of a reach for them to try and do something like that there. Granted, the Russian government's been terrible to Muslims for quite a while, so. But, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. What do I think of the clan governance proposal for Palestine? I don't actually know what that is. Ooh. Yeah, no, I don't know what clan governance proposal is. So that's, that would be a new one for me. Ms. Abdallah asks, how have I been? All right. I'm tired and behind on some work. Generally, when I get farther behind, I have an even harder time wanting to motivate to do things because it's kind of stressful. But, it is what it is. People are saying hello to the cats. Okay, so Socrates is here, and Minerva is over here. This is about the closest I can usually get them. Socrates gets afraid and hops down. He'll give up his spot to her pretty easily. But that's because she's mean. Yeah, you're evil. You're an evil old lady. You are. You're a demon. Evil old lady. Always attacking people. Yeah, I know what you're like. They don't know. They think you're nice. I know you're a war goddess. I know how you got your name. You're mean. Yeah. Oh. Hello, aquarium lover. Hello there. Lucas asks, would you recommend getting a master's in political science or philosophy? Is that asking about master's programs like for either, or choosing between the two of those? Because I guess, the choosing between would really depend upon your interests. As far as the degree, it really depends on what you want to do with it. Because a lot of graduate degrees are not super useful, but they can help with some jobs now, although it's generally a bad reason to go and get one. If you have a career where it's worthwhile, like you want to, I don't know, advance as a high school teacher, because master's degrees give you a much higher income at that level, it's useful there. Or if you want to springboard into some particular career that tends to suggest them. Technically, a master's is supposed to qualify somebody to just teach. It's not really an academic degree in the same way anymore, not with the glut of PhDs that we've cranked out in the last half century. So, generally speaking, even if you're applying at the community college level, a master's is no longer competitive. So if you're intending on teaching college or university, a master's, it's not really worthwhile unless you're willing to go all the way through to the doctorate. But for other positions, it really just depends upon what career you're looking at and what you're most interested in. There's no easy recommendation on things like that. I tend to think people should pursue what actually is most interesting to them and they can afford to do, though. So here's that part. Let's see what else we've missed here. Yeah, nobody suggested a topic. I mean, I was talking about it a little bit yesterday in JBS's thing, and then watching Russia and China both veto that latest Security Council proposal was interesting. Not at all unexpected, but I'm sure it's going to confuse a lot of the media here. And I was actually, not a good reason for it, but I was actually quite happy that Candace Owens lost her job. But granted, I don't like any of these far-right fuckers, and I want all of them to be shut down. So losing a job just because she's not awful on one issue they want her to be awful on, and is awful on all the other issues that they want her to be awful on is not a great reason. Especially since she's not actually... I mean, it's hard even to imagine somebody like Owens as anti-Zionist, because she's really not. She's a hardcore nationalist. She has no problem with ethno-nationalism. She's repeatedly defended ethno-nationalism. So the only reason to really be anti-Zionist from her perspective is because she's also an anti-Semite. And she's been making that clear for years. So the fact that Shapiro hired her in the first place says a lot about him and the actual priorities of these fascist fuckers. But I was pretty happy to see her lose her job, so there's that. But those are just two pieces of news that stood out to me. I'm not sure what people would find interesting. I didn't have an idea, and nobody suggested anything for this week that I know of, so... Saturday Night Surprise. That's cool. Let's see. That's a smile. Yeah, train wreck is probably the nicest way to describe somebody like that. But really, the only thing that's truly remarkable about her is, her ethnic background. I mean, her ideas are just standard boilerplate far-right bullshit. It's just the same as all these other dipshit white boys are saying. And somehow she gets away with more of it. And I think a lot of that is, I don't know, intended to make it easier to slip that stuff under the radar. Oh, I've noticed people are able to pin comments. That's interesting. There's a pinned comment. I guess, can anybody do that now? How does that work? How neat is that? Oh, and it times out as well. It says pinned for 30 seconds. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, well, yeah, there's no set topic overall. If somebody wants to come up and chat about something, that's perfectly fine with me. I didn't see any requests. Otherwise, I would just approve things by default. But pardon me. It's been relatively quiet and mellow here the last few weeks. So I don't really have anything set. A bunch of modding stuff all seemed to disappear too. People who were chatting regularly and then stopped. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. Hi, what's going on?
How are you? How are you?
About to have a cat fight in my lap.
Oh, sweet.
Leave him alone, asshole. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Leave him alone. He's a nice boy. Yeah.
Are they ever pals when they're not? Do they ever hang out together when?
These two don't. She has had friends. She was actually very close to Moshe. The two of them would cuddle up all the time. Curl up in these neat little yin yang things. They were just. And once Saeed had once I lost Saeed, Minerva stepped into that role and became Moshe's buddy, and the two of them were super close for a long time. But Socrates has never really gotten on with her at all. Moshe was, but
that's too bad. Well, I wanted to come up, and I've been doing a lot of reading about anarchism recently, and it's been making me feel a lot better. And I just want to kind of lay it down and make sure that I'm understanding everything correctly and just see what you think about it. like the idea of anarchism to me is like anarchism itself is technically like a network of ideas, right? So the idea of anarchism to me would be like because technically we live in a world where like neoliberal capitalism like has won, right? Like for the most part it's pretty crushing, but once you realize what's happened, it's much easier to move forward, right? And the thing I keep reading in anarchism that's making me happy is the individualism aspect of it, right? And that one person can build, or with other people too, build parallel structures inside a capitalist system, right? To to work yourself to protect others, or even to help others inside such an oppressive system. Does that make sense?
Um, sort of. I get turned around. I think by a few of the terms, but I think I understand the idea you're pointing to in terms of being able to build the new within the bones of the old.
Yeah.
That you can do things even though there's a lot of like it's hard to get past where we currently are.
Right.
Yeah. So
So
that's for sure.
meaning like the power of anarchism is in the idea itself, right? So you can, let's say, just by doing something as simple as it's the idea of like what, like I hear a lot of people like might use the word revolution, right? But the idea of a revolution is like it's not like this grandiose idea, right? Like the idea that the great revolution is just this one moment in time, right? And the idea that I've been reading about with anarchism, at least like post-left anarchism, is uh, the idea of empowering yourself against that system, right? So let's go say you're tired of fucking cars, right? Cars are polluting, cars are everywhere. By just walking to work one day a week, or taking a bicycle to work, right? That's essentially fighting against a system, right?
Yeah.
Kind of. Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. In that anarchism is in general a set of principles, and which ones are
Mhm.
most important can vary a little bit because there are different flavors of it. As
Of
long
course.
as the one chief one is still there, others can mix and match. But it's basically a set of principles, and they can be applied in your life in any number of ways, not necessarily just towards some kind of revolutionary politics or violent revolutions or whatever, which people used to think that's what it was, but it never was. Oh, pardon me. The at the time that anarchism was most significant in the 19th and early 20th century, it that's generally how it worked. It was tons of mutual aid societies and communal education stuff and just ways of building alternatives for people. Yeah, there were also people who wanted to straight up confront the state, but you know for the most part, anarchism has never really proven itself a very effective revolutionary model, for quick violent overthrows. This is one of the reasons that Marxist Leninists were often critical of it. Like, haha, we've created new societies and you've done nothing. Well,
Right.
no, anarchists have many times, but usually on a more local level. But
Right. And that's what I was talking about with the idea of like what would be like autonomous, non-hierarchical communities and structures, right?
mhm,
So like things that are parallel with inside an oppressive system, meaning that if you have something that's autonomous with inside that system, right? It's that can be your own form of fighting back, right?
yeah,
So yeah.
absolutely.
So I don't know. It's that's I've been trying not to read like like I read some like the ego in its own recently. by Sterner.
Yeah.
I read Days of War, Nights of Love. That's a thing that Crime Think put out, right? But that's the one that's really got me. That got my heart moving about the idea of about the idea. It challenges like traditional notions of activisms, right? And like the idea of creating parallel structures within inside these systems,
Mhm.
and that stuff, when I don't know about you, but like when I think about like the state that America's in and stuff, it's extremely overwhelming
Right.
and extremely oppressive, right? Like we can't have an election with having we can't have a presidential election without having this minutia about the idea of like what the electoral college system is. Oh, but if you vote for one person and this and that, and like in a two party duopoly, that's why you should only vote the third party. And I feel like I feel like those conversations are just really tired, and I'm trying to
Mhm.
focus on things that make me as an individual uh, feel better about living under
Right.
such conditions. Does that make sense?
No, perfectly. It's honestly where I've been for God ages. The There's a lot of I like it as soon as somebody says something like electoral college, it has this little thing that pops up in the bottom. Learn more about U.S. elections. It's always, I guess that's their way of trying to counter the
The good news
misinformation
is
or
the
whatever.
chat. Everyone's clicking on that. They're looking it up. I'm sure.
Yeah, we're all gonna like race off and like yeah. I don't know. The There's a lot of debate about whether people should engage with bourgeois democracy at all. But honestly, there have always been anarchists as well as Marxists that have been perfectly for doing that, but it doesn't. But when you say that that is your activity, that's where the problem comes in. You have to be organizing to do something in addition to, like outside of that. If you are trying to implement anarchist principles in your own life, if you're trying to build these alternative institutions, if you're trying to restructure things, there's no harm in engaging in a bit of harm reduction, because simple fact is Democrats are definitely less awful than the Republicans are, but
Right.
they're still actively harmful. They're not actually an improvement. And when people think my side is better, no, that's just patently false. Democrats have done a tremendous amount to damage this country in the last century, the but they definitely do less damage than Republicans do every time. So trying to do that at the same time as also doing other things is perfectly reasonable, and I think it's actually necessary, because at the end of the day, the ideas of the left have ceased to be largely mainstream, where they were much more mainstream before, which is kind of sad. So we have a steep hill to climb to make up for that, to reach people again. And as long as the vast majority of liberals and conservatives have this weird idea that it's all super scary and socialists all want gulags and everything else, then nothing is going to change. But if you start, okay, so we won't, instead of immediately seeking to topple the power structure that exists, if you build something alongside it, that still is going to exist. It still has its own thing. But what if you have an effective community policing system in your community, and no one ever calls the cops? If it proves its worth, and people just stop doing that, then eventually, it can come around to like, hey, let's put a ballot proposal out there to like, pull money away from the cops, because they're not needed. They just sit around all day, drinking coffee and eating donuts because no one calls them, because you've actually proven an alternative. But you're never going to get liberals or conservatives to support something like defunding or abolishing police, because they believe they're necessary. They've swallowed all the horseshit about it, and there's no living, breathing alternative they can look at and see working in the world. And when people try to say, oh, well, look at Rojava, look at the Paris Commune, look at Barcelona, I'm like, yeah, okay, short-lived examples during times of war, do not actually make a compelling argument. It shows that people can organize, sure, but so does the way that we come together during disasters. There's all kinds of much more immediate practical examples you can use to show people how anarchists actually organize in practice. So how we take care of each other in a crisis, how we take care of the sick and the poor in our communities, how we look out for each other and work to prevent crimes against people. Like all these kind of things are practical ways you can organize, and over time it shows people that it's not scary, that you don't need to buy into this shit. But until those things exist for people, I don't think you can win the argument. It's not something that you can just flip a switch in people's heads and like, oh yeah, let's totally topple the state. It's
Right.
unfortunately been around for thousands of years now, and we're kind of used to it.
Well, I feel like, what's another book? I feel like, I've been doing, like, I feel that like a lot of the literature I was like, or just, the reading, right? I was doing Food Not Bombs when I was 15. I was doing harm reduction stuff when I was 18. And I feel that, what I talked about earlier or whatever, I was doing these things, but not realizing how it necessarily, not even fully, not necessarily realizing how it can equate to the idea of the parallel systems and such.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I've just been reading a lot this past week. I know that you call yourself an anarchist, and I've called myself an anarchist for quite a long time. But reading like these ideas about creating parallel structures and creating essentially just mutual aid and such is it's making me feel a lot better and not so overwhelmed some days with just like the crushingness that is the state, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, honestly, if you could get, so I'll connect this to something that Naso said a moment ago. Getting beyond like a small, like affinity group, small circles, hanging out with intellectuals, whatever, and actually engaging with ordinary people. That's the key. So if you take an idea like Food Not Bombs, and you actually actively recruit people who aren't already calling themselves anarchists, but
right.
get them to come to it. So just go through your community, knocking on doors. Hi, would you like to join us in a soup kitchen thing? We're gonna help out some poor people and share some stuff around. If you don't have anything to donate, that's cool. You can just just have your time. If you can donate some ingredients, cool. Like do that. But just reach out to as Emily says, normies, right? And you involve them in these activities, and in the process, over time you end up radicalizing people in a way because it shares those ideas, it normalizes them, it mainstreams them. I mean, this is something that we've seen over and over again when things actually have worked. It's how the socialist movements built up in the first place in the 18th and 19th century, was reaching out to ordinary people who didn't already agree. And it's actually the same way that the right has advanced in the last 70 years or so, was actually door to door, drawing people in. They come to a meeting, and then over time they start hearing all this. And what sounded like complete batshit to everybody in the 60s is now completely mainstream because they did that community organizing. And I think anarchists and Marxists tend to stay in their own circles. Marxists in particular tend to fight each other, and attack different groups.
Right.
We're a cult. Oh, it's a bunch of trots. Fuck them. And then the anarchists just hang out with other people who already identify as anarchists because they don't want to deal with any kind of bullshit from other people. But they don't want to do the hard work. And the real work, like, God's work here is actually talking toward to the normies and bringing them in, making them part of something. And over time you start realizing, yeah, this actually works. Oh gosh, I didn't know you guys were anarchists. I thought anarchists were just people who like threw Molotovs and burned down my city. But
Right.
no, you're actually people who just you actually care about stopping criminals from robbing houses. You care about feeding the poor and housing people. You care about all these like just basic normal communal issues. Oh, cool. I guess you're normal human beings. And then next thing you know, you're mainstream. But if we don't do that, we don't get anywhere at all. So that's the key to what you're talking about, I think. Is in the building the new and the bones of the old, is you have to get outside these groups. We have to talk to people that would never consider themselves leftists at all and bring them in. And I could tell you, I have had so many conversations over the years with not only liberals, but people who are self-identified conservatives. And we start talking about basic principles, and you find, dude, you're describing socialism. Like you're actually fine with socialism. You just have no idea what the fuck it is. What it is, So come with me, do something. And it's not just a conversation. Bring them into an activity so they both see it and feel it, and they have these conversations with you that make it real again.
I agree with that. I don't mind talking with people, believe it or not. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's honestly it's honestly amazing to look back across just American history, because our own homegrown approaches to socialism tended not to use the word. It was much more common in Europe, but they were the same principles entirely. You go back and look at the People's Party in the 1890s, they're fucking socialists, right?
oh,
They're just
absolutely.
they're just not using the word. It's just they're just a homegrown form of American populism. And you look back into the late 19th, early 20th century. I mean, tons of so-called flyover states that everyone dismisses as irredeemably conservative were literally going out there and voting for Marxists. It used to be extremely common, but it only worked because those people were hanging out only with working class people and talking to them. And as Nasser said earlier, leftists tend to hang around in our own little circle jerks and talk to each other and talk to a bunch of educated people, and they're not actually hanging out there talking to truck drivers and construction workers. But they would agree with us on tons of issues if you can actually make it real for them and cut through the bullshit that they're hearing on Newsmax or whatever.
Yeah, my ma, she's told her friends that I'm an anarchist, right? But when I talk to, it sounds like a very scary thing. But when I talk to, my mom's friends, which I've done a few times, it's kind of amazing the things that we'll agree on, right?
Yeah.
And so I agree. I agree with that. I don't think. Yeah, I completely agree with that. The
Yes.
idea of bringing more people into the fold and such, and working towards mutualism and such.
Right.
Excuse me, mutual aid and such.
Yeah. Mutualism, definitely a different thing, but also interesting. And mutualism is one of those neat little bridges that connect the whole market socialists to the rest of the anarchist spectrum. And so I generally don't have a big problem with them. But yeah, definitely not the same. It's funny you mentioned the parents. I'm 5 decades into this. I swear my mother still has no idea what any of these things would be at all. Like, doesn't understand it at all, but also doesn't think I'm scary, and has no problem introducing me to her conservative friends to have conversations with them. And my my father knows a little bit more, but doesn't really know any about the theory type stuff. The different terminology wouldn't make sense to him. But when you sit down and talk about the issues, he's always right on board. And so are tons of his friends. I've sat around tables with tons of his friends, just having beers and talking. And next thing you know, tons of these former longshoremen. He hangs out with a bunch of other retired longshoremen and crap like that, because that's what he did for 50 years. And go figure, they also would align completely with this. But they don't experience it. They don't hear it. It's not in the newspapers. It's not on TV. There's no groups coming out there talking to them. So they have no idea what any of this stuff means at all. So you just have to be careful about the way you introduce it. And what so many leftists do is they just assume that you already are in the know, and they start using all kinds of specialist terms. You start, so let's talk about the surplus value of your labor that's
Right.
being taken from you. And they're like, what the, no. Take it down a notch. Just bring the stuff in gently, the way that normal people would talk in a bar. And you're going to find a shitload of people totally get what you're after.
I agree with that. Also, I've been reading a little bit about. Do you know what soulism is? Do you know what that is?
Soulism?
Soulism. It's
What is it spelled?
formerly known as ego communalism, and it's a left ideology. It's the idea that individuals should be able to do anything they desire, resulting in everyone sharing all their property, both private and personal, with everybody else because it's in everyone's best interest to share. That's probably like just. Anyways, just something else I read this past like 2 weeks. I just dropped
I
my
mean,
pen.
basic. I mean, so like sharing everything like that way is. I mean, that's the communist ideal. That's where communists differ from like market socialists. Is the
Right.
idea it's a completely moneyless economy and moving beyond it. Um, Emily mentions egoism. I don't think that would fit, although that's where Stirner comes from.
Uh,
And Stirner is
well, they're correct with that it came from ego communalism. So that's kind of
yeah,
shit.
starting
Yeah.
point. The
No,
fun thing about
also,
Stirner's
speaking of egoism or whatever, that stuff is pretty. That stuff's pretty not as. That stuff is just crushing. By the way, some of that stuff.
what I mean crushing.
Oh, how can I put it? Um, I would have to pull up my notes on the notes I made or whatever. Just it's some real harsh smacks to the face. Does that make sense? Just hold on, give me a second. Um,
Yeah, I think egoism is honestly fascinating. One of my biggest problems with it is that it has it can lean too close to illegalism, and then it's ends up being kind of like mindlessly destructive rather than creative. But it's not really what he was after. And a lot of people who take the egoist arguments and take them off in toward the right are totally missing the point, because Stirner was actually saying you should totally organize with other people in a union and then go and steal the shit from the rich. but it's definitely still on the direct action side. And I think until you really have overwhelming numbers, that kind of direct action tends to be counterproductive. It made sense to a lot of people in the 19th century, but by the early 20th century, it had already proven itself to be actually very harmful to and to the movements. So that's my single biggest problem there. But ultimately, I don't have a problem with the principles behind egoism at all. But it's
you're by that you're talking about like the union of egoists, like as like a voluntary association,
right, yeah,
based
exactly.
on mutual self-interest, though, right?
Right,
Correct.
right, exactly. And I don't have a problem with that kind of stuff. I think things should be voluntary. Again, I'm an anarchist. The thing that shouldn't be is we shouldn't be able to make it. People make this distinction. Well, if it's all voluntary, then you should be able to leave capitalism alone for the rest of us. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. You have to take away the power structures first, and then we get to choose what we're doing.
That would also be.
Says, hold on, not Rudolf Steiner, Max Stirner, Stirner.
Right, and like,
yeah, totally.
What is it that what you just said there too is like his critique of like fixed ideas, right? Which would be ideas of like what I think he calls it spooks or whatever that individuals may internalize, such as morality, duty, ideology, right?
Which a century later, people were talking about in terms of reification. We reify these things, we make them real, but at the end of the day, they're just ideas. Yeah, Stirner hit that a long time before and saying, yeah, at the end of the day, these things are all like, they're collective delusions, things that we chose to do. We believe that money is real and therefore it's real. So all these people like, we should go back to the gold standard because that's more real than a fiat currency. I'm like, no, gold is still just a rock, and it's not even an especially rare rock in the solar system. I mean, what the hell? It's still just, we came up with in the 7th century BCE this idea that this shiny rock would be a useful medium because it's not useful for most other things. It's small and it's light. So instead of carrying a 66-pound bar of silver, I can bring a very small coin. That's all it was. It's an idea. Some money is a spook. But we we have to get past a lot of these things, and that's where some of the critique there is actually quite useful, because at the end of the day, the state is a spook, right? Law and
Yeah.
order is a spook. Like the whole policing concept. There are just ideas that we've sucked in. They're particular paradigms that we have adopted. They were difficult to take root in the first place. I mean, creating states in the first place took centuries of violence in order to get people to accept them at all, and they stayed very, very weak. But they've gotten much, much stronger in the modern period, and at each stage that also was resisted. But once you get to a certain point, it becomes normal, and we've got completely normalized an idea that people 200 years ago would have wondered what the fuck is wrong with us. Employment is a good one. You go back to the 1830s and 5% of Americans were employed. Like 5%. Almost nobody had a job working for somebody else. You worked for yourself. You still owned your own labor. But once you fully industrialize, and you impose this idea of going to work for somebody else and blah blah blah, getting a job, we have to get over that somehow. We have to break the spook of employment so people can understand where they work, they should be part owner. Anyway, Stirner is, I think, an interesting figure, but one of the most easily misunderstood figures of the left overall. Like, easily one of the most easily misunderstood. I mean, he's difficult to understand on like Nietzsche's level. And there are entire libraries worth of commentaries on Nietzsche trying to explain what the fuck he's talking about to people, because he intentionally wrote in really confusing ways. Stirner does too, but I think it's more unintentional. I think that Stirner is just a very weird stylist, and it makes it's a real challenge to translate too. I mean, it's a trip reading him in German, and then trying to see the different ways people have rendered the same paragraph in English, and like, what the fuck? These mean totally different things.
Some of it, I had to read that book. Like, I had to put it down a few times to where like it. Anyways, because I'm not the most smartest person in the world, so when it starts getting into these more complex of ideas and such, uh, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding a lot of what I read too. Other things I read this week, or within like the past 2 or 3 weeks. I've been going back to like crime think literature. I don't know if you know what crime think is. It's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good stuff. David Graeber's direct action and enthographic. It's just about like the history of anarchist organizing and such. Yeah, so
yeah, Graeber's just good in general. Like, I would encourage people to read any of his books. They're everyone I've touched has been totally worthwhile. But his that last one just before he kicked off, the Dawn of Everything, is really good at showing so many of the places where past forms of social organization actually fit anarchist principles better than anything else. That's really realistically what they were doing. They just didn't have a word for it, and that it's in many ways anthropologically a more natural way of organizing. We're social animals. I mean, hierarchies have to be imposed. Like, their structural hierarchies aren't the way we would normally have worked. They. I try to make a contrast between like natural and unnatural hierarchies for people. So like a natural hierarchy is like all my friends get together and one person says, hey, let's go do this. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like a cool idea. And you follow the leader and you go off to do the thing. But if we realize that's a dumb idea, we're not going to do that again, and
right.
It changes. But once you have structural power, when somebody has wealth, when somebody has politics behind them, no, that's not us. That's not us as a cooperative social animal at all.
No, it's not. And it's that's how these oppressive systems are built, and how these and how they continue to interlace themselves around themselves, right? With man.
Somebody said a minute ago that they Graeber was a friend of a friend. They could have actually met the dude, but didn't find out until later. That sucks, Emily. Oh well. I would have enjoyed that. I've enjoyed meeting a number of people over the years that, I quite enjoyed their books early on. It's a neat experience.
So I'm going to bring up something that seems to be like the hottest topic here, as far as around leftists and stuff. The idea of the electoral college system, and I see a lot of people, like you mentioned earlier, because I agree with you that Republican bad, Democrat bad, right? So I see a lot of people talking about the electoral college system, and I noticed that you know as far as an electoral college system, right? Like I don't understand as far as vote splitting goes, right?
Mhm.
And if we're trying to not cause harm, it would seem to me that uh, it seems to me that you're going to cause more harm by if you're in a battleground state and if you don't vote, unfortunately, for the Democrats in the electoral college, right? So I understand that people have I guess I never thought about electoral college voting that hard, or that much, because it's just something that, you do one time, once every 4 years.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people are struggling with it because of the implications of the state and the system. And I'm just curious what you think about that.
I think a lot of the discussion around this, and I've tried to caution about a lot of liberals about talking about it because of the way it's politicized in both the major parties. It's I think it does us a disservice to focus on it now, to talk about it at all, because the only way to get rid of it is a constitutional amendment. And the simple fact is, most people think it's good. They actually like it because the Republican base wants minority rule and they want
Yeah.
people to be able to overturn votes, so they don't care at all. You have a whole different argument to win before that changes. And there's simply not enough support to topple it because the parties in power do benefit from the way the system works. The
Absolutely.
better way is to kind of take an end round on it, because the way I mean, we have in many ways we have made the country a little bit more democratic over time, but it was written to be an oligarchy. It was written to tightly control power, and you know until
I
the
mean,
middle.
we're talking about a
Ultimately,
system, right? That we're talking about a system in which, the what 3/5 compromise, right? Where people were considered 3/5 a person,
yeah.
right?
Well, to help the slave states had relatively small white populations, and they were afraid of having too small a voice in Congress, so they wanted to increase their standing so that the northern states wouldn't topple slavery. So that kind of stuff is bullshit. But no, I mean just in terms of entrenching control of minorities. I mean, all the way up to the into the 1840s, I think. Definitely through the 30s, about 5% of Americans could vote. And then slowly across
Right.
the 19th century it expanded beyond that point. But in the early decades, the founding fathers, when it was like, well, the founders wouldn't have liked this. Yeah, the founders wanted less than 5% of people to vote. So fuck them. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we can talk about some of their principles, but that we should still have the same form of government that they had? No, it's fucking stupid. Uh, but one of the interesting things about, because they wrote a really lousy voting system in that didn't even expect political parties to exist, which is why it's a winner take all system, because they expected it all to be among individuals, that it wouldn't evolve the way it did. But voting, for the most part, is actually left to the states. There are very few federal voting laws. The EC is one of them. There's a handful of places where the federal government imposes certain strictures, but nearly all of our elections are done at the state level. Even the presidential and congressional elections, it's all state level. And this is why they vary tremendously. The ways people vote for president vary a lot. There are states where a Green couldn't win because the laws were written such that the electoral college votes would go to a Republican or a Democrat, and that's how they wrote it in. Just stupid shit. There's so many like conflicting rules all over the place, but it's actually an opportunity, because if people organized within their own state to get something like ranked choice voting, and all of the states had ranked choice voting, then it ultimately wouldn't matter much. You actually could have a real choice, and hey, a green could do well because enough of us pick green first and then Democrat second. Cool, then the green is actually competitive for the first time. Where otherwise, they have essentially no chance of getting into Congress. We've never had a green in Congress, and the way things are written now, we won't. And it's the same thing for presidential elections. They have no impact at all, and they can't realistically. But we don't have to topple the EC in order to change the system. The only way around that, if the EC is still in place and you actually did have all ranked choice and they did get a candidate they didn't want, technically, within a lot of states, you could use faithless electors to change the outcome. But many states have been getting around that because, again, the Constitution puts voting at the state level, and a whole bunch of states have already passed laws against faithless electors, forcing the electors to actually follow the popular vote. So ranked choice and that make the Electoral College pointless. Like, it can stay there forever for all I care. It would have no practical effect at all. It would just be like a weird quirk. And a lot of old constitutions have these. I mean, like the British Constitution has tons of completely bizarre quirks that make no fucking sense, but they also have no practical effect on anything. They're just weird holdovers, I think we can turn the EC into one of those where it still technically exists, but it does nothing at all to harm us. All you need is those two changes at the state level.
I mean, wouldn't that, what you're talking about sounds like the national popular vote interstate compact. Like, what do you think of that?
Well, those are, you're trying to get more and more states to pledge to do that, but what they have to do in those states is simply pass a law that says the electors have to follow the popular vote. And that's a fight that happens at the state level to pass a particular piece of legislation. Every individual state can take that fight up.
Right,
the way
so that would be
each other and organize, to try and push that stuff is sort of separate from it. But yeah, like the kind of push to get states to commit to a national popular vote. One of the problems with this, and this is one of the things that I dislike about a lot of the rhetoric Democrats will use, the organizational tactics they'll use, the existence of things like that is actually off-putting to people in red states because it sounds like an attack on the EC, and they've been told the EC protects their rights, and they believe that shit. So I would use different arguments in different places like that to get at the same point and not try to connect, because I don't think you're going to get people in Mississippi to want to sign on to a compact with New York State, to respect the national vote. They don't care about that. But you could win that argument at the state level using different tactics. So so yes,
yeah,
but no, I would set aside that their organizational tactics.
That just seems to me like a perfect example of what you were talking about, where we leave in place the electoral college system, but we work around it such that, really whoever wins the popular vote wins the election, right?
Yeah.
So we don't need a constitutional amendment. We just need an agreement between, a legally binding agreement, that's important, between a critical mass of individual states. And that's federalism as the, we can say as at least some of the founders envisioned it. It's individual states voluntarily entering into an agreement to basically make the electoral college irrelevant, which it should have been made irrelevant many years ago.
Right, but the other part of that argument, and the one connected to them, is when they're trying to argue for respecting the country's popular vote. And that, I think, is ultimately a non-starter and in a place where Democrats are actually harming themselves or, intentionally stopping a change. Because this is something given that population centers always favor Democrats, this is something, you're not going to get passed in a whole bunch of states. They'll never be able to accept something like that. But changes at the state level where you're respecting the state's popular vote and its electoral votes come from that state, that I think you can win a fight on. And if you connect it, if you pair it with ranked choice, then Yeah, even some of these assholes could think, well, yeah, then my Yahtzee party or whatever could run or whatever. Cool, okay, sure, that's fine, but it's not, you're not going to win. So but
Right.
yes, we would have multiple parties and everyone could vote for whatever the hell they want, and then whatever takes the largest share in that state gets its electoral votes. Whereas an argument that all the states should kind of respect the total national, popular vote. I think that again, when people hear that, a lot of liberals and conservatives, when they hear that, it's immediately off-putting. It frightens them.
Liberals as well as conservatives, you think? I mean, I feel like that idea is quite welcomed by most liberals.
Yeah, not all. No, I've run into that. I've run into the same kind of arguments that I would hear from conservatives from a lot of self-identified Democrats and liberals. So it's definitely more common for liberals to be fine with getting around the electoral college entirely, but it's not a universal by any means. And when you're talking about a difficult fight to get something through, this is why we're stuck with something like that. If all liberals opposed the electoral college, we could have already gotten rid of it with a constitutional amendment, because we've had plenty of times with enough blue states to ratify an amendment, but the enough people.
I mean, not recently.
Well, no, there have been times when you've had enough.
There have been times, but I'm just saying, not in recent memory, not since 40 years ago.
Let's see.
We need 2/3 of states.
Yeah.
To agree to state legislatures, so not just
exactly. And let's see. We lost those. Yeah, it'd be in the 90s is the last time that would have worked. Because Democrats still controlled, two-thirds of the legislatures going into that, but since the 90s, no. But again, that's a fight that you can organize at the state level to win that, to take back control of those and do it. But when we talk about these ideas that a lot of conservatives find scary, and again, a lot of Democrats are actually conservatives too. As you get the whole blue dog phenomenon there, you got. If you're scaring them away from something, then it's harder to take back control of those states. So by focusing on things like ranked choice and respecting the vote of the state at that level, it actually kind of sounds to some people, you can frame it as sounding like a states' rights argument, which they are actually conditioned to like. So you're actually subverting their own rhetoric. Framing is actually a really important technique that Democrats are fucking terrible at. You have to shift the language for the audience. So to win back a lot of those states, you use their own language, and we still get what we want.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. And I mean, from a rhetorical, political, a pragmatic perspective, I think it absolutely makes way more sense to focus on things like ranked choice voting, at least in the short term. I mean,
right, exactly. And if enough states pass ranked choice, then at the end of the day, without anything else, the EC has already made itself irrelevant. It won't matter, because even if you don't get enough laws against faithless electors, for the most part, they don't do anything. We've never had a truly mass, revolt by electors. Most of the time, people are going to respect what they were told to go in and do. So if we get real ranked choice, we might actually have some real choices, and not just for president, because that's still a harder bar in some ways, just because of the money involved in it. But we'd have a shitload of people in Congress that wouldn't be Republicans or Democrats. Tons of independents could run, tons of smaller parties. We could have a peace and freedom representative,
But it also seems to me that, if we're going to do the state rights thing, though, that we still have a huge problem with the Supreme Court, right? Because if that's the law of the land, right? Like at what point does the Supreme Court just lose all legitimacy? Because I mean, I'm just saying, at this point, when you have a Supreme Court justice's wife texting members of Congress, and hanging out with Harlan Crow and going on, it's it just the thing with, I guess it's with America or whatever, you can always kick it to the Supreme Court, right? So, anyways, excuse me.
Well, this is where, again, it depends on the kind of arguments you're making, right? So if we're talking about changing states to ranked choice, That's completely constitutional. It's impossible to do because the constitutional language giving the states control over their elections is extremely clear, and they are constrained by that document. So they can hate it all they want, and fume and scream and whatnot, but they couldn't actually do it. Yeah, I believe the Supreme Court is embarrassing, but it's been embarrassing for many, many decades. It was not supposed to be partisan, and it became partisan. And that, yeah, it's been fucked ever since. It was always a bit problematic, but it's been terrible for a long, long time.
It was frightening to see, a state Supreme Court in Alabama, quote, I think it was Leviticus in their decision for,
Yeah.
that he was also on. I don't know if you know who Johnny Enlow is. He's a extreme, Dominionist. He had the Supreme Court justice on his podcast, the Alabama Supreme Court justice, the guy who wrote the dissent. I can't remember his name offhand. And they literally asking this guy on his podcast, like, are there any plans in the judiciary going on? And he's like, oh, I can't talk about that right now. It's that kind of stuff is
yeah. I mean, it's also not new. It's in part something we inherit because of the shitty structure of our Constitution. But we have had courts using scripture, God, for 2 centuries. It's nothing new about that. And in many ways, that actually is constitutional. That's the sad part about it, because in the absence of other things to draw on, you can draw on earlier precedent like English common law. And a lot of that common law was ultimately, connected to scriptural arguments. There's a back door that allows them to make references to it as long as it does not contradict other existing laws. Anything that actually would contradict anything at all, it would fail at the Supreme Court. A truly, like, an actual theocratic law passed in Alabama wouldn't hold up even with a conservative court, because I mean they're not yet to a point where they're going to say that blue is actually red and just ignore what the text says. They have to come up with some way to work within that, and there's different interpretive frameworks they can use. But if something just completely contradicts the words of it, they're constrained. And that's why I think focusing at state level and ranked choice solves the problem ultimately in a way that's more easily attained than having this giant fight over the Electoral College that's just deeply polarizing, and everyone's been taught to have a particular opinion on it. It's never going to get us anywhere.
It definitely feels reductive and I forgot the other word I was going to use. It definitely feels reductive at this point in time. But, that's politics be doing that sometimes.
If I could add in, a comment about ranked choice if I might. And hi, Liam. It's good to see you. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Let's get the likes and shares up. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And let's share it to some real people. We're dealing with
it stayed really
some
low
shadow.
I think we're going to be a lot more dependent upon shares for a while, because the political posts they have clamped down hard on. And my shadow ban is getting a lot deeper here. I mean, it's bizarre. Yeah. I mean, I've been shadow banned on Twitter and Facebook for quite a while, but it's just crazy to see how much more active my Instagram is than TikTok or anything else now.
Yeah, really. Is my audio okay? I think I might have a little bit of a delay. I'm sorry.
That sounds good.
I've been having more luck posting like shorter videos on YouTube, honestly. Just FYI if you haven't tried that.
But yeah, the direct shares to direct people, like, let's bring the right people in, because we're dealing with some shadow. And you didn't even show up, like, when you go to your homepage and it shows like who's live, it didn't even show that you were live. Like, usually it shows up as you're like the first person. So it's not even pushing it out. So if we can do some of that. I did have a comment on a couple of things. First of all, I think it was someone in this group that suggested the book Every Vote Equal for the Electoral College. And I got it in the mail, and I was not expecting it to be this big. So
that's a big book.
Yeah.
So whoever recommended this book for me for the Electoral College, but yeah, I love that topic. So I would love to explore that a little bit more just because that's something that I was chatting with my grandfather, and he kind of has that kind of old mindset where it's like, oh, the electoral college is so that, the farmers get more of a say rather than like, the people in the cities, kind of talk. So
Right.
anyway, there's that. And then I did want to point out that there was ranked choice voting in Oakland that really hasn't gone all that great. I think there was like a little bit of a snafu there, but hopefully we're learning some on the ranked choice voting on the more like city levels so that if it gets implemented in other layers, like we can work out some of those snafus because there was a little bit of a snafu in Oakland. Um, yeah. Do you know very much about that, Liam?
About Oakland?
Well, about ranked choice voting in Oakland. They did it
Um,
there.
I probably read something about it at some point, but no, I do not recall anything useful, I think, about Oakland specifically.
Yeah. Anyway, it was just something that, like, we'll work out some of the snafus anytime you start a new system. And within that same vein, I remember in Colorado, and this is something that I think that a lot of people here will not easily forget. Nerva's so main character. She's wonderful. Um, Something that people here are not soon to forget is we had a super delegate here who the popular vote was overwhelmingly Bernie for primaries, and they're not required to vote the way that their, constituents or whatever
Right.
have to. And so we had several super delegates in Colorado that just voted how they wanted to. And I think that that's not something that people really easily forget, especially not in my area. And that kind of scares me, honestly. And I
Right.
think, you and I talk a lot about, and I'm kind of like sad, y'all, so I'll kind of turn my camera off here and listen and learn a lot. But I think that's where it gets like looking into the future and looking to where we are in politics and where we're going. It gets really hard. It gets really hard to feel like not to fall into nihilism, and not to fall into, well, yeah. Anyway, those were a few of my comments. And welcome. If anyone needs to put a question down in the chat, do that, and all are welcome.
Yeah, it's the delegate question is actually a little bit different. The one sad thing about the way we've allowed parties to develop in this country is we technically don't even have political parties. We have corporations, and they don't have to respect anything at all. They can literally toss, I mean, primaries are not considered binding legal elections. They're just not. So that's a sort of a different problem from tackling the EC and ranked choice and everything else, because it's about how the individual parties do things. And the way to change that, and honestly, this is one in one sad way, given how authoritarian they are, the RNC is actually more democratic than the DNC because it doesn't have a mechanism to actually overturn the voters, which the DNC retains. So 100% of the vote could have gone to Bernie and they still could have decided to run somebody else. Where Republicans get stuck with Trump regardless of how much some of the insiders want somebody else because they don't have a way to subvert that. But the way to change that is to take control over the party, and you do that by electing enough decent people. So there's a steep barrier there. You got to get in people committed to changing that, and it takes a lot.
Are there any?
There are, and a lot of local, a lot of county parties and state parties actually have been trying to push through changes to improve things like that. But it's tough because you get in a slate in a few places. You get a good slate in Nevada or whatever. You build up toward it, but then you have to hold that while other states catch up and they also get enough changes in because some of those changes have to happen, with the actual party as a whole, like the federal party, not the state parties. and so in order to change that compact, and that takes getting a lot of electeds in. So it's tough. I don't know that we can get around that. But at the end of the day, there are so many problems here that we have to deal with because of the language people have used. And oftentimes arguments around whether it's delegates, electoral college, anything else. I mean, how many people run into this? Oh, America's not a democracy; we're a constitutional republic. I mean, this is the level of ignorance in this country that they don't understand that a constitutional republic is redundant because all republics are constitutional by definition, and all republics are also democracies by definition. They're inserting a false contrast. It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to them because they have been taught that the EC protects them and it protects these minority voices. And so they've been taught to fear democracy. So any of the moves, nationally, when we talk about trying to respect popular votes, that makes people think of democracy, and they've been taught to fear democracy itself, which really fucks us up. And I run into like, oh yeah, it's not an all right statement. Was it Chatandunk? Yeah, I see that I've heard that from tons of just so-called mainstream conservatives, and as well as from some liberals. This idea that we're a constitutional republic and therefore there should be certain safeguards against, the mob or whatever. So honestly, given they have so many decades head start in the propaganda, if we avoid certain issues that trigger that part, right, and take them into that area, so arguments about the EC and whatnot tend to take them there, but arguments about ranked choice voting, that's winnable. And it accomplishes the same objective for us. So I'm just trying to say again, let's subvert the bullshit that they've been feeding people. Because as long as you've got idiots out there saying we're a constitutional republic, these arguments on the actual issues can't be won.
Yeah, I mean that is an old and actually quite mainstream Republican talking point. I feel like I've seen it. I've seen it from members of Congress.
Been around for decades.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a weird alt-right thing. And I can tell you from experience talking to some of the people who espouse it, I mean, their primary mistake is that they think democracy has to be direct, pure democracy. Like that is what defines a democracy, is that literally every decision made by the government is made by majority vote or consensus. And, that's just not how the word democracy
it's not true
has
anywhere.
been used throughout history.
Right.
But that is where they're coming from.
Yep.
That's kind of the
democracy, yeah. But
yeah, that's a misconception that we have to kind of overcome.
They all, I mean, any definition you look at, it's going to say decisions made directly by people or by their elected representatives. It's always both.
Right.
Almost no democracies have been direct democracies. It's extraordinarily rare.
Oh yeah,
it's actually more of an anarchist thing.
Liam, I'm on your side.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's funny that it works for them. I mean, but and this is where one point that I again make a lot to liberals, because people try to argue on the basis of facts, and you'll say, well, the dictionary says this is the meaning, so you're wrong, and then they think that they can win the argument. But that's not why people hold these views at all. So it's pointless. You can't win an argument on the facts when people have an emotional reason to hold that view. So the best thing to do there is to either manipulate the emotional language that they already have to get through framing, right, or just skirt around it entirely, in order to get to it. Because when you hit up against it and try to contradict them, it's pointless.
I think this is what we get for defunding humanities departments, because people are not, the average person is just not trained in thinking about language as being flexible and contingent. Like that's not an idea that they've encountered. So they look up a dictionary definition of, man, and they see, the answer that they want to see. And they don't realize, listen, guys, we actually made language up. It didn't occur naturally. Right. It changes all the time, and we are the ones who change it. And we have to have a conversation about that. You can't just go back to the dictionary and be like,
Right.
oh yeah, no, like I'm discovering this the same way that Copernicus discovered the motion of the spheres. Like it's just a fact out there in nature for me to
Right.
discover. No, you're just like looking at a reference that happens to be from a perspective that you agree with. But yeah.
Right. Yeah. Our problems end up being people trying to talk using the way that would make sense to them and assuming other people think the way they do. And we just don't. There are tons of different ways of thinking. And worse is when you end up thinking, well, that side, they're just stupid. They're just dumb. They just don't know. No, they're not dumb. They just think differently. So you have to approach them differently. I mean, pretending that's not the case only hurts you. Like let's accept what reality is and then find different ways to approach these points.
That's absolutely true, and also supports my position. I think that we've made a horrible mistake for our society by defunding humanities departments and discouraging people from, doing a traditional, liberal college education.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another topic, I guess. But
well, it's made it a lot harder for us to keep making education something better, because a lot of
there's nothing critical. There's nothing critical in the curriculum for people, like when you go to major in business or computer science. There's nothing socially critical.
You still can do things like that at colleges levels. It's just getting a little harder because they're cutting funding. But at the high school and elementary school levels, there were pushes to try and introduce more critical thinking, so they cut tons of funds out of it. But the simple fact is, those schools were not designed to teach people how to think. They were designed to create passive workers. We forget that it's not the colleges that indoctrinate people, it's literally elementary school. That's the whole point of primary and secondary education, is to indoctrinate people into the useful skills for society. And that's that. And if you...
And folks who favor that model, I'm sorry for interrupting, but just folks who favor that model, like they make no secret about it. That is what they want.
Exactly.
Because they talk about education as a straightforward investment in the potential future earnings that you'll be able to realize with that credential under your belt.
But
so it's kind of like they just have a totally different understanding of what education, what purpose it's supposed to serve.
Right. I mean, if you go back to our creation of these of mass public education in the 19th century, that is all they were intending to do. But over time, a bunch of well-meaning liberals and lefties or whatever started trying to say, hey, let's add more good content. Let's criticize these things. Let's cut through some of this bullshit. And it was starting to get better. And that scared people. And next thing you know, you got all the DeVosses and whatnot that are dumping tons of money because they want to take it back to that. And it's easy to do because it's literally why it was created. So it's kind of its default. If you cripple the people attempting to reform education, it defaults to just producing passive consumers and workers.
On the subject of education, I'm interested in what you think about Montessori education and whether it conforms to that, or if you think it's interesting.
I honestly don't remember enough about it. I encountered it at one point many years ago, but I honestly remember nothing particular about how it works or what's different about it. So
yeah, my mother and my aunt, she's actually a psychology researcher in Montessori education. My mother writes books, and my grandmother also wrote a lot of books about Montessori education. So, and I went to a Montessori school as well up to 8th grade. So I have a lot of experience with it, and I think it's very interesting because the whole idea is that you offer the materials to the child and allow them to kind of explore and learn on their own. And the idea that there's this innate curiosity as opposed to kind of, rote memorization and standardization. I don't know. It would be an interesting topic.
Yeah, more the authoritarian model. This is we all learn this same stuff. You're like one size fits all, kind of like beating stuff into people's heads versus encouraging that curiosity. But the specifics of how it works, I don't remember enough about to have any real thoughts.
Cactus, I love learning that you were in Montessori till eighth grade. Because I did 4 years of Montessori with my daughter before we transferred her. And that was not part of the plan. But I did a lot of research and did a lot of work and frankly a lot of money to get my daughter into this Montessori school that went through high school. And then I ended up pulling her out after first grade. We did all of pre-K full time there, and then I pulled her out because I won't get into the details, but I loved the style of education. I loved the philosophy of the education. The school itself didn't have the resources to combat extreme long-term bullying of my daughter. And so I got the superintendent involved and it got really bad. Um, but I loved it. I really wish that there was more of that available.
I
So
just
thanks
am
for
so
letting me.
sorry to hear that. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
It was awful. And I loved the Montessori because they had like a farm and they had goats and chickens and
Oh, nice.
alpacas.
Yeah.
And it was very much like, teaching the kids. I think that they had I don't remember what they called it, but there was a full-time teacher who was there, and it was like a workshop, and they had industrial sewing machines, and they had like all this machinery that like, what do you want to build? And they had, open time when kids could go in there and the farm, and it was really great. I really wish that it would have worked for us.
And
Um,
it's interesting too. I mean, it really is almost like an anarchist philosophy on education in some ways. I'm not super open, or I'm at least selectively honest about my political opinions with my parents because they're both Republicans. But with my mother, it's funny because the things about Montessori education that she's so passionate about and into, they're really all about meeting people's material needs and kind of allowing them to thrive in that environment. So it's interesting.
Yeah, no, it is. And I think that there's a lot of interesting overlap in some of the alternative approaches to education. I just, because I ended up not managing to breed and I focus on higher education, I don't, I don't remember enough of this stuff, but I was just thinking because of all this discussion got me chewing on this, like the three longest relationships, I think, all fell on different points along this. My childhood sweetheart did Montessori her first few years, and always said good things about that. God, this is ages ago now, but two two exes out of the last 15 years. One of them is really into unschooling, and her daughter goes to her autistic. Her daughter's autistic too, so it really helps her. But they have like kind of like an unschooling sort of philosophy. It's partly she goes to this center where there's a lot of hands-on learning and inspiring that curiosity, and then partly it's like homeschooling stuff, and there's a particular technique for it. And then more recently, there was a gal that was really into the different forms of anarchist education, in particular the Spanish modern school that was trying different ways of approaching this stuff. I just don't know enough about the differences between all of them because I've had very like open, casual conversations with people who have described things. I've never actually studied this at all. I don't know a lot about early childhood pedagogy. It's never been my thing, but it'd be interesting to see where the overlaps between them and what actually makes the most sense. What is the most useful approach to it? And a couple of the anarchist ones are the only ones I've ever even bothered reading anything about. I've never fully studied Montessori or unschooling. I've only just heard things about them.
Yeah, I studied it on to a certain level, and there's mass differences between Montessori and Waldorf and all of those. And I got into an argument with. I remember my daughter was an infant. I remember I was like holding a baby, and she was holding a baby, and she's kind of we're just not cut from the same cloth. We'll just say that. And I remember her saying, well, if my kid doesn't have a desire to learn algebra, then he doesn't have to learn algebra. And I just freaked out on her. I was like, you are doing your kid a massive disservice. Like, yes, obviously, like, follow the kid's passions, but like, you're
Yeah.
gonna learn, you know. But yeah, the stark difference from that, um, going from Montessori and then having my daughter in public education now, it's been really interesting because there were things that she encountered in preschool that she's just now learning in third grade. And there were things, because it's just a completely different thing, there were things that were planted um, then. But overall, she's very bored and she's asking to be homeschooled now. So, yay for any career I want. So,
Yeah, it's interesting. I come from a working class background. Montessori schooling was never in the cards for me. Uh, but like I relate on some level because I had very little guidance growing up in school when it came to college applications. My parents were always supportive, but they never kind of gave me any guidance, and I suffered for that, for sure. Like later in life, I was uh, I regretted the fact that my parents didn't push me to do things that made me uncomfortable when I was younger. So it's funny, like you can that can come from a place of apathy, or it can come from just a place of being a little bit misguided. I mean, in my opinion, uh, if you think that your child should be able to choose whether or not they study algebra, like that to me is both caring and attentive and a little bit misguided, maybe.
oh, I flipped out on her. And I didn't want to cut off practice. Sorry, Liam.
Algebra's really hard, though. Let's just be honest.
Well,
I
I
was
won't say anything.
able to
I'm speaking for myself. Hello.
theory. It would have made a lot more sense to me if I could really understand the theory behind it, but I could never remember the different formulae, so I'm terrible with it.
I wanted to say, really quickly to Cactus that my mom came up to me and asked if I was a communist, and I was like, "Ma, don't worry, I'm an anarchist." So it totally made her feel better.
Classic.
But yeah, conservative parents, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
Well, they're not. I wouldn't say they're conservative, but they're like
Right
you know,
leaning.
center. Yeah, right of center. Not super political, but yeah, I think if I said I was a communist, probably wouldn't go over great.
I
But
mean,
probably with most people in the U.S., it wouldn't go over
like
great.
like like I think one of the best ways to describe what kind of Republican my mom is, it would be like the same way my grandma was. Like, well, the economy just does better under Republicans. Like, does that ring a bell to anybody?
Which it hasn't.
No, it hasn't. It's not. I mean, because of Reagan or whatever, they've been trying to do trickle down economics since the '80s, and that's exactly what Donald Trump did. And I feel like too when you talk to Trump supporters, I like bringing up freedom of speech. I like bringing up freedom stuff, right? Because I think you can frame it pretty well that Republicans continue to be against freedom, and trying to, they're supposed to be the small government freedom people, right?
Right.
But the kind of things that they're talking about doing with Donald Trump, that's not small government stuff. That's not freedom stuff, right?
Yeah, the problem there is when we challenge the stuff just straight up on facts, it still it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, a lot of those rhetorical commitments are just bullshit, and they kind of know it. But if you don't come at it directly, you can subvert some of that language. The fact that they love to think that they support freedom means that you can pitch other things in terms of freedom, other things in terms of choice, and get support for it. But showing them that, yeah, the U.S. is down to 62nd place in individual liberty, and a lot of that is down to Republicans, like that it doesn't matter, just like you can show we literally have 50 years of empirical data from all around the world on the whole trickle down shit, and the Chicago school was wrong in every possible way. Like, the people who said they were wrong in the 70s were all right. But it doesn't matter, because to them it's actually a moral and emotional commitment, and the morality is the more important part. They think that they honestly think that wealthy people should be able to take what they want and should be able to take power over other people. So it's ignoring the actual psychological dimensions of it. So we get stuck with things like that a lot, but it's tempting to try and hey look, there's evidence here showing you don't support freedom and you are hurting yourself economically. Democrats are always trying to tell people like, hey, you're voting against your own interests. Well, no, actually they're not. They are voting their interests. Their interests just aren't what they're saying they are. You have to look at what is the actual moral psychology you're dealing with. Those things really do matter.
I would also. I was just going to say. I would also say that a lot of the capitalism worship too just comes from years of like cultural zeitgeist stuff, right? And putting up people that that this idea of success in America means like this vast amounts of wealth, and like that's the only way to obtain success here in America, right? So does that make sense?
And Cold War propaganda. We have an entire generation, multiple generations that are just brain poisoned by Cold War propaganda.
You got to take Cold War back in a much broader sense, though, because it really goes back to the beginning of the 20th century. And we were we were doing mass arrests of socialists in 1916 and 17.
Oh, yeah.
It goes back quite a while. This whole Red Scare shit. Okay, so this always... the open questions. I want to make a quick comment here, and then I do need to get a good drink. When we reach a point where a particular topic winds down, there were two questions I saw earlier in the chat, and I don't want to get too far past where they were. Somebody had asked something about like the survival of Judaism after the rise of Christianity and Islam in the Levant, and then somebody else asked about the red heifer sacrifice in Israel. And I wouldn't mind tackling either of those, but I do want to let an existing topic kind of like play itself out. I don't want to, bounce too hard into something completely different. So just let me know when something winds down. I do have two other topics we need to hit before we get into something else.
You're live. Speaking of which, everyone should tap the screen for a minute while the host gets some water. Support the live. I like to play drums. I'll do this. Lots of fun.
Yeah, you got to do
the mod chat.
The double finger tap. That's
yeah. Double bass kick. That's what I do. I just like.
We're definitely dealing with some shadows, so definitely thank you for liking and modding. Please get your drink, Liam. Welcome, Wagon, to the panel. And for those that are new here, right now we're just kind of having a little bit of an open dialogue with some friends about election, electoral college. But Liam just kind of announced some questions that were typed in the chat earlier about the survival of Judaism after Christianity and some other topics. So we'll get into that when he comes back. Cactus, was your question on Montessori, or did you have another question not related to the election or that, or some of what he's going into more Middle East? And same with Wagon, just seeing like what part of the world and what century your questions are related to. Cactus, are you there?
Just in mind, maybe we'll after a couple minutes.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What?
I didn't have a question on my mind at the moment actually, but I think I will in a few minutes. Yeah.
Okay, just tag me when you do. And Wagon, did you have a question related to Middle East or election, or do you just want to jump in this dialogue? Just kind of seeing, just seeing where you're at. And happy Friday. Wagon?
Wagon.
Can you hear me?
Erica, you're in that.
Hold on for just a second, Cody.
I think Wagon might be having some
hold on for
issues.
I see Wagon. You have the red bars. Can you hear us? Wagon, if you can, maybe we can try to request back up. Is it that glitch? Do we have the audio glitch? Wagon, can you hear us? Yeah, if you can go ahead and request, I'll let you right back up. I think we can't hear you. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and let you go, Wagon, and then you can request back up. Okay.
Cody, while we're waiting, something you said.
What's that?
Hi, Jay. Hi, Jay. Welcome to the panel.
Everybody's falling off.
I know
Greetings.
Jay has the red bars too.
Okay.
Are you there?
What were you asking?
Hold on for just a second, Cody. Hi, Jay. How are you? Happy Friday.
I'm very well. Thank you so much for asking. How are you?
I'm all right. Hanging in there.
Awesome.
Yeah, see it. I think I just had hopefully Wagon re-request back up here. But seeing what question or what time period, we were just talking about elections, and then Liam's getting some drinks, and then I think he's gonna start talking about the survival of Judaism here after Christianity into the Middle East, but seeing what your question was related to. And welcome.
All wonderful topics that I would absolutely love to hear questions in response to. I actually had 1 to 3, possibly philosophical questions that I would love to have a mind like the good doctor, as well as a couple of other people here to mull over, because it's been an interesting conversation in other spaces that I've had, and I love all the answers I've gotten from it because it just opens up the question even more. And without just saying that consistently, I just say really quickly what the main question is. And it is a very basic philosophical question, which is, what does it mean to be human?
Yeah, that's going straight into the philosophy. I love that because there's so many different ways to go with that. Um, my first question is, I want to know what it means to you to be human. While we wait for,
Oh, to you were oh, okay. But just quickly, the two
yeah.
follow-ups were what are the forms of love? Meaning love of music, love of art, love of food, that you think make up the best forms of our humanity. And lastly, how does the way one is born, the society that they're born into, the religion that they are born with and continue to study, how does that shape and mold what we view to be human beings?
Interesting.
I love all of these questions.
Yeah, I probably missed a few things from wandering around, so I'd want to dig into that a little bit more to know exactly what that topic is. But
Sure. Yeah, we can get you
so
caught up with that.
I'm back in. Were we had we wound down the education one? So should I hit the two from the earlier chat and then we can go on to another topic?
Yeah, I think it's totally up to you if you wanted to go into the Middle East topics that you mentioned, and then we can go into the philosophical with
Yeah,
Jay's. That makes the
the
most sense.
both of those are actually relatively quick, I think. Um, the the first, if I understood the question right about how did Judaism survive in the Levant with the rise of Christianity and all that, um, in part it didn't, and that's one of the interesting things about it. The way that hold on sorry, Socrates is right where you don't want him to be. Cats. Uh, the
He's always giving you trouble. Minerva is always an angel. This is a theme.
they're both trouble. He's klutzy, right? He doesn't balance very well, and he's kind of chonky, so he knocks shit over very easily. She's a lot more graceful. The only time she knocks stuff over is when she gets into turbo mode and she's flying around it like Warp 9. But he knocks stuff over just by moving because he's nuts. All right. Judaism, the way, okay, so this gets back to an interesting point that comes up a lot with these in conversations, because ultimately Palestinians, Lebanese, and Jews are originally the same people. They all have that same Levantine origin. But what distinguishes them is that um, Judaism is made up of the people who actually fled the Levant because of the wars with the Romans, and many decades of problems there. Both in the middle of the first century and then the early in the second century, there were huge atrocities, tons of people being unalived, and large numbers of Jews just got the fuck out of Dodge. And they created a religion of permanent exile to hold on to their communal identity, their connection to the land, their sense of self as an ethnic group. But it became an exile community that allowed them to preserve more of the original culture to some degree. But the population that stayed behind, because not all Jews left, not all Samaritans left, most stayed, really, they eventually became the Christian and Muslim populations of that area. They just slowly adapted new cultures. So originally they're all linked. Judaism became a very, very tiny movement in its homeland, and that was kind of how it survived anywhere, really. Always being a very small minority, because a small minority isn't a threat to anybody, and whenever the populations were concentrated, they were a threat. Jews kept rising up in rebellion against the Romans, just like they had earlier against Greeks, and before that, against the Assyrians and Chaldeans. There's just tons and tons of uprisings, and each time it went very, very badly for them. They got their asses kicked in almost every one of those, and they realized that living as a small ethnic group surrounded by a larger community made them essentially invisible to people, so they could hold on to their traditions. The majority of the population that didn't leave, they just adapted over time, so they became Roman Christians, and then later Arab Muslims. And that's what stayed more in that area. So in the Levant, the Jewish population was really, really small. And just like it was always a small share everywhere else, it just became a religion of exile. But the short answer is, like, how did Judaism survive in the Levant? Well, realistically, it didn't. It fled, and that's how it stayed what it was, by getting the hell out of Dodge. The other one. Go ahead. Yeah.
Would you say that like becoming a kind of diaspora civilization or culture, I mean, that was like an adaptation that allowed them to kind of retain their culture?
Yes, exactly. It allowed them to survive, right? It had to adapt to a different structure, but it created something that was quite durable. Where Jews, everywhere they've lived, they always partially assimilate, but never fully. They retain enough elements of their sense of identity, but their sense of self is as a people in Goles, in exile, right? And it's a significant part of the self identity, and it's helped to hold those communities together and to help them to not fully blend into the people around them. But without that, and this is why the majority of the Samaritans and Jews who stayed behind converted, because the major steps to create that exile community don't really happen in Palestine. They happen as the community is fleeing, and they have to start coming up with alternatives. Okay, so we don't have a temple state anymore. What the fuck do we do? And they started coming up with other ways of doing things. The people left behind largely missed that and started picking up some of it later, and so most of them just changed over. The Samaritan population, everyone always leaves them out, and actually they're one of the single biggest genetic contributors to the Palestinian population, especially in the north. But the Samaritans were still fighting the Romans into the 4th and 5th centuries. They were still rising up in rebellions and getting crushed for it. So whenever they were in a single area, a majority, they were a threat, because their commonalities, their common ethnic identity would cause them to say, hey, why don't we control our own area? Why do we have these foreigners controlling us? But whenever you're a tiny minority surrounded by other people, it doesn't occur to you to try and seize power, because you're massively outnumbered. And that's ultimately how both Samaritanism and Judaism survived, is by becoming those minority cultures. It's an adaptation to really adverse circumstances in the Roman period.
And it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like an adaptation that's relatively unique in human history. I mean, And that may, I mean,
Possibly,
what
yeah.
this makes me think of is it might go some way toward explaining why xenophobic conspiracism just always, when you chase it to ground, I mean, it has to do with the Jews for some reason.
Well, for Europeans anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
There,
yeah.
it's relatively unique. There are a handful of similar groups that have managed to survive, but mostly in much smaller numbers, and sometimes in more isolated physical circumstances. So look at the way the Yazidis have managed to survive in smaller communities across the mountains of Kurdistan. They're a small minority of the religious communities among Kurds, but they do exist. There's a lot of small groups like that actually are quite old. I think one of the easiest parallels to Judaism as an ethnic religion is really, though, Zoroastrians and Samaritans. And both of those actually have shrunk much more than Jews have. Judaism has thrived because Judaism came up with a way to both maintain difference, but also to allow people to convert in and contribute to the community, which is why Jews look so variable all over the place. Well, we have Chinese Jews and African Jews and everything else, and it doesn't matter because you can always join the community. Samaritans resisted conversion, and so have Zoroastrians. In both faiths, for centuries, no one was able to convert, so they just steadily shrunk. So they have
That's
the same
fascinating.
ethnic center, but they're not world religions because they prove to be less flexible. Judaism struck a perfect balance between maintaining a kind of Iron Age ethnic religion sort of mentality, but also allowing for conversion and interaction and partial assimilation. So it found a sweet spot that helped it survive.
That is really fascinating.
So I
think the
know there's
tended-
been. Oh, I'm sorry. I just had I'm so sorry. I had a quick question. I know with
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
Zoroastrianism
sorry.
and Hinduism, there was if I'm not mistaken, there was, and it still continues to be a debate. Which one is the oldest, and by how much has it been, at least to a point, proven?
Between Judaism versus Hinduism as far as age? Is that what you're asking?
No, Zoroastrianism.
Oh,
No,
Zoroastrianism.
Zoroastrianism and Hinduism.
Oh, well, neither really. They're ultimately about the same age because they both evolved from the non-settled Aryan religion, the pastoral nomads, and they both became religions at the same time when they split. There's a moment in Central Asian history, it'd be around physically like where Turkmenistan is today, so before they're in India or Iran, when the community had a schism where part of them decided to hold on to this warrior mentality of raiding people and stealing their cattle and riding in and following Indra into battle, and others are like, yeah, maybe the gods don't want all this constant warfare and we should find a different way of living. And that split created the foundations for what become Hinduism and Zoroastrianism. But the oldest stories of both, so the oldest parts of the Hindu mythos, if you're looking at texts in the Rig Veda, and you look at the earliest parts of the Avesta, the Zoroastrian scripture, they're in the same language. They're written in different scripts, but they'd be mutually intelligible at that point. It's like a dialectical difference. They're essentially still the same. It's just beginning to diverge. So at that point, at the earliest origins of both faiths, before they reach a form we would recognize, they're originally the same people. So yeah, there's no, it's not an either or. It's literally a both.
Okay, gotcha. So in terms of the literature and how they build their stories, are they also like most other religions where you can kind of go back to the Epic of Gilgamesh? Is that like the standard for how religions built their stories and their heroes and their deities, things of that nature?
Well, the kind of text that you have very early on, and this is one of the places where Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and Judaism are very weird in the world, because they retain elements in their scripture that reflect a completely different way of understanding religions than the way that they are understood today. So they're weird hybrids. They have adapted to some extent, but they've retained elements of an earlier text. If you go back to older texts, if you look at the way that, I don't know, Sumerian myth developed, and Akkadian myth developed, and Egyptian myth developed. So you're thinking about, important texts like the texts around Ptah in Egypt, or the Epic of Gilgamesh, or like similarly very old shit. Their way of understanding religion is so fundamentally different from ours. There's no way to relate to it. Those religions are entirely ethnic. They're for a particular people in a particular place, but they don't make universal truth claims. They always assume that while I have my gods and you have your gods, there's probably some deeper truth beyond both of them, and some ways in which the gods are probably overlapping and we just use them in different ways, but we don't need to change and adopt a particular way because this way is the one that makes sense for our people and tells our stories. There was no need for them to be literally true or, like in a historical sense, like accurate. In the ancient world, no one was trying to prove these events happened. The fact that people are today going out there and looking for fucking Noah's Ark, like the people who wrote that story down were like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, this was not meant to be literal. It was never intended to be literal. I mean, it's literally, that story is in Genesis in both chapter 6 and chapter 7 with significant detailed differences. It contradicts itself in the same fucking book because the way ancient peoples thought, they never expected them to be real. When they knitted those stories together in forming Torah, they did that to appeal to two different populations with a similar story. And you're basically saying, look, our stories are pretty similar. We can make this work. We can come up with a new idea. Over time, it just shifts. It takes on new forms. But at the time, the way people would have understood that, if you go back 3,000 years, is so different. So I honestly think some of the oldest religions like Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Judaism are fascinating precisely because they straddle a particular line in history where we started thinking of religions differently. And that's largely in the classical period. The same environment that ultimately gave birth to things like Christianity and Islam is where that's happening. And people are starting to think of religions in much more, this has to be historically true and we have to care about what happened. We have to lock in the words and everything else. It's very, very different before this point.
So are we also saying that's the same for Taoism?
For which? For Taoism?
Yes. Well, I pronounce it Taoism, but yes.
Yeah. The Taoism is interesting. It's not quite as old as some of these other ones here, but the thing that's most important about it, because it is quite old in its origins, but it has a very different cultural environment. In East Asia, they never actually went through the transformations that created the idea of a single universal truth. So somebody could be a Confucian, Taoist, Buddhist all at the same time, even though they have direct contradictions. It didn't matter at all. Because there's none of those ideas claimed to be true on a universal level in the same way as we get with, say, Zoroastrianism or Christianity. So it's their evolution is slightly different because it doesn't go through some of those later transformations. But they are similarly old. They are quite old and interesting in that way too. Buddhism also too. Buddhism is quite old.
Yeah, it's interesting for me as someone who I was actually brought up Mormon, which is a little bit distinctive, but I broadly regard myself as a product of like the Western Christian tradition, and the sense among my people is that Judaism is uniquely restrictive when it comes to allowing new converts.
Which is funny.
And that's relative to Christianity, which is just extremely proactively willing to promote proselytization, and it's a religion that promotes recruitment.
Yeah, okay, so here's the easiest way to do that, because I hear this a lot, and I run into people all the time. Judaism doesn't want converts, it's difficult to do, it's hard to do. It's actually not. It's actually extremely easy. What's difficult is that people are thinking of it in terms of a religion. When you're converting to Judaism, you're converting to the cultural identity. You're adopting an ethnic identity. It's like joining a tribe. If I wanted to join the Lakota Sioux, and adopt their way of life, and be accepted into the tribe, it's possible. Anybody can join a tribe if you prove that you're truly sincere, you want to marry in, you respect their customs, you learn their language, you can do it. That's what conversion to Judaism is like. You're adopting that ethnic identity. You're learning the language, you're learning the traditions, you're learning the history, you're committing to living in a particular way. And that's what makes it harder.
But it's one of the reasons I push back a little bit, trying to tell people the oldest religions really shouldn't be thought of in purely religious terms, because they're not. Your religions like Christianity and Islam are in many ways decoupled from their ethnic origins and can be adopted as a separate sphere in whatever culture you live. So I can speak whatever language I want, keep whatever culture I want, but I can adopt this as a religion, a set of beliefs. Judaism is not a set of beliefs. Judaism is a way of life.
It's almost as if religion is one of those things that we just made up and that maps imperfectly onto the cultural practices that people actually have and inherit. And
perfect way to put it. It maps imperfectly because it's taken so many different forms over time. So there's massive differences between them. So when people are trying to make a conversion to Judaism versus conversion to Christianity comparison, it's an apples to oranges comparison, because it's not the religion you're converting to when you're converting to Judaism. You're adopting an ethnic identity. And that's what people miss. That's the only stuff anybody cares about. When you talk about the actual commitment to the religious practices, you can be done with that in seconds. Nobody gives a shit.
Right.
But the rabbi who's going to oversee your conversion wants to know, do you know Hebrew? Are you committing to living a Jewish life? Will you raise your kids Jewish? Do you know how to practice our traditions? Do you know our history? They want to know if you can commit to the peoplehood. And that's what takes months of classes to learn that stuff. Because if you don't have that background, you got to learn how the holidays work and everything else works,
Well, that makes perfect sense, and that's an excellent way of describing it. I just generally think it's funny to, you're comparing, Judaism to Zoroastrianism, and I forget the other one. We were Hinduism, maybe, and saying,
I would say
Judaism is distinct, like within the context of that comparison, and that there is a pathway to become a Jew.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where,
Right.
for the Samaritans and Zoroastrians, they resisted that, so they shrunk. Most ancient ethnic religions were the same way. The vast majority of them stayed the way they were, and it made it very difficult for them to survive among religions that are decoupled from your identity, like Christianity. Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam conceive of themselves immediately as universalistic faiths open to everybody. And there are a handful of extinct ones, like Manichaeism, that was the same way. They're open to everybody, and they're separate from your ethnic identity. And in competition between those faiths that are consciously international versus your distinct, we follow Asatru and, Odin, the All-Father. And you can't compete with that shit, because you can't separate Odin from his own culture. You can't go around and convert the people in Greece to worship. It doesn't work.
Would it be accurate to say that an innovation of Christianity was that it combined that universalism with that kind of recruitment zeal? So
it's not the first. So I wouldn't say it's an innovation, because Buddhism was doing it centuries before Christianity existed. Buddhism spread out of South Asia and into Central Asia and up onto the Silk Road. So all these Sogdian Iranians were Buddhist 500 years before there were any Christians. And so it's not that it comes from that. Whether or not they picked up the idea from people like that is hard to say, because Buddhism was known in the Mediterranean. It never managed to catch on because there was so much competition, but it was known. So it's possible that a sense of universalism was picked up there, or it could be a completely independent development that simply parallels it.
Yeah, I'm just always trying to kind of identify an explanation for the fact that Christianity was so successful. It grew from a tiny cult to taking over the Western world relatively quickly. And
I have my understanding of that. The theoretical framework I've developed for explaining that. But I have just dozens and dozens and dozens of books from different people trying to explain exactly the same thing and taking different ways of doing it. But it is actually explainable.
So you're telling me you can't explain it to me right this moment? Lee,
Well,
what is this live even for? No, I'm kidding.
I could, but some of the people here would disagree with me. Some of the people would agree with me. Some
fair
would
enough.
disagree.
I do want to say I love talking about Buddhism, and I don't know how we can kind of round about too, because I love the philosophy questions too, because we're kind of going into that. But I find it really interesting, especially some of the Japanese sects of Buddhism, like Pure Land Buddhism, where it's very, very similar to Christianity, where it's quite literally like you will be born into the pure realm, and in the pure realm is where you can attain enlightenment. And it has so much influence from Christianity. We have a Buddhist temple here that when you walk in, it looks very similar to a Christian church, but instead of in the front, there's a big bronze Buddha, and then same benches and the hymnal. Say it's a hymnal, but instead of saying Christ or Jesus, it says Lord Buddha. It's just it's very like the the similarities. It's Pure Land Buddhism is really interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just kind of wanted to put that
Yeah, and the way that it
into
touches
the
on,
mix.
like, it's essentially like Lutheranism in the sense that it teaches salvation through faith alone. Your faith in Amida, the Buddha of the Western Paradise, is how you get saved, not by any practices. The Pure Land Buddhists teach that all the actual teachings of the original Buddha were lost, and they just came up with new shit. So it's bizarre, you know. But you can still call it Buddhism in the same way that, like, the LDS Church's theology is fundamentally anti-Christian, but they're a form of Christianity. You know, you can take it. It's like recycled in a different way. It heads off in a different direction.
Totally. And you can see this in all over the place. I think Pure Land is, for me, when talking about Buddhism, it's so apparent. But yeah, I really, it's just the recycling of all those. Were you going into the next question? Are we good with the dialogue? I don't
Um,
know how much like heavy
yeah, but
modding you want.
if anybody had any last questions, because there was a lot of interesting questions that came up about that first topic. But if people are cool with that, I can just quickly point out the whole red heifer thing. That also not that big a topic. Well, in some ways it would be. I mean, given that I have an entire shelf on Jewish fundamentalism in the modern period, it's a fucked up problem. But you don't have to dig too far into it. If anybody's really interested in the topic, these are probably the three single best things to look at. And I think if I turn them this way, it's kind of readable, rather than trying to do them all individually and having to flip the camera around. This is probably the simple, the easiest one. End of Days by Gorenberg. It's very accessible, and it talks very much about this whole temple stuff and the whole red heifer
I
stuff.
can put it in the chat.
Does
I
that
can put it
help
in the
there?
chat, but what's the who's the
Okay,
author on the End of Days?
I'll just do this then. Okay, so End of Days by Gershom Gorenberg is probably the easiest, most accessible introduction to this topic, and talks a lot about the heifer thing. So the few comments I'm going to make on it are probably going to draw a lot on this one. If you're interested in just Jewish fundamentalism overall, Shahak's short book here is actually pretty good. Shahak and Mizvinsky's Jewish fundamentalism. And then Bravitsky, who I actually worked with briefly. He was at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. When I was studying this shit over there, I ended up chatting with him and some of his former students and colleagues. The single biggest problem with them is that what they want to do is, so where the red heifer comes in, and they've been bullshitting this for a long time, trying to come up with like breeding them, importing them, trying to get one, because otherwise it's a pretty rare phenomenon, which is why I think only 8 or 9 have ever existed and been sacrificed in like the long previous Jewish history when the temple existed. It was uncommon. But the idea with doing it now is it's the ashes of a sacrificed red heifer are important for some of the purification rituals that could help to create a new temple. And that scares a lot of people. But realistically, people have been trying to do that for decades, and the Israeli state has actually foiled a ton of plots to blow up the Dome of the Rock. So they're aware of these groups. They watch them. The problem is that they've slowly been infiltrating power itself. The longer this conflict goes on, the more of these morons end up in government, the less likely they are to watch for it. But in terms of the actual the professional civil servant types, the people who are always there, not the politicians, as well as the intelligence agencies and everything else. They pay close attention to these groups, and they have repeatedly stopped them from doing shit that would make a third temple possible. So they can talk all they want, but they have no practical ability to do it. If that changes, and if this keeps going on, if we have this conflict on for another 60 years, yeah, all bets are off. Right now, I don't think it's a realistic threat. I think it's more of one of those hyperbolic threats. Like, people get worried about any kind of archaeological work. Oh, they're going to undermine it and destroy it. It's a plot. That kind of stuff. Yeah, that's why people worry about the red heifer now. They're not going to build a third temple tomorrow. It's not going to happen anytime in the next 20 years. But on the current trajectory Israel is going, if this is not solved, eventually they will get enough people in position that they will let one of these guys slip through. And if they manage to blow that shit up, then the support will be there to build a temple. So it can ultimately be scary. Just keep in mind, and this is, I hate having to do this because it's a polarizing topic anyway, but keep in mind, most Israelis are actually solidly secular people, and they hate their own fundamentalists. They're watching them. Most Israeli Jews are less religious than American Jews are. So while the ones who are religious tend to be batshit fucking crazy scary, they're not a huge part of the total population, and that makes them less of a threat than they might look to be.
We should understand this intuitively as Americans, I think. Like, because we have kind of the same
the rise
problem,
of the
right?
religious right here.
Thanks, Mitch, and then let's cycle the other way.
Yeah, and honestly, some things can be cyclical too, because it always depends upon social forces. Fundamentalism was actually extremely powerful in American religiosity in the late 19th and early 20th century. After the 1920s, it was discredited and almost disappeared, and it had to rebuild itself from the 1950s on, and it did so. You go back into the 30s, 40s, and 50s, most Americans are like, what the fuck is wrong with these lunatics, But today, like, dominionism is becoming mainstream, it goes through cycles. So the social circumstances matter a lot. And this is why in the case of Israel and Palestine, I'm always pointing to structural conditions. The structural factors behind this conflict will keep radicalizing shares of the Israeli population and make this shit more real. If we solve this shit, all that goes away, and they become like a 2% lunatic fringe of weirdos that everyone can ignore. You want to make your fake high priest robes or whatever and parade around in your groups. Cool, that's fine. We're all going to ignore you as a lunatic. But the way this conflict is structured, they are getting to be more and more powerful over time. So it will become a threat, but we're not there yet. But anyway, if anyone wants to know some of how this is built up and whatnot, and actually have discussions of Red Heifer, this is probably the most accessible book, because it's not actually aimed at scholars. It's trying to get more people to understand why this is so fucked up. And so he's a pretty snappy writer. So I would recommend End of Days. Okay, so that's at least that one. So those are the two I had down from the chat earlier. I think we had some philosophy topic or something else people wanted to go into.
I have one question for you, and I'm going to drop. If you were to take a guess, looking at the American government, what percentage of its members?
Are we getting back into election stuff? Or are we?
No,
I don't want to skip over.
It's just a quick.
Okay, it's just like really quick. Okay.
I can just drop. It's fine.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Just seeing if we're going off topic here.
No, it's if you want to continue talking about this, it's fine. I can just drop you. It's not a problem.
Topic is done, and we're going to move to the philosophy thing. But if you want to take off, like if you've got one quick one, we'll knock that out, and then
I'll ask you next week. It's not a big deal. It's really not a problem. Y'all have a love. I've been up here long enough. I appreciate you having me. Please.
Yep, no worries.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not going to sulk. I'm going to be okay. I'll be okay.
No. You're welcome to stay. I just wanted to see if we're going off topic or if we're going back onto the philosophy.
No, it would also y'all should. It was about religious extremism essentially, right? And if he was talking about people infiltrating like the government positions and stuff, correct? Right. So
Well,
I was just
as it becomes mainstream, they just become electable. So yeah.
So I was just curious, as far as dominionism here in America, like what percentage of Congress do you think, or what percentage of like our elected leaders and I've also heard reports.
For dominionism, it's still tiny.
I've also heard reports of like higher military brass being dominionist too, and that's from like the early '90s and stuff too. So what? Like, it's
there's some of that. I'm less worried about the military ultimately because of the way that it's been built up. There actually is rather a lot of professionalism in the military in terms of its adherence to constitutional principles and whatnot. This is why when people are like enlisted people are always saying, "Yeah, Civil War II is coming, man," and the military's gonna be on our side. No, they're not. They're straight up gonna be unaliving you. Like they will follow the rules because their officer corps is pretty committed to it. So I'm not really worried about them per se. If they become a majority, we're in trouble. But a number of dominionists they're not a threat. And in Congress, it's actually not huge either. Lots of evangelicals of various stripes. But dominionism itself is still pretty fringe. Give it time, we'll see.
But I almost feel that like evangelical almost it's almost about the same thing these days. It's this it's this post charismatic preacher movement and this idea of like taking over, and taking over at all 7 levels of society. Magic number 7.
Too many conservatives have convinced themselves, often unjustifiably, but have convinced themselves that they really care about the Constitution and our constitutional republic. So the idea of replacing it with a straight up theocracy wouldn't work with a lot of them, with a lot of that evangelical base. Some of them definitely, but also, again, there's plenty of Republicans who literally want Trump to be a dictator, but we're not yet at a point where they're a threatening majority. And I mean, just so people understand, I mean majorities within movements too, because a very active, well-organized minority will always change society. But it has to become a majority within that political faction to actually affect their plans, and they're just not. There's too much. The Republican movement is still too much of a big tent in terms of like the various shades of evangelicalism and conservatism within it, and that makes them threatening but not immediately existential. But they're long-term trends we have to be paying attention to, and this is again why it's important to look at the structural conditions. This kind of fundamentalism went into sharp decline in the early 20th century and had to build its way back up and become mainstream. So the same process can happen again. You can get this back into being a lunatic fringe, but you won't do it by just making arguments.
I feel like it's also a lot easier, and like when you're in America, if you don't have a good job, you don't have good health care and such, right? It might be much easier to, just be like, hey, maybe these folks are right. I don't know.
Yeah, this is again, growing poverty is a threat, and poverty has been increasing since the 1970s. When Carter and then Reagan started dismantling the Great Society and New Deal programs, we fucked things up. People want to. It's across the board. It affects a lot of different people. And even people that are relatively well off financially, especially among the Republican base, there still is a sense of insecurity about them because the world is very different. We don't have a world of good jobs and pensions and everything else. We've undermined a lot of that for people. And I do like to remind people. So just again, when people want to pay attention to where these changes happen that fucked us, I mean, you look from that breakdown in the 1970s to now, and the black-white wealth gap has doubled. Right? Black Americans have been left behind. Hispanic Americans have been left behind. And because of that, it opens up all kinds of conspiracies, and people will believe all kinds of weird shit out of that. So it's creating all kinds of interesting fractures. You want to understand why increasing numbers of African Americans are willing to support Trump? It's shit like that. You're willing to believe complete horseshit because you're watching poverty growing in your community, not falling, When poverty was falling, extremism was not common. This is why the Birchers were considered batshit crazy in the 50s and 60s, because things were still actually improving for people. Once that changes, this is why the structural conditions really, really matter. So if we want to prevent this red heifer shit from really being a problem, we got to solve this shit in Israel and Palestine. Because if this drags on, they are going to blow up the Haram al-Sharif and rebuild a temple, and you're gonna create a massive war out of that, and the Christians will get their, they're all gonna jizz their pants over their Armageddon coming out of this, So we've got to deal with this.
So much of it too becomes like this self-fulfilling prophecy, with a lot of, you know what I mean, Have a lovely night. Pet your kitties twice for me. Have a nice night. Bye, y'all. Bye.
Good night, Cody.
Yeah, good night, Cody. And also for Cody and anybody else who might be interested in this topic, like not dominionists in particular, but just white nationalism, like that problem in America that we have, I would encourage you to look up Bellingcat's analysis of the Iron March forums, the leaks regarding the identities and locations of the people who contributed to those forums, because that speaks to kind of one of the concerns that Cody raised, which is that a lot of these folks are actually in our armed forces. Like it's right. Quite common. It's a lot more common than I think we'd like to believe.
Absolutely.
And they did a really excellent geographic analysis of those leaks. The Iron March forums, for anybody who doesn't know, basically just straight up neo-Yahtzee,
sure.
Basically a virtual meeting ground for neo-Yazis. So.
For anybody who doesn't know them, Bellingcat does really, really good work. So as a good primary source for tracking down some of this stuff, what you kind of need to do with that, though, is put it into a more appropriate analytical framework. But they do really, really good work at revealing this shit. And the key here is that the more this stuff spreads, the more it becomes mainstream, the more people adopt it. That alone doesn't give you the real problems. The conditions still have to align properly. I mean, why did things like the Shoah happen? There was particular conditions. The ideology was already there, and it still exists. I mean, the thing that made those G-sides possible has never gone away, but the conditions have to line up just so for it to happen and for those ideas to become dominant. So the growth of this kind of like neo-Yatzism and dominionism and all that kind of shit in the armed forces is a threat if the conditions materially keep getting worse, because then it can really kind of like come up and bite us in the ass.
Yeah, on the subject of fundamentalism too, I don't know if you saw, Liam, but I sent you this yesterday actually, where I stumbled on these two far right fundamentalist Christian YouTubers who have this like tiny channel with probably like 1,000 followers. And they did a whole podcast on Dune, and they really enthusiastically loved it and fit it into their, Christian nationalist ideology and narrative, even though, of course, it's highly critical of religion and messianic figures. And that cognitive dissonance is really fascinating. And looking at the way that they, and honestly, to their credit, in pretty detailed ways, understood the world and just saw what they saw, the images that they wanted to see, and everything that wasn't there was, not somehow rising to the bar of art or sophistication or understanding of their or their understanding of the world through the Christian lens, in pretty interesting ways. And that cognitive dissonance, and once people are down that path, it's like it's not just that even that they see the world in a different way, it's that they have to, to maintain that kind of position.
Yeah, you absolutely have to.
They make the pop culture that they consume conform to fit the meta narrative that they have already accepted. Which is, I mean, that is especially funny when it comes to
like that. That a lot of people just make the facts fit their worldview.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I mean, we all do to some extent. I don't want to get too philosophical about this, but that's
Yeah,
kind of a
this is
feature
why
of the
we
human
teach critical
condition, as
thinking.
we
Yeah.
yeah, and it's especially remarkable to hear about that with reference to Dune, given that Dune is not an exactly subtle metaphor for like many things that we're dealing with today, and that we were dealing with at the time, and that we're unfortunately still dealing with today. And it does not fit that the Christian nationalist narrative, not even close.
Well, no, it's a criticism of messianism. But honestly, just to, because I think Jay's been really waiting for a while here, just keep in mind that Trump keeps saying his favorite movie is Citizen Kane, which is like a serious criticism of fascism in there, and it's just like totally unambiguously like he takes the opposite view of this, where what you're trying to do is criticize this like concentrations of power, but that's what he likes, so you still see it however you want. That I think
if it were subtle at all, it would be less funny, but it's not subtle.
No, not at all.
You should know what this movie is about.
Right. I mean, again, I think that people should probably get the criticisms in Citizen Kane too, but they don't. I mean, you can latch on to stories and look at all the conservative fans of Star Trek, and they're like, when did Star Trek get so woke? I'm like, I don't know, 1966. Like, what the fuck? Like, how did you miss all of this shit? Like, how did you not get that Roddenberry's a fucking communist? How did you never notice that?
The entire premise of the Star Trek universe is like heroic space socialism. Like that's what
Roddenberry was literally a Maoist. It's not subtle. It's not, but just still, they missed it completely. And then they're like, "What is this? All this woke new Trek shit?" I'm like, what the fuck? This is just what it has always been.
In 50 years, I love the new Star Trek stuff too.
Yeah, exactly. Because things become normal after a while. So a lot of the issues that they were fighting over in the 60s and 70s are now normal. We're not fighting to actually have women in positions of authority anymore. Where a woman on the bridge in 1966 was like, wow, she's in a man's world. But we're kind of past that shit now. So now they're like, oh, trans people, this is a problem. Well, no, that's just the current civil rights issue. But Star Trek has always been ahead of the curve. Always. Same thing with Star Wars. Star Wars is
that
literally
first interracial kiss. That first interracial kiss,
like straight up aligned with the stormtroopers. The Empire was right. Like what the fuck? Like it's a criticism of you, bro. You're the evil Empire. Oh well.
That first interracial kiss was where it all went wrong. I think like that's where they went woke back in 1960 whatever.
Science fiction went woke when it was invented with Mary Shelley. let's just go back to because I mean fucking the author of Frankenstein.
Snaps for the credit to Mary Shelley.
I mean her father is like William Godwin, the founder of anarchist thought. Like hello, like can you imagine the dinner table conversations in that family with like Mary Wollstonecraft, William Godwin and Mary Shelley? Like holy shit, what a family. So yeah, science fiction has been woke since it was invented.
I don't think I realized that Mary Wollstonecraft was a member of that family.
Yeah.
Thank you for being.
They all have different names, which kind of confuses things,
Wild.
Yeah, the fact that they all have different names really it confuses it, but it's a fun story. I like bringing that up in my women in history class too, because you can talk about, Mary Wollstonecraft was a radical, but I like to point out why are so many of the people who are pushing for women's rights, why were so many of them socialists? Well, it's the general radicalism of that environment, the willingness to push boundaries. Of course they go together, I mean, the environment, like just being around, weirdos like William Godwin, but it would give you the strength to say, yeah, fuck it, I'm going to like come out hardcore for women's rights because it makes sense. But yeah, anyway, so I think Erica has been
Battlestar Galactica,
the philosophy topic or whatever we had before. So you wanna?
It's totally fine. Yeah, no. So say we all.
I'm gonna start. I can enjoy ranting on science fiction for hours, and we'll get way off topic.
No, it's good. Jay's been very patient, so I'm gonna tag Jay in.
Oh no, look, this has been amazing. Is unfortunate that I haven't come across a lot of spaces where we can have actually really good conversation. But the philosophical one, it actually comes from, and I can't take credit for it myself. Dr. Cornell West. He hosted a masterclass on what he said to be a philosophical question, which is, what does it mean to be human?
Mhm.
From there, he put two more questions, but the main one is, what does it mean to be human? The second one is, what are the forms of love, meaning love of food, love of art, love of music, that you believe best represents humanity? And the last one was, what do you think? Well, no, how does tradition and religion and things of that nature shape and mold what we view to be human beings?
They're all really interesting questions. Uh, I don't know if I don't know if you've been in these spaces before, but I remind people a lot that I have a
Yes.
really good long-term memory and a really shitty short-term memory. So if we hit multiple questions, I will forget the other parts of them. uh, but the yeah, I get to talk about some of this stuff too. The in some classes, the whole meaning of humanity. You know, especially when I'm dealing with the ancient stuff, and you're walking through the anthropological, stuff. Because I do a lot of like historical anthropology, and ultimately, what makes us human is that at a certain point, the brains get so big that it opens up certain abstractions that aren't available to most mammals. But at the end of the day, the difference between us and other mammals is always just one of degree, not of kind. So other animals all experience love. They all have forms of love. But if you're to get that one, I think my answer to the second part of the question there is probably the easiest one I can point to. What would be the most characteristically human form of love is the abstractions. It's like a love of humanity, the kind of like broad, giant cosmopolitan, like love of all living creatures. I love, all the kitties and the trees and like the tree huggery shit, like the very abstract stuff. When you can actually care about what's happening in Palestine and in Tibet and in Congo, as well as what's happening in your own backyard in the U.S., that's a characteristically human form of love that cats wouldn't be capable of. But cats are absolutely capable of most of the forms of love, like friendship and family type stuff. They do form those bonds. Mammals do in general. So I wouldn't consider them particularly human, in that sense.
And I
Even a
think
lot of
I
the tight social stuff, like
So
chimps and bonobos are tightly social animals. Bonobos in particular are super social
true.
and love each other. Dolphins are very social animals. They have a lot of that kind of extended love that we like to think is so superhuman. The way we can build these
Mhm.
big friendship networks and whatnot. They do that too.
Right. So the second part of that question specifically, meaning, like I said, what are the forms of love? Whether that be you're looking at things like music or some form of entertainment or food or things of that nature. When I heard that question, I thought immediately the love of food. And the reason why, and I think what I think best represents our humanity and the love of food is so many different cultures, even in America, have their own specific dishes that they not only love to make and love to consume, but they have stories around it from when they grew up.
Mhm.
Or I eat this when I'm sad, or I love to have this when I'm happy, or this is my quote unquote struggle meal, if you will. Like I'm from the South. I'm born and raised in Alabama, so of course a lot of our food is known, of course, as soul food. The way we make our mac and cheese, the way some ways we fry our chicken, things like that. And it came to me with looking at this example, was seeing a couple on TikTok where the wife is Korean and the husband is Irish, and they're introducing the Korean parents to these different foods, and then explaining to them the history of why these foods are and what they were to the people who made them and who loved them. And when we can explain something that we love, like food, and the food that we grew up on, to other people, from whether it be around the world or around the country, I think that's a beautiful representation of humanity. When I can bring you into my favorite meal and have you enjoy it and explain to you why I enjoy it.
Here's a fun one for you. I'm going to try and show you, and let me know if this works. I'm going to try and show you how your answer and my answer are actually the same answer. Because I first ran into the food question with somebody in my graduate cohort who were studying like the history of food, like particular dishes. So like Hawaiian fusion stuff, where does that come from? How does it build up? I can't remember the specifics. It's too far back, but it got some conversations going about this. And what really stands out, just again in anthropological terms, is that food is cultural. It has to do with where people came from at particular times and places, and then you develop, as you say, stories around them, things that make them significant, things that once they become significant, they build direct memories, like my family gathered around and we did this thing this way, and this is how grandma made it, and you want to do it the same way. But what that's about then is not a love of food at all. It's actually a love of tribe. It's a love of a particular community. And what's distinctly human, because relationships within particular social groupings exist in a lot of mammals. There's a lot of social mammals, social animals out there. But humans have a unique capacity to create abstractions in our senses of identity, to build up particular cultural languages. So what we do is, and food is one of these, what we do is there are certain signs. So if somebody prepares a particular soul food dish, somebody else who knows that culture will recognize it immediately, and they will look at you and they will know you're part of their tribe. They've never met you before. They don't know you from Adam, but suddenly they will trust you more and be willing to talk to you. But somebody else who has a completely different set of food, it's not going to work. It's not the right signaling. We use them as particular signals, ways of signing to people that I am trustworthy. I am an extended part of your tribe. You may never have known me. There's thousands of us scattered over a wide area you've never interacted with. This is an adaptation that goes back to us wandering around the savannas of East Africa in our big bands, right? Because at a certain point, it's a lot of people to keep track of. So the symbols and signs really, really helped. And as we get to larger and larger communities, you wanted to be able to communicate those signs. So maybe there's another band that is connected to ours, and we only interact with them every few years, but you run into them in the wild and you see they have certain signs and symbols that they use that we recognize. Those are our peeps. We know them. We can trust them, but those other people, no. That's the role food actually has. It's a part of the abstraction that is our tribal sense. Our ability to form bonds is simply more complex than most animals, because it involves all of the semiotic stuff, all these different signs and symbols that we can use to signal a connection to a particular identity. So that love is still the same kind of like larger love that I would say that it is kind of characteristically us. And where you would kind of push this into greater and greater extremes for me would be to build on that and build like a sense of like, well, my tribe is like, much bigger than this. It's you can come up with like a meta tribe, that links together all kinds of people. But at the end of the day, that tribal sense is fundamentally human.
Absolutely. And that's beautiful. And I can see that, yes, we do have the same answer on that. So that's beautiful. So the last part of this, and I wanted to make sure that I was reading it specifically myself, because I had this down as a topic before and I enjoyed the answers that I got. It was, how does community, tradition, heritage shape and mold our conceptions of humanity?
Hold on a second. I get caught up on something. How does what affect? I missed something.
Oh yeah, no problem. How does things like community, tradition, and heritage, how does those things shape and mold our conceptions of what it means to be human beings?
This is one of the fun things when you're dealing with people with very different worldviews, so like you're more liberal, conservative, right, left, all that kind of crap. Somebody asked a moment ago in the chat, what does it mean if I like trying foreign foods? What that means is that you inherited more the liberal neurotype that's more interested in novelty and indifference, right? So you're willing to try things and experiment, where some people have more of a conservative neurotype that favors tradition, that favors like doing things the same way. And these actually co-evolved. They're both present throughout all of humanity, because as wandering bands of 50 to 300 people were wandering around, these different groups of people, you need both to experiment, because you're always going to come up with new challenges that the old ways won't work with. So you have to have the creative thinkers that can come up with a new way to do it. But in order to hold the band together, you need the people giving a common sense of identity, giving you a sense of, who you are, shaping your subjectivity, right? So there's a kind of push-pull dynamic that's always present between these liberal and conservative neurotypes, because they're both useful. Innovations keep us moving forward, changing, adapting. It's why we survived as a species and didn't die out. Tons of less adaptable hominids died out, right? Because they didn't have that ability to be much more creative and come up with new solutions to things. But the conservative impulse holds a band together and keeps them fighting together, struggling together, sharing their resources. So it's also fundamentally useful. So realistically, both the sense of tradition and culture and of innovation are fundamental to humanity. They're both parts of our evolved sense of self. But what give the kind of the tradition part plays into the specifics of each tribal identity. So there will be distinct cultural identities among different groups, and those are all shaped by those traditions that get passed along. But that's not all that gives you a sense of being human. To be really human, you also have to have that ability to innovate, to experiment and change things. So it's the push-pull dynamic between those two that I think is very fundamentally human.
So I think the last word that I would have on that question, that part of the question specifically, is this. I think we've gotten to a point as humanity, just speaking just from Americans, where I don't think we truly look at each other completely as human beings, right? We look at each other as either man or woman. And from that, what society tells us what a woman is supposed to be and what femininity is supposed to be, much like they say what men or what masculinity is supposed to be. And so a lot of us are trying to check off boxes according to what it was that we were born as and what we were raised as. So is in that thought that if we go so hard on trying to be this, what femininity is or what masculinity is, and if there's somebody who's existing outside of that, then it's hard for us to even acknowledge them as simply a human being. And it goes to even how you were raised with your religion or the community that you grew up in. Like, you are so firm to the beliefs that you grew up with that if there's somebody who believes even a little bit outside of that, then we dehumanize them without even acknowledging that we're dehumanizing them.
Right. Yeah, I guess I probably use slightly different language, but I do get what you're saying. As far as in terms of dehumanization, I would put it into a sense that we're pushing them out of, in some cases, but it's more a sense of it goes beyond my tribal identity, the way I understand things. So your norms, the way you are expressing yourself, don't fit the norms that I understand as real. And therefore, there's something wrong with you. And we do this to each other all the time. We freak, nerd, like you push people out, you alienate them. You dirty hippies. You want to chase out the differences. This is one of the flaws in our evolved tribal sense. But it actually reflects the power of those differences. And what we need to do is come up with better ways to help people to feel comfortable and secure in being different. Because the people who are doing things different, who violate those norms, who believe differently from the majority, that's how the innovations happen. That's how cultures evolve. The perception that comes in, and where a lot of people who cling to the very traditional sense, they believe that their ideas have never changed, that they're the same thing, that this is the way my grandparents thought and their grandparents thought. And that's literally not true. Your great grandparents' God is very different from yours. It's just a fact, I mean, like
Yes.
the way that I mean, God, I mean, we used to like hear at the pulpit people talking about like how women should stay home and shut up, because hey, it's right here in the book of Timothy. And then you were reading out passages, hey, St. Paul said slaves should love their masters. And we don't use that shit anymore. We change the interpretations. The understanding of what God actually wants is always going to shift. But it's hard for the neurotype that's more traditional to see that. So they take their beliefs and they reify them. They make them like true for all time. But the people who are differing from that, that's where all the changes ultimately come from, is the interaction between different cultures and the people willing to innovate and push beyond it. And we will never be able to get to a perfect point where everyone's happy, because you can't get to where all the different conservative types, they're never going to be to embrace all those differences because it's alien to their thought. At the same time, the people who want to be really open and liberal are never going to be able to accept the adherence to tradition for tradition's sake, because that doesn't make sense to them. What we need to do is come up with a way to respect each other and work together better. And that I think would help. And the difficulty there is, as we got to be larger and larger and more complex civilizations, that was harder to navigate. When we're a group of 150 people, it's a lot easier to respect those differences because we have a personal relationship. I know you personally. You're part of my tribe. You may be a frickin' weirdo hippie, but I still love you because you're in my tribe. You're one of my peeps. But once you're dealing with tens of thousands of people and I never interact with them, they become a statistic. And then it's like, look at those dirty hippies and they're not part of my circle. I've never spoken to them before, so I can dehumanize them, to use the language you're using, right? You can delegitimize them as people because of their differences. So what we've got here is a conflict between our evolved psychology and the social structures of very large, complex societies. And we have to find a way to square those two somehow.
So where I come from using that word actually is when I started to tell people that I have schizophrenia, specifically auditory hallucinations. Mm-hmm. And these were people who knew me before they knew that I had this, especially the people in whom it was a shock to once I got out of the psychiatric hospital, in which I wasn't in for very long, but some of the best rest I ever got in my life, I can admit that. But the way people would look at me and talk to me after finding out that I have schizophrenia and seeing the difference in just the way they look at me, even without noticing that tone. It's like, so I'm the same human being that I was before you knew this. But now you're looking at me and you're communicating with me as though we aren't the same species anymore.
Right.
So yeah, that's the reason why that word comes up.
Yeah, and that's it's kind of it's related to this, since we were just looking at where you're taking these differences and you're using them to then delegitimize people, and it's ultimately for something that is quite naturally occurring too, and natural variation. It's something that too. I mean, I gotta say, just your story like hits me, because my childhood sweetheart and first wife was schizoaffective. So she would go through she had the bipolar swings. So she would have the deep depressive states, but then when she would cycle into mania, her manias always had the auditory and visual hallucinations. So next thing you know, God is telling her to do things, or aliens are controlling her, or they're preparing her for some special destiny. Like there was all these stories around them that were very real for her. But I had to watch the impact on her over many, many years of the way people changed their views of her, the way they came to view her capacity. And I think ultimately a lot of the way that people treated her made it harder for her to get better. So she ended up falling into a downward spiral where she eventually lost the ability to care for herself at all. Because she wanted to believe that she could do things. She wanted to believe that she could, get back together. She could go to college. She could find a job that works well for her, but she could never find the strength to do it. And I think one of the reasons that she couldn't is just the way society treated her, the way that people delegitimized her as a person because of something that was entirely outside of her control. And I think that it's really fucked up. So it's at a more extreme in some ways, but it's the same basic issue here, where you're dealing with a simple neurological difference, and the way that we look at that difference and say, you are different, you're wrong, and we push people out. And there's so much human beauty that we've lost in the process of that.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna say this and let other people get in the conversation. But before I say this has been a joy, a literal privilege. I thank you so much, and I highly thank Erica, because she's the one who shared the live to me. She shared the live to me in the past, and it's always been great to come by to get the conversation, to get the education, because I do learn a lot in this space. So I thank you for that. I would say this for those of us who have family and or friends who have schizophrenia. Trust me, we are really regular as people, like, and for whatever you deem regular to be. But like for me, example, like I have an amazing wife. I have amazing kids. I'm a truck driver. I'm a writer. All of these things. And the only difference is I just have a community of voices in my head every single second of every single day. But because of the people that I have around me, I'm grounded pretty well.
Good, yeah.
And that is my last statement, so that you know that if you have those people as family or friends, just make sure you stay around and keep them grounded.
Yeah, and I really wanted to be able to do that. It's I appreciate a topic like this, but I just got to at least note that it is difficult, because there are so many raw memories and emotions tied to this. Because I mean, she wanted to think of me as her rock, her anchor in the world that could help her recognize what was real. But I wasn't enough, because literally no one else was able to do that. We couldn't get people to understand, to be tolerant of it. Her parents just wanted to assume that we could like fix her and like make it all go away somehow. Like, here's this wonder pill and you'll never have this problem again. And that's not how that shit works. It can make it easier to deal with it, but you have to build up the right kind of mental disciplines in order to be able to say, okay, that one isn't real, and stay grounded there. Like, I don't know if anybody else in the group here saw the film A Beautiful Mind. I That film broke me. Like, that was hard to watch, like, because that was my fucking life. And I guess the way he saw patterns and everything is exactly what she did. She would make connections to things, and like, next thing you know, she's connecting like the Fibonacci sequence to Kabbalah, to like random numbers she's seeing in newspapers, and like, it's just finding this reality somewhere. And it's just the what he had to try and do to learn to get past that, the arc in that film, that's difficult if you don't have enough understanding people in your life. The film was actually much nicer than the real person, because his wife actually did leave him. They make the story a lot nicer for it. But it's like, I, both because of who I am, I mean, an autistic person is probably not the best person to be that kind of anchor in some ways. I mean, good in some ways and bad in others. But I wasn't enough when everyone else just wanted the problem to go away. So you're absolutely dead right in saying support networks, treating people as just normal and real, and like, this is just a challenge. It's just a part of their lives. What can I do to make it easier? What can I do to help, rather than stigmatizing? That would help the most. And if we do that, then yes, schizoaffective and schizophrenic people can have perfectly normal lives and be out there in the world. But we push them away in a way that actually makes it harder to resist those thoughts. And that's where, and this was really hard, because over many years I had to watch her steadily decline and lose the ability to function. And she was a genius. I still miss the conversation. She would just sit there rambling on about like string theory and all this interesting physics shit she was into, and it was hard to lose that. But she just got sucked more and more into her own mind, because no one else was there to help. So what you're saying there, please, like, everybody, listen to Jay. Help. Don't hurt. When you push people away, you're making the problem worse.
Well, if I could get a comment into of just like the humanizing aspect, because that kind of goes full round back. I was thinking of when Jay was saying that, and thank you so much for sharing. But I've been thinking so much about, and then I want to welcome. We have Dharma. I think she's getting up, just woke up, and then welcome Stephen and Maggie. See where Cactus is too. But I was thinking of a story. So much of what I've been contemplating is the shared responsibility. Um, and I think so many women naturally understand that, where if it's a kind of poor area, the women will figure out a way that the kids will, get the food. But um, there's just trying to like have that shared responsibility and caring and humanizing people, not dehumanizing, whether it's
Mhm.
for mental illness or for anything. I One other quick comment before, I was just saying to my friend, that's why I was having a little bit of deja vu. My neighbor came over and I've been having a really hard time, and he just learned that I was having a really hard time, so it's really sweet that he came over to check on me today. um, but I have noticed that my relationship with some of my neighbors drastically shifted a few years ago when I put up my LGBT flag up. And it was just so funny to me because one of my neighbors, we worked together in hospice. Like I knew her before she was my neighbor, and I helped them get this house. And I'm in a cul-de-sac, so it's like quite intimate. And then it's so interesting that everything had changed, and so many of like just interactions where it's just very, very different, where it's just like I'm still the same person, or yeah, what Jay was saying, like just that humanizing and where it's safe to share. Yeah, I just wish more people cared about each other, and very
Yeah,
disappointing.
yeah, it is. But one thing, I don't know if this will help you at all in terms of dealing with the disappointment. But the kind of thing that you're experiencing there, just like the kind of thing that Jay experienced and that that Robin did, the it's it's actually to be expected because of our social structure. The key here is, again, smaller social units are inherently more accepting of those differences because you have the personal relationship and you don't have all the outside noise around it. Once we live in these large, complex societies, it's much easier to put people into a little category and forget about them. So they saw your flag and they put you in a category of, oh, those are like those weirdos I see on TV, and she's no longer the person that I knew. But if you didn't have all the rest of this shit around it, it was just that group of 150 people living together and working together and helping each other out all the time, then all these differences, no one would give a shit. And tons of those things, they stick around because culture changes very slowly. You can still see in a ton of ancient history how much more accepting society really was toward differences. And you can still see it even in the modern world, because again, our neurology hasn't changed. So it's sort of a fun one. Like if you look at early American history, right? So these early settlers coming in, creating their new communities, and they're cut off from like their original European forebears, and they're building their new environment. So insert weird pioneer fantasies here, but you've got these new communities all in the British colonies. They were actually far more tolerant of like LGBT communities, of differences of religion, or actually straight up disbelief, right? We want to think that people in the olden days were more conservative and cut off. No, 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 no. Actually, one of the significant factors in the American War of Independence and the creation of our constitutional structure was actually to entrench greater control and restrict a lot of those rights. There was a lot more tolerance of difference. And it really, the reason for that, I think, is often missed by people because you're not taking like the anthropological lens on it. It's because the communities were pretty small and they're relatively isolated because we're not on the internet. We're in a small community. You can only move as fast as you can walk or ride a horse. The next community is 50 miles away. So everyone just kind of knows each other. So yeah, if my neighbor's gay, well, he's just a local weirdo and that's cool. That's fine. So I mean, people with various mental illnesses, people of various neurological differences, all kinds of things were much easier for groups to deal with when it was a smaller community that knew each other. But as soon as we start building larger political structures, we always make them harder on people. And it gets much easier in those environments to dehumanize reflexively, even with people that you had a long-standing relationship with, because it's those abstract categories you fall into now, rather than just that tight bond. So if there was, again, take everybody else out, if it was just a smaller unit, that wouldn't have happened to you. The trick for us is to figure out how to get around this in a way that uses the good parts of our psychology without having to abandon complex civilization. Because, it makes sense to have cities with millions of people in them, but they're going to create problems like that. So there's a real, how do we fix this question? And that's something that I chew on a lot, that I'd love to see, us toss ideas around going forward and, think about. But I don't know how we can fix it, but it is one of the reasons that I prefer anarchism too, because it tends to focus on those direct, close relationships and the interpersonal stuff, and cutting out the hierarchy, cutting out the bullshit, and just really dealing with people directly. But yeah, it's a tough nut to crack, because ultimately our social structure is always going to create the conditions that Jay and Erica are both talking about, and it's sad, and as long as we keep pretending this problem is just because of liberals are, it's just because of Republicans and we can just change them to be more tolerant. No, it doesn't work that way, right? We're always going to have to find ways to accommodate these differences, but I don't know how we get there.
Can I say something quick to something that Jay said? It was very interesting, and it's not a criticism by any means, Jay, just kind of making me think. And so, what he talked about women, and I will defer to the women in the group, but where he said something about, gender expectations. And I heard something interesting quite often through social media and all of that, where, there are women out there that are saying, hey, what happened to the men? This sort of masculine, not misogyny. I don't think anybody wants misogyny, but a certain amount of masculinity from men. And, for whatever reason that, we have kind of moved away from that on some level. And there's, and maybe it's more of an, I don't know, is it a natural state of difference? Or something, or and I know there's a lot of political things that have moved sort of this concept of our gender roles since the 60s through now.
Sure. But honestly, they're always in flux. Like what we're dealing with today, people think that this is some new shit, but we've been changing in terms of gender roles consistently for thousands of years, and you can see that shit in the historical record. That's one fun thing that really stood out to me when I started studying, sexuality to build that class, realizing just how different it is from place to place and over time. But there's always a sense, and this again is where that understanding the differences in basic neurology come in. Some people are always going to think the way I grew up is normal, and it doesn't look like that now. So it's this doesn't look like it was in the 1950s, so there's something wrong. Well, no, it's just the change is normal, right? It's always happening. But that's why it's a push-pull dynamic. There's always people changing and a force trying to pull back and say, that's wrong. Where are the real men? The real men are the people I used to know. Well, no, men are still men. But the concept is always in flux, always. But it's difficult for some people to see that, and it's not like they're wrong. It's not like they're dumb or something. And I get people doing that. It's just different brains are good at different types of tasks, and some have an easier time taking that long view and seeing the change, and others do not. But the people who can't see that and get stuck in this is the way it was when I was a kid, they're good at other things. They're definitely good at things that I'm not good at. So it's a matter of finding all those differences and working with them and stopping any one thing from end up harming the group as a whole. That's the key we got to get at. But the people saying, where are the real men? They're just people who want it to be a particular concept of masculinity that they grew up with and that they now miss.
And what I would say to that, Stephen, specifically if we're speaking about people in America, when you are born and raised into a form of thinking or an ideal of how society works, specifically patriarchy, just for this conversation, when it's so woven into the fabric of what we are as a people in this country, you don't even really recognize what it is until you take the coat off. And it has to be a purposeful thing to look at it and purposely take the coat off and examine who made it, why did they make it, how did they make it, how does this fit me so perfectly, until you start to question again, oh, well, this don't fit me. I don't like these things. I don't like the way this sleeve feels. Like, I don't like the way this fabric feels on my skin. But then you have some people who do examine and say, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it. That's what I love. That's what I want. And with that, what I would say is, I don't mind the individual making known what it is that they want and what they like the most. But even with that, I can acknowledge that there are other individuals who look at it and it's like, oh, I'd like to see what masculinity has become and how wide some people are allowing it to be. Especially when we look at football players like the modern day gladiators, if you will, where there are offensive and defensive linemen who are now painting their nails, and they're 6'5" and close to 400 plus pounds, where this is something that wouldn't be imaginable in the 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe even into the 90s. So there are people who can acknowledge what masculinity was and acknowledge what it is and what it's going to be, and see in the people who believe to be themselves masculine men how far they've let it grow. So it doesn't bother me particularly when I hear it.
Right.
Yeah,
And I can see a little bit of a connection here. So I really need to talk to, I hope I can make a clear question out of this for you. Okay, so we look at America in the 50s after World War II. And obviously, women had come into the workforce in a huge way during World War II and, were needed because all men were out, fighting a war, and they were there building the stuff. I mean, and it was an amazing time. Then in the 50s, we kind of reverted back, and it's like, oh no, women's place is in the home, and a man could go out and earn a living and enough to support, the wife and the homemaker to, raise the family as we would expect a gender role to be, and honestly, that's very close to, and please correct me, Doc, if I'm wrong, but from the people I hear on TikTok and that I speak with, that's a big part of Islam as well. That, we should, wife can, stays home, takes care of family, X, Y, Z, and the man is responsible to make that possible, and those are gender roles that are connected to the religion. And then at some point during the 60s, we had this, um, a liberation movement, which obviously, we needed to evolve beyond, the 50s, and we did, but that there may have been a concerted effort, and I know how you feel about conspiracy theories, just sometimes it doesn't mean they're not true, where it was like, wait a minute, here's 50% of the population we can't tax. Oh, as a matter of fact, if we get women into the workforce and make it that they're encouraged to do so somehow, that, guess what? We get the kids into school earlier. We get them into daycare. We get a shot at the kids to indoctrinate them as well, and that there was maybe some insidious motives beyond, behind or as part of this movement. And I get for me, I'm always in the center and moving back and forth between different shades of gray. So, where two things can be true at exactly the same time on either side of what's going on. So,
right.
I don't know if any of what I'm saying means anything to anybody.
No, yeah, there's actually a lot of pieces here that we can connect to. Okay, so first, a quick one in terms of the connection between gender roles and religion, I would just say it's kind of the other way around. It's that the socially and culturally developed gender roles are then built into a religion. The religion doesn't create them. It's always the other way around. The religion is an aspect of culture, but the overall cultural change is what creates the gender roles. And they do vary a lot. So we have a weird way of looking back at this time of the single income families, the breadwinner, and then the housewife and all that crap. And there's a weird way that we've romanticized that as a long-term ideal, but the specific type of nuclear family being developed there is actually a historical anomaly. It's not the way things worked. And the key there is to remember that most people used to work for themselves. They didn't have jobs. So what men did and what women did both contributed directly to the family and to building things up, but they worked for themselves at home. And what happened is that because of the invention of employment as an idea and the imposition of this as a new norm in the 19th century, it created a sense that men should go out and take these jobs, but women should stay home. And then you end up this weird sense where then they're cut off, they're separated from each other, and women have this, they're only the domestic role, and they're supposed to take care of kids in the house. And that's just literally never been the case before that point, that women were left to that work. It was always work that people did together because everyone was ultimately self-employed. When we lose that sense, when we create this whole sense of employment and taking men out of it. So just as one point there, don't think that the 1950s ideal there was somehow like a very old traditional idea. It itself was a relatively recent innovation that grew with liberal capitalism. But the later shift too, it's not a conspiracy to talk about women going into the workforce. That was quite deliberate. And there's a ton of capitalist economists writing about that shit all across the 20th century. Because it's better for the economy to have everyone in wage labor working for the bosses and working to make the shareholders rich, rather than some people staying at home. So they started cutting the wages from those single earning families in order to push more people into it. There's a ton of like other effects you can get from that, in terms of like deeper levels of social control. But that's where some of it's right, but some of it can veer into conspiracy territory, because a lot of this we should understand is they're much more organic processes. It's not directed. It's not people sitting around saying, how do we get all these people's kids into school so we can indoctrinate them into it? It develops because of the social structures and the ways that you're the direction you're headed. But the idea of putting women into the workforce in the 20th century just followed naturally from putting men into the workforce in the 19th century, which again was not the case before that point. You go back to the beginning of the 19th century, almost no one had a job. Working for somebody else was an alien concept that people resisted hard. And ultimately it's one of the reasons that socialist movements developed in the first place, was because people were angry about that transformation. And wanted to resist it. They want it. So the whole emphasis in socialism on owning your own labor is actually they're holding to a more traditional view of it, which is weird to think about it because it's not the way most people frame it. But when you can put things into the longer term historical transformations, it makes a lot of sense. But anyway,
and what I was
it's
saying,
not really a conspiracy, is all I'd say, Stephen, like in terms of putting women at work. It's very much by design, and we knew that. They were saying that all along.
Yeah, and I was going to touch on that, and that let us not forget that time period you bring up specifically around World War II, when we've seen women get into the workforce. Let us not forget the propaganda to get women into the workforce. Rosie the Riveter, like we know, like that was part of pushing, convincing and pushing women to get into these manufacturing jobs. However, the other side of that is when the men came back home. There was a study, I believe, in the University of Denver that suggested that at least around 70 to 75% of those women wanted to keep working. They liked the independence, the financial independence of that. But because of that, America then went into propaganda to shame those women into going back home. So that's the reason why I look a lot at how society shifts norms to what's going to work best for the society at that time. So that's why I look at things like femininity and masculinity and say, yo, these aren't just etched in stone things. Like they change over time.
Mm-hmm.
We look at a lot of the things that were made for men that are now that women wear, like things like heels, things like dresses, makeup, wigs, things of that nature. All of these things that we've seen change over time, depending on what society wants at that time. So currently what you're looking at are what people define as femininity and masculinity and what they may define as weird. Expect, honestly, within the next 20, not even that far, the next 20 to 30 years, expect even those things to change into new norms and new oddities.
Yeah, the Rosa DeRiveter thing is great because it's another place where you can point out how, because of these shifting paradigms, people often, well, I don't know, you miss the forest for the trees. You don't really see the forces that are happening. The propaganda that you're talking about was much more effective after World War One. Most women actually left the workforce and went home, but they did like that independence. But that independence only reflected the way things were before capitalism anyway. When men's and women's work was more equal anyway, and they both contributed to the development within those the families, within the little businesses that people had. It's kind of like a norm there, and it makes sense that women would want more economic independence. I make a point of this when looking through. Hey, come on, the changes in a lot of ancient cultures where women slowly lost status and were pushed out of public realms, and you get more and more male dominated. The places where women actually had economic freedoms were always far more equal. So in ancient Egypt, women kept their own money when they got married. They can always controlled a portion of the family's income, so it was separate. The man didn't just take control of everything. Divorce was not stigmatized. She could take her shit and leave because she had her own source of wealth. When you take away women's right to hold wealth in their own name, to make money in their own name, then they become dependent. And that is something that people have had to resist and fight back against. And a lot of our struggles in the 20th century just reflect dynamics that you can literally see playing out over and over again for thousands of years. This fight to maintain some kind of independence. But it's interesting that we missed the actual transformation. So when liberals were fighting for women to have the right to go back and work, what they were actually fighting for the right to was to enslave women the same way that men had been enslaved by the concept of wage labor, by subordinating them to the control of capital. Because men had already been controlled, but they convinced themselves that they were free in their slavery to capital, that was actually empowering. And yeah, sure, having some crumbs for ourselves is better than having nothing at all. But what we did was we ended up making it more equal by putting women into the same fucked up situation rather than getting them back to where people were dependent upon family and community and work together more directly instead of having to work for the bosses. So it's in some ways the solution to the Rosa DeRiveter issue, and fighting for women's equality in labor has actually made it harder for us to overcome the concept of wage labor. When this was much more complex, when it was much more contested, when there were more self-employed men and a lot more women working in the home and self-employed women and not everyone in the workforce, it was easier to have these arguments about the concept of wage labor. You bring up the question today of wage labor and people are like, well, of course it's normal. You should get a job. That's just the way it always worked. You have to have a job. But it's not. People literally argued that this is inhuman and stupid to have a job. But today it's very difficult to get beyond that paradigm. So in some ways, our fight for equality in the 1950s made it harder to overcome the control of capital, which is a sad, unfortunate consequence. Oh, well.
Well, that sure was a lot.
Yep.
Okay. Well, very, very, very cool. Anyhow, well, listen, Doc, I appreciate you having me up. Always a pleasure. Hope I can contribute something today. And let me move out and let somebody else come on up. And if I fall asleep and come back, and somehow you're on a marathon. I may see it, 2 in the morning. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah.
All right, take care,
I
everybody.
never know.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good one.
Sleep well, Stephen. I love talking about patriarchy and capitalism because this is something, actually, we were texting about this, I think, a little bit earlier. Like, that's why I keep on sending you all these misogynist lives, Liam, that you say is like really bad for my soul. But but I think that it's opened up just so much for me of really um, understanding how it's built at the exploitation of women. So like just that, where it's like, I love what you were saying earlier, that in history, overcoming that concept would have been easier than it is currently. That's interesting to me. That gives me lots of thoughts of where I am in my trying to imagine what's beyond this system.
It's one of the many places where liberals actually serve a kind of regressive role in some ways, because their adherence to liberal capitalism, and to private property makes it very difficult for them to be effective change agents and to be progressive, to actually want to improve systems, because what they need to preserve at all cost is the thing that is most harming us. So yeah,
Ding, ding, ding.
A lot of this drive to equality for women, equality for LGBT communities, everything else, a lot of that like rainbow capitalism shit is just deepening the shackles that will make it harder for us to fundamentally change society in ways that are better for us here.
Yeah, it's a paradigm shift. Like, so it's so many times, I mean, there's so many analogies that we can use, but it's only analogies, because it's the finger pointing towards the moon, or it's really getting at the root instead of the limb, but it's this thing that we're pointing to that really is a fundamental paradigm shift. And I wish more people would get there. Dharma, good morning and welcome, Maggie. Cactus checking in with you. Thanks for hanging with low-key modding, but just checking in.
I should, while you're doing that, I'm going to go bring the dog back in.
Please, yeah, do your thing.
It's starting to get a little cooler out there, and then I'll recharge this at the same time.
Perfect. Good morning, Dharma. How are you?
Morning. I'm okay. How are you guys? I'm sorry I was a bit late to class. I had a really tiring day. But how is everybody?
Good combo. It's always good to hear you and see you. So thank you for being here. And welcome, Maggie. We haven't heard your voice yet. Yeah, what time is it for you, Dharma? It's like 10 hours earlier, right? So it's like 6
Um,
a.m.?
yeah, it's let me just check. It's I can't even see right now. It's about 3:42 or so.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
I woke up at about just after 2. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let me go check. Hi, Danny. Yeah, so I had a bit of a question, but I think in the wave of it all, the question somewhat got answered. When Sir brought up the social, what was it? He said something about social, something. What's the word? Social. Oh, no,
Talking about lots of social things.
Socialization?
No, it was a social. You said something about social, blah blah blah. And you see, now I missed it. I no, but my question really was, and maybe we can think about this. My question was, what is it in this day and age that still perpetuates racism? Is it cultural? Is it traditional? And when Sir brought up that whole thing about social signaling, social signaling, that to a large degree answered my question. But when I'm thinking about, look, for a long time here in South Africa, we've worked against racism very, very, very hard. But suddenly, this particular situation happening down in Palestine, here in South Africa now, it has reared its ugly head once again. It's like, it's dormant for a while. And then you have people mentioning points of view that once again rings true with you, and suddenly your voice, you find, you find that now suddenly you can bring that up again, because I was suppressed for a while, but now I can bring it up again because there's more people speaking, in my voice. And luckily our society, our government isn't very gentle with those things. We're like, no, 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 we're not going to go through that again. We're not going through this again. And so we suppress that a bit. But it's sort of like w- with people, being multicultural, and people marrying across cultures, and marrying across societies, geographically and religiously, and you know, racism should have abated to it should not be a thing anymore. But suddenly we have situations popping up, and suddenly it rears its ugly head again. So this is a question that I'd really like to ask, as in, what is it that perpetuates you know, this concept of racism, and it will die off for a while, but just it will come back. And what is it that we can do to actually combat this once and for all?
Come on here. Come on here.
I'd love to hear Liam's answer to that. If I could say just a couple of thoughts, just a couple words of one, the normalization. I think like we saw that so much with Trump, where it's not that it dies, it's that it just gets more, I don't know, more PC for lack of a different word, and like the normalization of people of racism, of bigotry. And I think that, and maybe Liam will say, I'm sure he'll say more about that, but like the overall kind of global right wing shift that we're seeing. I also there's a piece too where and Liam, this might lead into this too, of like we've always lived in, I think that we'd be lying to ourselves if if we said that we have truly lived in a non-segregated society or a non-segregated globe. I think that we have to um, recognize how far humans have not come.
Right.
And I think I feel like so often it's almost like I were to imagine, I hate calculus. I passed calculus one. I did not take calc two, but I imagine like going into a math class as a teacher, as a calc teacher or something, and then realizing that nobody knows, addition and subtraction. Well, you know, like, okay, well, you should have known these things, but like, I can't teach what I actually want to teach, but I'm here to teach math. So we're going to start at the addition and subtraction, even though this is a college calculus class, even though it sounds absurd, but I think we as humans, and those of us who have some pieces to offer, there has to be that kind of humbling. Ooh, there needs to be that humbling of like, well, this is where we are, you know.
Yep, for sure.
Those
So
are just my thoughts.
before the good doctor, before the good doctor answer, I just wanted to say this again. This has been amazing. This has been beautiful. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to be here. Allow me to get the education and the conversation over everything. I got to split for now. I got to go do some parent stuff. But again, thank you so much, and hopefully I can come through again and fellowship again, because this has been beautiful, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah. There's a there's a fun one as you're heading out, because you raised the food question earlier, and somebody had mentioned I can't remember a couple that was like Korean and Irish food or something. I decided to shift to my Irish coffee, so you see, it's getting later in the day, so
Beautiful.
I'm adding things to it that shouldn't be there. But Anyway,
Yes.
okay, so but
All
yeah,
right. Y'all have a good one.
please come back. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're here every Friday.
And then just so if anyone knows, and you might hear her make a few more noises too, it's actually quite difficult to get these on. She doesn't really understand them, but they help a lot for her to stand. And she needs to eat, but she can't stand to eat anymore. Like her legs just splay out and she falls. So then she ends up just skipping food. So if I want her to eat, I've got to get these things on. So.
Oh, sweet pup, we love you.
Hold on,
Get
baby.
your little bootsies on.
I know, this is weird. Dogs don't wear socks. What are we doing?
Yeah, so that was Dharma's question, and then Maggie.
I know.
And welcome, Danny.
But it's good for you. Okay. That goes there.
Thank you.
All right. 3 down. 1 to go. One more. Okay.
I had some thoughts on a 25-page paper I wrote on the effects of technology on humanity, but I want to offer everybody else time to speak.
Interesting.
I think it ties in very nicely to what we were just talking about with polarization and some extremist tendencies we see resurging.
Yeah, Dharma was just asking question about South Africa, and we're talking into kind of racism. Liam, she'll
Oh,
kind of
I
repeat
should have
that,
asked the
but
question again. Maybe Sir didn't hear that question. I don't know.
Yeah, not at all.
Oh,
and I'm not fully
okay.
back yet either. I have to get a couple things
Okay.
up. Once I get the boots on, then now I can go and give her food. I'm just getting the last one on now.
okay, we can just chat for a while.
Look at that. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Who's my good dog? Look at this good baby with her little booties on. Who's a good baby with her little booties on? Who's my good old lady? Who's my good old lady?
Kelly with the booties.
Oh, it's a nice old lady in her booties. Okay, let's go see if we can get you some food. Okay, come on. Let's go.
But okay, here's a question for you.
Up we go.
What do you think the connection between capitalism and racism is?
Let's go. Come on. Let's go get some food.
Who are you asking?
Come on, baby.
Capitalism,
Me?
racism, yeah, and
Yeah.
Oh
patriarchy.
goodness. Those are more questions for Doc Liam. I'll go off
I
on
know,
my
but you're always like, you're always having these deep insights on patriarchy, and so I'd like to ask you that question. What do you think is the connection between capitalism, racism, and patriarchy?
I mean, they're all related. They all feed off of each other. That's the intersectional piece of it, right? Capitalism when it exists without the patriarchy and without women quite literally creating humanity or creating the labor force or quite literally just deciding what labor is paid and what labor is unpaid. And then, yeah, like how racism plays into that is just it's a woven tapestry of all of these things that continue to feed off of each other and continue to build. We like to think of like we don't like to think of an airplane as a whole bunch of moving parts when we're in the airplane. Like we like to think of it as like one solid one thing that we are sitting in, as we're traveling. But, same with the car. We don't really like to think of the car as all of these moving pieces together. We just want the car to keep us safe, to get us from point A to point B. And I think that in the same way, we often don't see how all of these pieces play in and actually run the machine that is what we're experiencing. So those are a few of my thoughts, but I'm sure Liam has
I
deeper
love
ones.
I love what spiritual tech said, and I also love what Emily said. Emily said that's a very, very, very bell hooks question. And then spiritual tech said capitalism needs racism to function. They need other people to control. I think that's the same with patriarchy. you know, men need women to control. But because when you're looking at and I'm going to tell you something that's something that's very specific to South Africa. That even here, some of the um of the native black tribes, like the Zulu, the Tswana, the Xhosa people, they are racist. They're all black, and they are all, not all, but some of them are racist towards one another. And so it's like racialism isn't always white on black, isn't always colored on black, isn't always black on colored, or Indian, or whatever the case may be. Um, it's weird. It's really weird when racism happens to be black on black, and it happens here. It happens here in South Africa at times. And the funny thing is this whole situation with Palestine and with Israel and the apartheid there, and suddenly when that becomes more when it becomes louder in the media and becomes louder in the news, suddenly this whole thing about racism and isms, rears its ugly head again. And the crazy thing is, here in South Africa, it's not just white on black. It's not just white on black. It's black on black. It's Indian on Indian racism. It's like, what? I never thought that would be a thing, but it's true. It's true.
Oh, it's caught in the chair.
Well, I think we're talking around. I know Cactus wants to say a few things too, and I welcome you, Cactus. But yeah, we're
Yes.
dancing around prejudice and acts of prejudice versus like the system of racism, which I think those two things really need to be delineated. But Cactus, go ahead, and I didn't want to cut you off.
I was just going to say the same thing. I mean, white supremacy.
Cactus said it's not racism. It's yes.
What were you
Yes,
saying?
Cactus, go ahead. Now, I hear what you're saying. You're saying what you're describing isn't racism. And I would agree with that.
I'm just saying it's a form of prejudice, but I think the most useful definition is like the European conception of race, which was projected onto people based on how they thought people looked, and I don't think that applies to native peoples in South Africa.
No, it doesn't to a degree. But when you see how they verbalize and how they act out on these things, then it has those connotations. Do you understand?
I just wouldn't use the word racism to describe it.
I think I would now, just because of the system that we've lived in for centuries. So it has taken on different characteristics. But to make a general point, prejudice is human. Racism was literally invented by capitalists. So the way it works now is a completely different phenomenon. But because it's built up over the last 5 centuries, it's dug in with a lot of other communities because they live in that social structure. So kind of yes and no.
That social structure thing, that thing that I was trying to come back to for Cactus. But Cactus, I hear what you're saying. But anyway, I'm done. Thanks.
No, I think that's a perfect segue, Dharmasul, because we were talking, your question was really about racism, and that's what some of what we've been talking about. But yeah, I think that in the same way with religion, people will often confuse the religion for the institution of the religion or the structure that is formed around it, and the structure of power. And I think that within some of these conversations, in the same way of what we often talk about Judaism and Zionism, I found that more and more I have to take things apart rather than trying to kind of create a more holistic, it's more dissecting things. So I think delineating that difference between like the prejudice or just hateful acts that are committed versus something that is actually racial because it is based within the system of oppression that is racially, was built on that racial bias.
Yeah, when we also do tend to, just in a question of indigeneity, is there is a tendency to kind of translate current indigenous groups into the way things were before Europeans, and it's literally impossible, because all indigenous groups have been infected by a ton of the memes, the mental paradigms of, European colonialism and capitalism. So it has fundamentally transformed them. So none of they're all distinctly different still, but they're not the same way that they were. They're not untouched. So it's also worth keeping in mind when people tend to sort of reify indigenous groups and we should like put them in, give them all the power or something. Well, yeah, but they have a lot of the same problems in problematic ways of thinking because they've been mentally colonized. That's kind of the whole point of high imperialism, was to fuck with people's heads and change the way that they think. And that's worked pretty damn well. So yeah, the oral histories that exist there, it's one of the things that makes them different. But the world that they're passing those stories in today isn't the same as it was before. And no, academia does use oral histories. Absolutely. I mean, I have whole books on methods for using it. It's an important part of historical methods. But again, the stories passed along here today don't reflect the lived reality of indigenous groups anywhere in the world, because they all have been fundamentally transformed by their experience of these European power relations. So it's there's a lot we can draw from it. Just be wary of going in the opposite direction. Saying that the way they are is perfect and we can go back to that and it'll solve all of our problems. No, there's definitely good lessons we can take out of that, but we have to understand that there's also problematic features that have been taken in by these different groups too, and they have to be criticized in the same way that they're criticized in the colonial cultures. It's like we have to keep our eye on the actual problem, which is those ideas, and see wherever they've ended up. Oh, that is good.
What you got there?
Oh, it's my usual like coffee and cacao mix, but it's got a well, how can I put this? It is distinctly Irish now. So you just fill in whatever couple of ingredients that would be. But it also there's
I love it.
There's a caramel hint, because one of the two ingredients that I'm not supposed to name on these things has a caramel flavor. So the caramel mixed with the cacao and the coffee and those other spices that I added in, it's really interesting.
Sounds delicious.
Yep. No, this was a good idea. I like it.
I don't know if this is a good
Is somebody talking about an orange can?
since we're
I think Murad is talking about a Garfield. If we're talking about my orange cat, that's Minerva or Minerva. You can say it however you want. And she's wandering around. She's on the ground over here right now. They'll take turns. Right now, Socrates, the big gray one, is sitting right where the phone stand is. So I got to be careful he doesn't bump it and knock it over into my coffee again. But he's sitting, leaning into the stand. But right now he's on the desk, so she's not. They'll take turns. Anyway, Minerva or Minerva is the one somebody's calling Garfield.
Minerva's main character.
Okay, so yeah, for sure. This is her show, not mine. Okay, so where are we now? What was what all did I miss while I was? It's so nice to see the dog eating now, because she actually can. So she's standing there powering through her food. Because it was so sad to watch her, and it took a while for me to find ones that actually fit well. And these are the largest size booties I could find, and they're difficult to get onto her feet, but once they're on, they stay pretty damn well, and she can stand again, which is great. Because otherwise, she can barely stand, much less walk. So it's nice. But anyway, she's eating I've got my drink back. I don't know where we left off or what came up while I was gone.
So I asked a question earlier, and I think that, while I was being quiet listening in, a lot of the questions that I was having was being answered. But so I asked, excuse me, whilst I was gone, but I could ask it again. Okay, so I was asking, in this day and age, what is it that still perpetuates racism? Is it cultural? Is it traditional? What is it really? Because, like, I'm talking about in our society, for a few many years, racism was pretty. It wasn't gone, but it was suppressed, and it was quiet, more quiet than it is now. Suddenly, this whole situation in the Middle East now, with has racism has now reared its ugly head once again, and I thought to myself, once, um, there are just enough people speaking in your tone or your voice, suddenly you feel brazen enough to raise your voice once again, and it sort of becomes clear what you've been thinking all along, and suddenly now you feel you have a voice, and here you are again, when we thought that this particular thing was gone, but now quite clearly it is not, and
Right.
luckily our government, our society, um, we're not very tolerant of that because of our history, and so we don't let it continue. But right now we are very, very aware, just before elections, it is very much still there. So what Sir had said about the social, what was that word again, Erika? Social what? I keep losing this word. So
Social.
Sir said social. So,
Signals? Were you talking about social
yeah.
signaling?
So yeah, the thing about the social signaling, that when you hear people that you don't quite know, but they're speaking in the same tone as you, suddenly now you trust them more, and so now you're speaking up. I think that whole concept of social signaling that Sir brought up actually just resonated with a question that I had. But for a few many years, like 30 years now that we've been working on this, it wasn't gone, but it was pretty dormant almost. You know what I mean? But now suddenly it's way back up in our society, but we're aware of it, and we're sort of like, no, 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 not again, not again. But now suddenly it's louder than it was before.
Well,
Now,
the ways that the manifestations of this will rise and fall have everything to do with the broader social context. So political issues, socioeconomic issues. There's tons of things that can encourage certain things to come up or to go back down. But the the ideas being there in the background means that the problem always can rear its head. And where I think a lot of people have failed to reckon with why this exists, especially when you're thinking, well, we can solve the problem just with better education. We can educate people and they'll understand and then it will just go away. Well, that helps, but it can't truly get rid of it, because we do have to understand that racism is literally a product of capitalism. It was developed because of capitalist economics, both as a way first of justifying the Atlantic slave system and then as a way of justifying colonialism and imperialism. So those discourses were very important. They were fundamentally important to the economic system. And what we've been doing since then is trying to critique the cultural aspects of it, the social and cultural parts, the traditions that sustain the beliefs and prejudices. But you can't get rid of them until you remove the hierarchical factors, the structural factors that actually created them in the first place, because they were necessary to that system. They're part of it. They're fundamental to it. So the rise of capital and empire and the rise of racism, they're smoothly moving together the whole time. Some kind of like tribalism, kinship biases, things like that have always existed. Prejudices have always existed. Racism has not. Racism has a very specific origin in the early modern period. And we will not get rid of racism until we address the structural hierarchies and capital, because they are ultimately what underlie it. It's not possible to sustain the current unequal resource allocation on this planet without racism. If you don't have people out there saying, well, people in those shithole countries, that kind of dehumanization that's just sort of reflexive for a lot of people, it's not just cultural. It's not just somebody being an uneducated hick or whatever. It's literally a direct consequence of this existing economic system. And we have to tackle that along with the education to change the cultural beliefs, not just one or the other. So I think that's the core problem. So when you see it in places like South Africa or the United States that have made serious efforts to try and clamp down on racist ideals, we're doing it largely through cultural means, education, things like that, changing laws and thinking that will do it. Well, removing the laws is good because the laws were important to creating racism in the first place. But removing the laws alone doesn't remove the cultural issues. That doesn't remove the traditions, the beliefs that people have. But you can't just get rid of those by shaming people or guilting them or educating them or anything else, because at the end of the day, the unequal wealth distributions and the hierarchies of society depend upon preserving elements of that prejudice. So we can't truly get rid of it. So you kind of need to tackle both, I guess. And that's something that neither the US nor South Africa have done, of course.
Yes. I was just thinking because, like, in today's day and age, in today's society, where people are, where there are cross-cultural marriages and, cross geography, cross everywhere, where, people are just sort of, becoming more amalgamated. It's just, why is this still existing? Because people are, there is a change happening, but just as soon as there's an opportunity, here it is again. It's like, oh,
well, yeah, it's capital and power. Those go together. Somebody mentioned the case system of India. It would help because there's now cultural and traditional aspects of it, but why was the case system developed in the first place? You needed it in order to maintain hierarchical relationships that put the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas and whatnot on top of the mass majority of the population that worked the land. And it creates a belief system that justifies the hierarchy. As long as the hierarchy exists, it's very hard to remove the belief system that built up alongside it because they are linked together. So it's hard in similar ways. So it's a very complex issue, and we can talk about rising, and people were like, oh yeah, Trump brought all this racism back, we'd got rid of it. No, we didn't. What we did was things were actually improving for a lot of people, so it was less significant. But if the circumstances change, the racist stuff is always going to roar back to the surface because it's still there. And not only is it still there, it's also all of the structural features that were tied to it at its creation, the power hierarchies and capital, those are still there. So, yeah, we're stuck with it. I mean, racism isn't going to go away until we can fundamentally transform society. It's always going to be possible for it to roar back to the surface and fuck people's lives up, which really sucks. But the fact that it was created at a particular time in a particular way means it's not inevitable either. So it's not as pessimistic as saying, well, we're always going to have racism, which people have tried to do. Racism is just natural. All the race realist bullshit that goes around. All that's a load of shit too. There have always been bigots. There's always been prejudiced people. But racism has a very specific origin.
Thank you. That answers me. Cool. Danny, you can say that. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So,
I was just kind of following along with what you guys were saying, and I have kind of a very pointed perspective on kind of a subsection of this, specifically what I think in the modern day is giving rise to a rebirth in like pockets of prejudice and pockets of racism, that kind of thing. And it's kind of a long-winded answer, so I've been trying to collect my thoughts as I've been listening to you guys. And so, very specifically, I wrote a paper in college. This is my thesis was on the impact specifically of cell phones in humanity. And I did case studies in uh, groups of people in China and in Japan and some of the more modern developed nations where these types of technologies were more ubiquitous. And basically, cell phones specifically have become a new way, smartphones, for people to travel. They no longer have to go to a place and have all the experiences that come along with traveling because they can just Google a picture. They can Google a video that somebody else made. And I think this new form of experience, this like vicarious living that we're doing breeds ignorance because we paint our own narratives on these things. We take articles, we pretend we're doing research, but really we're just reading other people's experiences and kind of formulating our own in kind of like an amorphous space in some level. And I realize the irony of us being in a TikTok live, sharing intellectual thoughts and such, but there are always caveats, of course. But I think by and large, this new technology, instead of spending our money on experiences, we're buying cell phones and we're living our lives through other people. And I think that's where the rise of the influencer comes up, the rise of these like almost like collapses of grand narrative in favor of almost like a false like appeal to authority of sorts, where we rely on these people who have wealth, who have power to tell us what's going on. And I also think that that partially gives rise to people subconsciously wanting authoritarian leaders. They just want someone to tell them how it is.
Yeah, that definitely makes a kind of sense to me. There's, I think, a lot of other parts to it, in terms of the rise of influencers and things like that, just because of the way we are overall divided up in society and the way that this entire social structure works. The In some ways, this technology is helpful because we already were deeply balkanized, and I think people tend to forget just how much that is. We didn't need cell phones to be completely cut off from other people and then dependent upon certain leaders and whatnot. You had exactly the same situation here in the 1950s in the U.S. Putting people into these nice little suburban houses and one family per house, and you only really interact with people at the work site or in an occasional social club or something, and you lose so much of the broader human dimensions. And in terms of experiences too, for most of our certainly for a lot of our human existence, we've always had to build those experiences on a more local level. Travel has certainly not been available until quite recently, so it's more a product of this modern environment, not something that we did in the past. So the fact that I can look at pictures in Malaysia, and I can't afford to go to Malaysia, so I get to experience some of that, is actually kind of cool, because I would otherwise have no idea what it looks like there. And now I do, so that's kind of cool. But we still lose some of the basic human social interactions that we would get, when we didn't have so many other distractions. I'd kind of take it beyond just cell phones and look at the way that things have built up over the last, couple of centuries with the rise of major cities and industrial capitalism and carving people up into neat little boxes instead of living communally. And you have a much more restricted circle in whom you can interact with. You're dependent upon interacting with people at work for the most part. It really limits a lot of our potential for experience. And because that puts so many psychological pressures on us, because it's not the way we evolved to live, people look for escapism. And the same thing that drives somebody to smoke weed, play video games, is also going to draw some people to look at travel photos, because it's a way of escaping the dreariness of the reality that you're forced into to sort of survive.
Can I share a perspective?
Yeah.
First, I want to say hello, everybody. Sorry for my voice again. I don't know what's going on. Well, no, I do. I have a thyroid nodule pressing on my box, so I'm having issues with my voice coming in and out, in and out. But I wanted to share about that. That's interesting, Danny, because I did a similar paper um, back when the cell phone started becoming like relevant and all of the people when social media starting out and everything. Um, my perspective was that this would be a good opportunity to allow people to see outside of the box that they've already been in. Because as someone that came from another land and I came here and I would talk to people about the other side of the world, quite literally, and they would be so they're so boxed in that they can't see that. They saw everybody with the same lens that they saw example for like on TV. So TV for a long time, as you know, like Real Bad Arabs, it painted people on that side like we live in deserts and we ride on camels. And I mean, come on. I was asked that so many times when I came here. So with the coming of age of the social media and the phones and all of that, I did find that it separated people in like people were picking up phones very more often than meeting at coffee houses, but I also found that because there's stories from people that did go and experience places, they were able to do research or pull together ideas and hear what other people got to experience. That also created a curiosity in many people to want to go find out for themselves. So let's say you got 3, 4 stories that said that this place was amazing. It was this, it was that, it was beautiful. But all your life you've been seeing it as being a desert with people riding on camels. It made you curious to see for yourself, was it desert all along and these people are lying, or is it really like this? And it makes you want to know more. It makes you want to call people that are from that region and talk to people and reach out to people. And I felt that as a person from the other side of the world was very validating for me, because I was going through this whole era of trying to tell people, dude, we do not ride on camels. Please stop with asking me if I'm from the sand area. They were calling me sand, Nigga. And I didn't even know that that was derogatory at the time. I didn't realize that they were trying to reference me as being from a desert. And I was like, but we have a lot of trees over there. I don't know what they're talking about. I was so confused being Palestinian Jordanian. Like we have olive trees everywhere. And
Right.
we have areas that are deserts, but so does America. But I
Right. Yeah.
think these people that live in boxes haven't even been out of their state. Some of them not even out of their city. And so for me, the perspective was that it validated the experiences of people that lived across the world. It validated them as and humanized them outside of what you saw in that little box that you call TV. At the same time, I do understand the separation. I understand that some people became content with those stories, but I felt that it gave just enough fascination that it pushed people to want to know more. And we started
Right.
seeing more people liberal and more people wanting to learn.
Yeah, for sure. This is a point I try to make in a lot of places where you're taking like a long view on technology, because it's tempting sometimes to look at significant technological changes, these major disruptions, and then to connect to them, all kinds of interesting social ills. But the technology itself isn't good or bad. These things can be used in different ways. So people can use their mobile phones in ways that deepen the boxes they were already in, that take the little suburban box they were in and then create a tight circle where you're only like getting the confirmation bias from your little Facebook groups or whatever, and then
Echo
it
chamber.
can make it much, much worse. But it can immediately take people out of that, and you're suddenly experiencing, oh, cool, I'm looking at a volcanic eruption in Iceland, and I'm watching these live reports from the Gaza Strip, and I'm looking at this situation. Oh gosh, what is this new story here happening in Russia? And you're getting more curious about the world. So that ultimately depends upon us and what we
Yes.
choose to do with it. So it could be good or bad, but it's the social structures that box people in, I think. And we were already very much in that direction long before these things showed up. The desert part, I think, I grew up around people saying sand N-word too, and just like that shit's it was so much more common. I'm glad it's getting less common, but holy crap, it sucks it's still around. And it's funny because if you look at the proportion of desert in the Levant, it's just like the proportion in Mexico and the United States. Like there's big chunks of this country that are flat open, empty.
How do you
And
explain that?
but yeah, like large parts of the Levant look just like the rest of the U.S. Like nice and green and beautiful and forests and rainfall and there's like waterfalls and shit. Like, it's not all sand, for fuck's sake.
I feel so validated here. I love you so much. But yeah, some areas over there, like if you go down to the south and by Petra, I named my daughter Petra, by the way, after Petra because I love it. It's that area. It looks like, and many people have told me, it looks like the areas in Arizona by the mountains and stuff. And then you go down south of that, and there you go right there to the beach. Then you go all the way north, and it's nothing but greenery everywhere. Then you go to other areas, and it has so many different climate zones. I guess that's how I can explain it because I don't know any other way to explain it. So many different climate zones in just a small region, and I'm only speaking of just Jordan and Palestine. So imagine the rest of the Middle East. The climate zones there are varying, and within one region, it's like almost the lines go right through us. But at least that was my experience. That was what I saw personally. So I I was kind of drawn back, and I thought it was strange, and I used to joke with them because I thought that they were joking. I would say, "Yeah, I rode a camel. I did. I rode camels, but I rode it while I was touring the Petra.
Right.
I was touring.
Exactly. Yeah.
At the same time, we
The
were
same
riding.
reason that I would have. Yeah.
Exactly, you'd want to. Trust me, it's a long walk down. At the
Yeah.
same time, we would be riding Mercedes, like what you guys would call Mercedes Benz and all that stuff. Those would be what we are cheaper types of taxis, where it takes you from one spot to another, almost like a bus, but a little bit more secluded because you don't have to ride in a full bus. So, and those were Mercedes. So I would tell people like, yeah, our Mercedes would take us around like taxi cabs. They're like, hold on, what? And then they started
Yeah.
asking question about the whole the
I
greedy
think that's
shit.
hilarious that in the U.S. The Mercedes became just a luxury brand, but it's a common taxi all across Europe too. It's just a normal cheap car, But
Yes.
Americans just don't get that.
Yeah, and so it became this whole idea of
They
like,
make Mercedes pickup trucks.
right, thank you, because it's cheaper over there. Like it would be more expensive for them to get a Ford. It'd be more expensive to get like American
Right.
made vehicles. And I tried to explain that. It's just so weird because then the next thing I started getting bombarded with was this whole idea, oh, you're exotic. You belly dance? That's so exotic. And I'm like, that was always reference to animals. So I was I didn't know how to take it. I didn't think I was exotic. And then I would hear the whole greedy sheikh idea. Oh, those sheikhs over there, you got all these greedy sheikhs. Does your dad work in the oil? Does your dad own oil? So these ideas they were really boxed into it. And it did bring them out of it. But I do agree with the doctor and with Danny that it is about the social interaction that you do have and whether you are comfortable with going outside of that box. Some people will see those stories and go right back into their box and go deeper because they reject an idea that is outside of what they've already believed. Others see those stories and think, wow, I need to go find out more. So it does have to do a lot with personal interaction, the way people are raised, and how comfortable people are with change because you will find out that you know nothing in the grand scheme of everything. You know nothing.
For sure.
Te-
Yeah. Yep. Very much on a human level and like individual levels rather than, it just does the one thing naturally, It's the same
You
with
have
like
the, you have the
newspapers,
warmest
cars.
hugs.
People did the same thing about they thought that cars would destroy everything. That phones would destroy everything. Oh, we have telephones now, and you can call somebody, and you can be like laying in bed and listen to your paramour's voice in bed, and it'll just destroy society. And like, what the fuck? Now, now we can FaceTime with people. Like, but at each step, people are always terrified of this new thing and what it's going to do.
Yeah. I said you had the warmest hugs. Every time you hug those cats, they're just like, they just drop. Erica, how?
I don't know if there's been, more of like a shift into folks having like an echo chamber sort of effect, but I guess that was kind of one of my main focuses on like the effect of the technological shift that we went through. Like we got access to all this information, like all of a sudden. And like kind of as you guys said, it really depends on the user. Technology I see is more like an enabler. Like you are who you are. It's not going to change that much about you per se, but it will enable your innate tendencies. And I think it's up to the individual to want to grow out of that. And I don't really know for me, I guess that would come from like mystery and like and dreaming and desiring things. And what I see many more often than not is that, and maybe this isn't, specifically cell phones, but it seems to correlate with the increase in technology that anymore, it seems like people, it's like they don't remember as much. They just know how to access the information. And I think that like drop that like shift in their skill set to adapt to the modern world has kind of changed the way that we present information to each other, the way that we communicate to each other, because it's like we're just going to look it up. We're not going to, like Liam, you have this amazing ability to just like regurgitate all these facts. And honestly, that's one of the reasons I come and watch you all the time. But I don't know. I'm just kind of musing, I guess, because I studied a lot about this and I focus on this kind of stuff. But it seems odd. It seems like a new problem. It seems like people, some have a desire to use the internet and be like, what can I find out today? And then other folks, it's just like an echo chamber. They find what they want to find. It may not even be true. It may not even be real, but they're like, whatever, this is what I want. It's done.
Thanks to the algorithm too. These
Right.
algorithms that they got out there, I would really like to know how each of them is designed. Are some of them designed? Because we can easily make an algorithm that puts out people outside of their box. We can easily force people to see things that they're not used to seeing. We can. But it seems that the algorithm kind of gravitates towards like, I don't know, if you're hot, everything that you get will be hot content. If you're cold, you get all, I wasn't meaning like hot, but we could be hot too, but you'll get hot content. If you're cold, you get cold content. You know what I mean? But I'd like to see that if the person's hot or cold, that they get the opposite content so that they can be able to be forced into seeing the different side. You think we have something like that?
You guys all tune in for the hot content, right?
We absolutely do.
The hot content.
Yeah.
You hear that?
Hot content. I was so hot today. I mean, it was a hot mess, but
Okay, so in terms of it being a new problem, here's a fun way of looking at this, right? Because we do lose certain skills over time based upon changing social circumstances. For hunter-gatherers, you had to know a tremendous amount about your environment in order to survive. Once you settle and start farming, you learn completely different things, and suddenly we have no idea how things worked. So hunter-gatherers actually know a lot more about the natural world than settled peoples do, because it's a part of their lived environment. But think about in terms of brain structures too. You know that we don't use our nose the same way most mammals do, right? In fact, we're often like handicapping ourselves by putting on deodorant and perfumes and all kinds of stuff so that we don't smell each other. But there's a ton of useful information that we can take about other people that our brains used to know how to process very well. Some of it still comes up. People talk about the right chemistry in a relationship. Some people smell better than others to us. Some people taste better than others to us. Because those signals are there. They're telling us something useful. But we can't interpret them the same way dogs or cats can. And we can't because of dogs. It's literally dogs' fault. When we created dogs, we had an animal that could live near us, that could smell things for us and sniff things out for us and tell us about certain dangers. So we gave up that ability. We stopped thinking about that. The physical structures are there. We could do it, but we've completely broken them. In a sense, it's very difficult for humans to learn to do that because it has to be natural. It's very instinctual, and we've lost all the instinct for it. So we don't use our nose very well. Our noses are pretty shitty these days. They're mostly for like sniffing coffee. They're not really useful for telling you about a stranger that you met. But dogs can absolutely tell if somebody is more threatening than not. And because we had dogs, we lost that ability. So yeah, people are going to lose certain abilities because we all have supercomputers in our pockets.
So that's why you're a cat person.
Like a lot of people have really good direction sense. I have great dead reckoning. You can spin me around, I can point to north. A lot of people are going to lose more and more of that. I know people that they can't keep track of shit. That's always a human variation. My mother, again, grew up, in the 50s, and she once got lost in the neighborhood she grew up in because a neighbor painted a house. So she lost a landmark. So people with bad direction sense and good direction sense have always existed. But we will become more reliant upon the GPS, and fewer people will try to cultivate the skill. So somebody who might have a natural talent to be a really good pathfinder. So somebody like me who's naturally very good with maps might never, if I grew up with this technology now, I might not have developed the skills that I have for reading maps and remembering the layouts and tracking things. You lose a reason to develop certain capacities. So that's definitely going to happen for sure. It doesn't mean we're completely changed. It means we stop cultivating certain skills.
So who do I blame
I
for the deodorant? Because if there was no deodorant, I probably would have never talked to any of my exes. I would have sniffed them and right away known that no chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to some degree, that's social. I mean, we could push back against that, but we would still have to relax back into the right, like being able to interpret the signals correctly. And that's harder, but it would come back if we removed a lot of the things that we do to change the smells around us. It'd be useful, but there's also a lot of reasons we probably don't want to, because we live in a world with so many freaking toxins around us, all kinds of terrible
Right.
shit. It's we're screwed either way there. There's going to be so many background smells that should not be there, that there's no way we're going to be able to just like sniff the air and know some bad shit's coming the way a lot of animals can, because we're kind of overloaded in our senses now. So I mean, but yeah, we could get rid of some of this stuff. It'd be a tough adjustment for sure. But
I
we could.
have a funny comment on this that I think you'll appreciate, Sav. I had an ex blame our breakup on birth control, where he's like, "Yeah, you went." I don't remember if I either went on it or off of it. One of them. He was like, "Yeah, you went on it, and then all of a sudden you didn't like me. You didn't like the way I smelled. You didn't like me." And then years later, I was reading this study that was actually talking about how, which it makes sense, birth control affects the hormones, and who we are attracted to is very highly based on hormones. So
Mhm.
quite literally, women who are on hormone-based birth control, there are certain partners that smell different. And it was, I think I went off of it. I must have gone off of it. And then I was just like, "You stink." Like, and he blamed it on that. He's like, "Yeah, you went off birth control and then you didn't like the way I smelled anymore. That's why we broke up."
I never
Yeah,
knew
yeah,
that.
that's
That's
great.
really interesting. Like that's bizarre, like someone said, and interesting at the same time, because growing up a woman, her hormones change very often. I mean, I'm not sure if men's hormones change as often as women do, but women's hormones change on a regular basis. I mean, we literally have an excuse to hate you for 1 week a month. And then beyond that, um, as you go into menopause, or you go into other stages of your life or the early stages, women start looking at their partner differently. And then that really does take back to like trying to reestablish their relationship.
Right.
Women really struggle. There's a lot of struggles in trying to find a way to be attracted to your mate again. Someone you could have been with forever and you thought of them like they were a god to you. And then all of a sudden it's like, I just don't want to be him. I don't even look at him. It just irritates me if he breathes. And this makes a lot of sense that the hormone changes would
Mhm.
also cause their attraction to that person to change. And I wonder if men hormones change in the same way, and it causes a similar kind of effect, because we do see at a certain age men become more attracted to younger women, or more younger women, and they push away from the partner that they've been with. That they could be the most loyal person. I'm not saying everybody, absolutely not, but there are men that could be absolutely faithful, and they hit this certain age where maybe it's a hormone shift that makes them feel that they need to look at a different age, or they become not less attracted to the person that
Don't
they've
give
been
them
with.
the hormone
For
out,
for
Sav.
some
I'm
people,
wondering if they have. I'm wondering if
for
they have those changes like women do. I don't think they have the same
there
kind of struggles with
there
the
are biological
variations.
factors here. They're not exactly the same.
Yeah, I
There
didn't
are
think it was the
shifts
same on the same
because
level.
as
But I got you,
men
Aaron. No
age,
excuse.
production of testosterone drops, and for many people, they react very badly to that because it does affect the way that we think. It changes your basic perceptions. The when highs and lows in testosterone production have a huge impact. there's actually some great stories of like, trans men describing this stuff when they get the injections and suddenly they find themselves like, staring at women the way that they always hated that women were being stared at, like, because it kind of fucks with the way that you think, right? So varying levels of testosterone does have an impact on us. And for some people, when you get into like midlife and the testosterone level is dropping, they overcompensate by trying to, pursue youth and beauty. But the attraction to youth and beauty is honestly, it's part of the lizard brain. It's a cue to fertility. It has nothing to do with our relationships or anything else. But there's something in that lizard brain telling us this person should be more attractive because that person can clearly produce children, and older women cannot. But it
And
doesn't.
seeing
The
women as
trick here in
human.
both cases, for both men and women, the trick to solve this problem is that while you're building that relationship up, you have to develop real emotional intimacy, really get to care about each other, know about each other, so that you're not dependent upon the chemicals. Because if you're dependent upon those chemical highs, and it doesn't matter, testosterone, estrogen, oxytocin, whatever, it doesn't matter what chemical you're depending on, all that shit will change. But if you develop real emotional intimacy, the person's going to be, adorable to you forever, and that it just won't change. But we only have a narrow window in building relationships. While you're that whole in love high people get, where you're kind of overwhelmed and obsessed and you want that person, that'll last 6 to 18 months. If in that time you start investing in really learning who that person is, at a very deep level and building that intimacy, you're on the road to building a relationship that'll last you 50 years. But if you don't put that work in at all, it's very difficult to make it up later. And people, when they try to do that, when they've depended upon those chemical cues, and then suddenly you got to start over from scratch, that's hard. So it's just a good sign. When you're building a relationship, put the effort in. Don't just ride that chemical high. Don't just, oh, I love her, she's awesome, I'm gonna love her forever. But if you don't do the work, you're not going to. You're just not. Which is sad, but
It does take a lot of work. Relationships are overrated.
well, they
It,
take.
no, I
The
mean, it's
thing is,
not
they take a lot of
overrated. It's a
work.
beautiful thing,
If
but it
the
is a
work
lot
goes
of work.
in, it can be beautiful. But they're all work. No matter how, if it seems too easy, you're probably doing something wrong.
Right.
It all takes some investment to really get to know somebody, so that bond is going to last. So anyway,
It's
oh,
about finding out if it's about seeing if that person is worth you wanting to work with
well,
them
there's that too. Yeah.
more than for that long. Yeah.
So you might be overwhelmed by the chemical high because your body is telling me, fuck this person because they're compatible with my genes and my immune systems, and that'd be great. But that doesn't mean they're good relationship material. So
Exactly.
take that attraction, set it aside for a second, and focus on what they really are, who they really are as a person. During that time while you're attracted, also learn those other things. And then when that high wears off, you'll know, do I really want to stick with this or not?
Right.
But a lot of people never do that at all, and they end up chasing that that in love feeling, from relationship to relationship in this serial monogamy, because they think once it wears off, it means they didn't really love that person. No, it just means you didn't put the work in. Maybe it doesn't mean they weren't great for you. You just you don't know because you just counted on chemicals to do it for you.
Interesting. Don't wear deodorant on the first date. Don't let them wear deodorant.
Yeah, exactly. And if somebody's really off put by that, maybe I never thought about that, but maybe because so with one of my exes, and we're still great friends, because we put a lot of the effort in to build that relationship. So she's still a bestie, but for various physical reasons, technical reasons, there was no way to make a relationship work, right? But in terms of the chemistry, years and years into it, either of us could be working out in the yard, in the sun, sweating, covered in dirt and sweat everywhere, and the other person would just smell fucking delicious, but I meet other people that, even with deodorant on, I can still smell something off about them, and I want to get back,
Get away. Yeah.
If you're on a physiological level very compatible with somebody, then they're always going to taste good. They're always going to smell good. But don't mistake that too for being the be all end all, because at the end of the day, that's really just talking about reproductive fitness. Whether or not your kids have whether or not you have different enough immune systems that your children will be super healthy. You may have perfectly compatible personalities, and you can still work through things. So somebody doesn't have to be like perfect in the way that they smell if you put the work in still. They're still different things. But I think they are important, and I think we downplay that. But my main point earlier in bringing it up was just in terms of the way that we lose certain skills. So our ability to interpret smell and taste is not as good as it was 20,000 years ago before we domesticated dogs.
That's really scary that we're going to reach a point where in the most developed areas in the world, we will be losing a lot of our initial abilities, and where other places we call the third world, where they are less developed, they would still have very strong sense of those abilities. There's still areas of villages that still very much live like that.
Yeah, but we gain different ones too, because there are certain skills that come about from a particular dependence upon technology. Just like there are different skills to being a farmer versus being a pastoralist. It's they're differences rather than necessarily a simple better or worse. It's important for us, I think, to understand that there are differences and they do push changes. But it's much harder to make a blanket value judgment about what is good versus bad, because we actually gain a lot of skills. Okay, think about the cell phone example too, right? Humans actually struggle with certain types of abstractions because while our brains got really big, not quite big enough for us really usually to feel an emotional connection to people living on the other side of the planet, because they're not part of your lived environment. They're not part of your tribe. It's a statistic in a news story, but we have the ability to do so. But it's hard to draw out of people. If you can show them pictures, look at the way people respond to a lot of the videos coming out of Palestine today, right? They can see it. They're like, holy crap, these people were just walking and a rocket came and took them out. That's fucked up. And they have an emotional reaction that connects them to a story in a way that if you just told them that story or they read it in a newspaper, it wouldn't work. So there are certain benefits that can come from this as well. So it's one of those, like, it gives with one hand and takes with the other. It's just going to be a difference. It's not necessarily better or worse.
That's also interesting. It's almost like we always replace a skill that we lose with another skill that we can use.
Yeah, and honestly, the reason we've survived so long and so many other hominids went extinct, we're very adaptable. There's a particular shift in the development of our neurology that made us much more adaptable than other species are, which is why we can live in every environment on this planet, why we can create completely different social structures. There are limits to it, but we're much more adaptable than other species are. And yeah, there's going to be shifts and changes, but it's always going to create something new. Something good can come out of it as well as something bad.
I love it. I love that. I love that analogy. Someone said that's like pruning a tree so we can grow better.
Oh yeah, that's neat. I guess for me the danger with something like that is it gives maybe a little bit too much of a it needs to grow in a particular direction. There could be a kind of teleological sense to that, but not necessarily. But the sense, yeah, if you're consciously choosing to change something, if you're pruning, then yeah, you're shaping it, you're refining it, you're leaving certain parts out that you don't need and adding other ones. So yeah, no, actually that does work pretty well. I didn't think about that for a minute. No, that is neat. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, it also gives this whole in education they'll talk about being laser focused. So they're trying to look at the way somebody sees or the way a child is reading or where they might be deficient in something. And so then they say we're being laser focused in this. And I often challenge that thought by saying, when you're using a laser, I ask them, what does a laser do? And it's that same concept of pruning, right? Like you're going to cut off the things that aren't healthy or maybe aren't growing correctly or whatever. So the laser in that concept of, so we want you to be a good reader. We want you to be living by these national standards, blah, blah, blah. So we're using this laser focused thought process to change your environment, to change who you are and make you become something else. And so I often challenge those thoughts because as Lakota people, we fight for our identity every day and our thought processes every day in school systems where they're always wanting to change them. And so when we do that, it's kind of like what you're saying. You're making it grow by pruning. You're going to make it grow into a certain way, versus if it's not pruned, it's just going to have all its dead branches and whatever with it attached, and it's just going to keep on growing, and maybe the branches will fall off or they won't fall off, or whatever. So
Yeah, and to connect this to some of the earlier anthropological points, we have to remember we are a social species. We're meant to work in concert with others. So out of our social reactions and interactions, that's where the pruning comes in. And this is something that we've always done. So other people kind of they criticize things and they shape certain ideas, and we develop things sort of collectively that do refine us and point us in particular directions. People don't do that all by themselves.
I'd be interested to know how neurologically that works. You know, the neurons in our brain. I've had a couple of TBIs. Autistic Annie is autistic. Obviously, my daughter's autistic. I would be very interested to understand when one of the neurons or the endings die, how that is, whether it's absorbed back into the rest of what's going on up there in the brain. Does it just stay there and just die as it's staying there? Because what I understand is that at some point the brain can, if you train it, can train another area of your brain to do what that area now has lost. But I
Right.
wonder if it absorbs the dead neuron or if it just leaves it there dead, whether it's a pruning thing happening in the brain or if
That
it's
part.
not. Like that's
So in
interesting.
terms of like neuron synapses, as things change, yeah,
Right.
there's a that works. It's complex because of the way the brain is structured, but it's actually similar to the same process in the rest of your body. You're always breaking apart old crap and getting rid of it. So we are literally
Yeah.
shitting out some old brain cells, and the body is creating new neural connections and building new ones. So it does recycle things. So
Oh
some
my
things
God.
go, our body takes the dead stuff off, and then it passes it into the whole the digestive system to be excreted, to literally to get rid of it while you're building new ones. You wouldn't be able to continually form new neural connections and learn new things if you weren't constantly shedding brain cells.
You make the funniest analogies because now I'm going to be looking down after I'm done and be like, well, there goes part of my brain.
Right, exactly. There
Bye.
goes my memory of this, that, or the other thing. Yeah.
I'm
So
really going to
tell
be doing
yourself
that.
you're shitting out your memories of your ex.
Yes.
There he goes.
Yes. My exes don't live in Texas, by the way. They live in the commode. Just to
There
let
you
you
go.
guys know. They're gone.
I mean, you guys ever wondered, why do we not recall everything? We can't. We form specific connections that'll stay for a while, but even a really good memory that you formed and you can hold for a long time, sometimes we lose them. Sometimes it's a matter of them becoming inaccessible because of other connections that get in the way, which is why sometimes in later life, some things get easier to remember than others, and you suddenly remember things from earlier life that you'd forgotten. But
Yeah.
others, they always do disappear. Most of the detail that we experience and most of the things that we do learn, we do lose. Your brain can't hold it all, so it's constantly recycling things. It's tossing some ideas and keeping others.
And strangely storing ideas that you didn't think you were going to use, like language. Because language was spoken around me, like Arabic was spoken around me since I was a kid, but I never used it. I couldn't speak it. I didn't understand it when people spoke it to me. I just didn't. And then when I went back to Jordan, I was able to adapt and learn the language so quickly. Within 6 to 9 months, I was reading, and it didn't happen. I don't think it happened by just sheer will of wanting to learn Arabic. But I believe that because it was spoken to me since I was a baby, that somewhere in the back of my brain it was there and stored, and it made it easier for me to adapt to those letters and words that people have a hard time saying. Because I grew up until I was 9 in America. I should be having a hard time saying kha, ha, ain, ren, and I say them quite quite good, but I think I adapted to that because of the language being part of my auditory system. I've heard them
That's
over and over.
it's actually a structural issue. And there's actually been some really good papers just in the last few years on this, where children who grow up in a bilingual or multilingual environment, it creates physical changes in the brain structure. Even if
Wow.
they're not going to immediately retain those languages or use them, it's been set up to have an easier time building those things up because it's trying to manage all those signals all at once. Because we learn language very naturally just from what's around us. You don't teach small children grammar, but from being laying there in the crib, they're starting to hear language. They're learning it, and it's shaping the way that their brain works. If they're hearing multiple languages in the process, the brain is creating discrete categories. It's shuffling them around. It's having to think about it, and all of that work creates physical changes in the brain. It is super useful to raise kids bilingual.
You think if I just speak to my kids Arabic, even if they're not physically speaking it back, that's still helpful?
Yes, because they're going to hear English around them and they're going to hear Arabic. So yes, if they hear both languages regularly in their environment, oh, I got a hat. If they hear them regularly in the environment, it has a physical impact on brain development. So
I
you're
want them to give you
you're
another hat.
exactly
Somebody
right
give
in
him
terms
another
of what
hat
you heard as a
mustache.
kid. It did make it easier because you'd already built some of those structures up already. You just had no access to them because you didn't consciously embrace the language.
That's
But you
interesting.
heard it as a small. You were in a multilingual environment from very young.
Can you say ha, cha, ain, and ghan? There you go, another hat.
Yeah, ha, yeah,
Ha.
ha, yeah.
Can you
I mean,
say ghan?
Hamas, Gaza.
Can you say ghan?
They're not great. I mean, but I can approximate them. But I didn't grow up with those sounds. I had to
But you grew up
try.
multilingual?
But I can approximate some of them. No, I grew up in an entirely monolingual environment, which made it difficult for me. But I process language in difficult ways. So my spoken ability is difficult in any language. I mean, I read German fluently, but I will struggle to form sentences in a conversation because of the way I process language here. The way it comes in. So, but that's an autistic feature, not a language one. But yeah, no, I did grow up around other languages, just not immediately. So, I mean, because in Southern California, I had tons of people around me speaking Spanish all the time. So it probably helped a little bit. I mean, I'm sure I have an easier time with languages than somebody who probably grew up like, I don't know, in northern New York or something where you're not going to run into others,
Right, exactly. Or
Yeah.
down here.
Most of my childhood friends were in Spanish-speaking families. So I think that probably did have some effect.
In Louisiana, they stay very much, I'm not talking about all Louisiana. Anything under Lafayette is really the real Louisiana. I'm in the north. They stay pretty much isolated in different groups, like very segregated. So you don't see any mixture between the different communities and different people that speak different languages as much as you do like in the big cities where the environments have them
Right.
mixed together. And I
Exactly.
prefer that. I really do like that
Yeah.
kind of living. I need to
Rural
go.
areas really restrict the languages you're going to take in for sure.
Right.
But there is an advantage in terms of development. If you want, I can probably find some of the articles. But I read a few over the last couple of years from more recent research on this about the physical changes that it makes. But I mean, I don't know if you're interested in the technical parts, but it really does. It does alter the way the brain itself builds as children are growing, and because I mean, the brain has the ability to adapt, to shift, to form new neural connections throughout life, but it can't change the fundamental structures beyond a particular point. It can only create new connections, new pathways. But actually affecting the structures, that's very young. That's very early life. So if you're talking to your kids in Arabic, it will actually have an impact for sure.
So my someone said they need to learn how to speak it. My little boy, he's 4 years old. He does. He actually mimics my Arabic when he makes fun of me, by the way. Um, he just sits there and makes fun of me. He hears me talking in Arabic. He comes walking behind me and starts making fun of my Arabic. And then he would come into the room, and I realized that he would say those things, and his enunciation's pretty good. My oldest, I have my older son. When he was a child, around 3 years old, they said he had speech impediment. This was before, and they said it was my fault because I was speaking Arabic and I needed to stop speaking it. So I did. I listened to them. At the time, I didn't know any better. And I was being told by the school and the speech therapist that I was hindering my son from being able to speak even English. So I stopped speaking it at all. And by fifth grade, he was fine. You can't even tell. But I do have an autistic 7-year-old daughter. She just turned 7. And I'm trying to find a way to navigate teaching her another language while still trying to teach her English, because it gives me those flashbacks with like my oldest son with the speech impediment and being told you're going to ruin his language and ability and being able to learn. How do you process that? I know I heard you say you're autistic, and I know my friend down there, she's autistic too. I know a few people that are. How would I process that for an autistic child? I just teach her the same way I teach the 4-year-old?
Yeah, it depends very much on the type, because there's, like, if you know an autistic person, you know one autistic person. There's a huge variation in those structural differences. And I know from a lot of people's descriptions of this and going into physicians on this, that my type of autism is uncommon. So I don't think that the strategies I learned on my own would help most people. And I had to make up a lot of this shit on my own because they didn't know this crap 50 years ago. So I can't help there. But I can give you one neat point about languages and the difficulty. One thing people will run into with children growing up in a multilingual environment is they will speak gibberish for a lot longer. I had an ex-brother-in-law who he spoke Japanese, and he married a Korean woman who also spoke Japanese. So they fell in love in their second language. But in the household, their kids grew up hearing English, Korean, and Japanese all together. And meeting these kids, being around them for their early years, I understood almost nothing they said. It sounded like they had, speech impediments. It was gibberish because they were using some of the phonology of the different languages and squishing them together and mixing and matching words in a way that made sense in their head, but they hadn't matured to a point where they could differentiate between the languages, and the sounds were bleeding into each other. So it sounds like, you're not learning the language, but actually you give it a little bit more time, and those kids are like fluent in 3 languages.
So it probably was never a speech impediment.
No, it probably wasn't. It was
the
probably
development of
just
different.
it was probably just squishing the phonemes together from the different languages and mixing up words. And over time, the kid would have straightened it out and then been completely fluent naturally. Where if people learn the language a little later, they're always going to have something of an accent. It's very difficult to get rid of. But if you learn it naturally very young, it takes a while for you to learn to speak right, but you'll speak like a native in each language.
Wow.
So you just have to be more patient with it, I guess. And especially because we have a one-size-fits-all school system, a lot of people are very like, no, this is wrong. You can't do it this way. And the kid's going to go to school and no one's going to understand them. Well, fuck it. Deal with it.
I was just gonna say that.
It'll be better for them.
School here. I am battling the crap out of them. I hate this school system in Louisiana. I hate it. All the private schools and all the other schools here don't take autistic children. So I only can put her in the public school system. And I absolutely abhor them. I hate them. I hate the way that they teach. When I say them, I mean the system. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous. Our head of the SPED, not that it matters, but the head of the SPED department for the parish doesn't even have an education or special education department. Why even be in that? Like, what is your motive? What are you trying to do? I have a very hard time over here. I'm ready to get her out of here for the sake of being able to help my daughter get to a better level, develop better.
No, I feel bad for you there. And Louisiana does have one of the worst education systems in the country.
Thank you.
There's not much you can do about that. It's an accident of geography. What can you do?
It's so bad. Why though? Why? Maybe because they still have parishes. I don't know. It's just
some of it's the attitudes of people. Some of it's putting a lot of conservative assholes in charge, and some of it's just money. Louisiana also it takes in more money from the federal government than it pays in taxes. It is a very poor state overall. and they make things worse by actually not taxing the better off people, so there's less money available for school systems. So yeah, there's you don't have money for special ed stuff because they won't tax the rich, and there's just not enough wealth in the state as a whole.
I was just going to say that. Do you know how much old money is in this state? It is insane how many people are in the multi-millions brackets and above,
Right.
like very heavy pockets. But
But
they
they
know how to
control
hide their money and they don't get taxed.
Baton Rouge. You know, I mean,
There you go.
what you need to do is you need to get black, white, Arab people, whatever, get a big working class coalition, march on Baton Rouge, and change that shit.
Or just get the F out of here. I hate this place. But no, you're right. I am a fighter first. So I think that I'm going to be fighting at the school system level because um, what they call fair punishment for children, you can't punish an autistic child with detention the way that you would do with a normal neurotypical child. You can't do that. My child doesn't even understand it as punishment. It was horrifying, and I cried the entire day. I was like on my live crying, and for 2 whole weeks I cried about what's going on, and it's not fair. I found out that they
Right.
don't have a separate system for consequences for children with special needs. But this makes no sense to me at all because without
Right.
equity, you have no equality. So how do you justify it's not fair, is what I'm saying. It's not fair
No,
to the special
it
needs
really
children at
isn't.
all.
Yeah, I have an ex who lives in northern New York, in a very rural area, but because New York State has a lot of people further south that vote in particular ways, the state actually has a lot of money to support kids with special needs. So her autistic daughter, the family takes in a whole bunch of extra money that makes it easier for them to have like outside schooling, training, and all kinds of alternative stuff that makes it
Yeah.
easier for her. So it's all a matter of like spending priorities, you know. If you taxed those rich assholes in the French Quarter, and all these old money houses, and yeah, like then you could actually afford crap like that.
Yeah. No, it's not going to happen here unless there's a big revolution that happens in this red state. I mean, we had a Democrat governor and we still had all of the red a-hole laws because he was really a Republican that just wanted
Yeah,
to run as
your
a
your
Democrat.
Democrats are so far into blue dog that they're
Are they not?
they're yeah.
Yeah, even our progressives are like a little bit conservative, to like the point where I'm looking at them like, what's going on? Am I even progressive anymore? So yeah, I agree with you. Sorry that I took that to a whole nother level of discussion, but we were talking about the adaptation of the way that people adapt and change over time, and I just was thinking about the autism and what my daughter's going through.
I've had a weird like impression I can't quite shake just because when you first hopped up into the little panel here and it says Savix on there with the X in the end, and my brain immediately connected it to the Star Trek character Savick, and I haven't been able to get rid of it. So I keep imagining you with pointed ears. So just so you know.
I like it. I like that. This is, by the way, I'm P Duds, I'm Savage, Miss Savage X, and I'm Savvy X. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go and create another one that's a Savic. So that's
Yeah, exactly. Having that X on there, it's close enough to it that I just went straight into Savick.
I like it. Well, my ears aren't pointy, but you know, I'm
They
gonna
are
go
now.
pointy. I do like pointy ears.
They
I
are
always was
now. We
fascinated with
all
that.
heard it. We all know your ears are pointed.
My ears are pointy, guys. Everybody,
You
just
can't
let
hide
you
it
know.
I
now.
love it. I love it. I just want to say one comment on that. Just like mama to mama is never stop advocating for your kid because the school system is not going to.
No, they won't.
So like I have had to be the the nail that is the highest is the one that's going to get whacked. And never ever stop going to bat for your kid for the school system because you're right. I mean, the school system isn't set up for them. So all of our support. If you need a lending ear, I'm over here too. So, um, Dama, do you want to do like a tag off of Maud? I want to welcome, I know Maggie, I think you had something to say. I want to welcome Spiritual Tech to the panel. Welcome back, Cactus.
Well, Erica, I'm gonna go ahead and drop. I do want to say before I leave, if it's okay, Dr. Liam, can I tell everybody about tomorrow? We have a live for Gaza.
Oh yeah, you have something going on tomorrow? Then yeah, sure. You want to make a plug for something?
Yeah, I just want to talk about it briefly. So tomorrow, If you guys follow me, I'll have this account on there briefly, but we will have a 24-hour, and I don't know if I put it on this account. I have to keep up with my accounts, but I will if I didn't, and you can go and see it there. But we will be on live for 24 hours. Yes, I will be awake for a 24-hour stretch straight. If I can make it, it's a challenge. But we will be there from 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday. And our goal is just to maximize as much as we can donations for Salam and Solidarity, which is a legit organization now. We finally got our LLC, got all the paperwork together. We're working on our 503, guys. It's amazing the opportunities that we've been handed and the people that are ready to sponsor. But we are working to feed people, and we have worked and fed people in Gaza, North Gaza. We've been feeding people in the south, and we have been doing packages for the mothers. So when they come out the hospital, they have little packages with their diapers and wipes and formula and stuff for their babies, and also sanitary stuff for the women that are not provided right now. Some of them have used babies' clothing just to be able to have stuff for their periods. I know that's like hard for some people to hear, but this is the truth. That's the reality there. And we are doing everything we can on ground. We have different ground teams in different areas that have been amazing at helping us accomplish these goals, because we absolutely couldn't do it without them. And I want to invite you guys tomorrow again, Salam and Solidarity. We have our TikTok, and we have our, I'm going to put them in a comment. You can actually go look that up. Salam Solidarity, or Salam and Solidarity, and you can find us. I misspelled it. I can't spell while I'm talking. I'm so sorry. Solidarity. Okay. Salam and Solidarity can be found on Instagram, TikTok, and we will have our website launch tomorrow. And all of the donations will go directly to the Salam and Solidarity cash apps and all of that, like directly to their account. And we will work vehemently, as we have been doing, with all of our ground teams to ensure that we maximize as many people as we can to help bring food to their tables during the time of Ramadan. And if you want to be there, please join us. We would love to have you, or just stop by, say hello, and share the live. We would really love the interaction. Thank you so much, Dr. Liam. I appreciate you as always. You know,
When you
I'm
guys,
always fangirling.
oh,
I'm a
thanks.
big fan. Now
When
you
you guys
remember who I am?
go live somewhere, send a little invite to me. I'll try and remember to turn it on for a bit. I'm going to be
Okay.
doing a ton of schoolwork, so I can't like say anything, but I'll like turn it on just to increase the numbers, and I can tap for hearts and stuff.
Yay. Okay, I will. I'll invite you tomorrow. I'll stalk you. No, I'm just kidding. I won't stalk you. That's not a threat. It's a promise. No, I'm kidding. Let me just go.
Me.
Have a good
Bye,
night. We'll see
lovely.
you tomorrow. Bye.
Love you, Erica. Thank you so much for that. And I definitely would reach out to you. I've been having a hard time with all that stuff with my daughter. I don't know if you've seen my lives, but it's been tough. So I will reach out to you. I love having a group of supporters online that I can reach out to that understand autism and help me and guide me through it, because I'm learning as much as I can. It's a big, huge learning curve, by the way, because every day it changes and it's really hard to keep up with. God bless every single one of you, because it is tough. And I see on her that it's tough for her too. So I do everything that I can to make it easier for her. And I am going to demand that everybody else around her fit to her, and not her fit to everybody else as they want her to.
Thank you.
Period. All right, guys. I love y'all. Good night.
Sleep well. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Um, just a quick question that should be just really, really quick from the chat, Liam, for what you think about a book. Um, Arnold, is it Toynbee, The Study of History? What's your feeling on that book?
Oh, geez. Gosh, I engaged with Toynbee decades ago. I don't remember now. There's no like, shit. I don't know. I don't know that I have any. I can recall any useful thoughts there. I remember reading something, but I don't. That's about all I can do. It didn't. It wasn't, I guess, very meaningful to me. Some things
Okay.
stick better than others.
I didn't write down who asked that question, but
Yeah.
no, not a big impression.
Yeah. Not something I can immediately pull from. I'd have to think about it. What am I connecting that to? I wonder if it's even the same book. Let's see. Let's see. That was That's where's the
Sorry
list
to
of
derail everyone. I thought it would be quick.
works here? Interpretation.
Rebellious name.
So you said a study of history, right? Did you say a study of history?
Yeah, study of history. And yeah, rebellious
Yeah, no,
rainbowist.
I didn't read that. I encountered it. I looked at it. A lot of those larger, big synthetic histories. It's kind of like the oh wow, what's his name? The husband and wife duo. There's a lot of people that have tried to do like these big long term histories of civilization. There's given the time in which that was written, it's leaving it a lot of its conclusions wouldn't stand up very well anymore. But they were very influential, in trying to get us thinking about this stuff. But I only looked at what that was. I didn't actually I didn't actually read it. So I encountered it at some point, but no, I didn't do that one at all. What was the where did I his Hellenism I read at one point. Let's see. Yeah, gosh, there's a lot on here. Dude wrote way too much. This guy definitely had the luxury of sitting on his ass and writing all the time. Oh yeah, and the one on Hannibal, I ran into that too. No, I know very little of his stuff, almost nothing, and I definitely didn't read a study of history, but I did see it at some point. So that's why I can't recall from it. I was familiar with it, like I've run into it, but I didn't read it, so I don't know.
All right, there you go. Dharma, I'll let you mod and welcome everyone.
Okay. So I actually had a language question earlier because we were talking about, the, bilingual brain of children. So I have a question on that because I grew up in a bilingual, trilingual household, right? So it's English, Afrikaans, and then Arabic. Now, when somebody speaks to me, you're speaking English or you're speaking English to me, and then in my brain, it's sort of I'm hearing you speaking English, I'm translating it to Afrikaans, and then I'm translating it my reply to you back in English so that I speak it. It's kind of weird because it happens in split seconds, but it's in I can listen to Arabic and understand exactly what you're saying, but my response is going to come in English.
Right. Well, in terms of the productive ability, responding in different languages, that makes perfect sense. The translation one, that's interesting because for most people, if you really have an understanding of the other language to the point, if you know the other language well enough to the point where you can think in it, usually it doesn't translate. It stays in that, but your productive ability may still come naturally in a different language. So you may hear something fully in one language and then respond in another.
Yes.
But if you're translating, that's stuck like at a point where a lot of people where they're still learning languages, or if you're like me where you struggle with spoken language, so you never really developed a productive ability. So for everything, I can understand a lot of texts in other languages, but I won't respond well in them.
Yes.
I'm just stuck. Yes. So I can hear people blathering on in German, and that's fine. I can hear it. I can translate if I need to, but it'll be hard for me to structure the sentences properly to respond.
Yes. So it's like, later on in life, French and Dutch I've learned, and so that I can then speak in. But sometimes it's like when people speak to me, it's sort of like you're taking a minute to respond, and I always tell them I'm thinking about what you said, because and it's sort of like sometimes people go, are you listening to me? Yes, I'm thinking about what you said because I'm not thinking about the response. But so often I forget, even online, when somebody's speaking to me, then I quickly would respond in Afrikaans and they're like, wait. These are English. These are Western people. They really don't understand. And so I take a minute. And so I wanted to know, is there a terminology for that? Is there I don't know. Is there?
I don't know terms for it, but I do know what it's supposed to be more typical that people, if you fully understand a language and you can hear in it and respond in it whatnot, that you have the ability to think in it, so you can respond within the same medium. So if somebody is speaking English, then you would hear it in English and respond in English. It wouldn't go through a translation period. That's less common for a lot of people who do grow up multilingual. But
Yeah, no,
I don't know a term for it.
It's called code switching.
code switching.
Code switching is when you're using languages in different contexts, or like switching around. So the ability to move from an English speaking to an Afrikaans speaking environment very quickly, like if we're speaking English and then somebody else in the panel is speaking Afrikaans, if she was smoothly switching languages between the two conversations, is code switching.
I think in this
Based on
context,
the
Liam,
social context.
in this
like
context, Liam, code switching has been um, in this particular way, it has a very particular definition in regards to BIPOC
Oh,
people and having to
right.
essentially talk more
Oh,
white or more
yeah,
like
no, okay,
there's code
that's a
like
different meaning.
that particular term code switching has a very particular meaning in
Yeah,
that way.
there's
So we don't want those definitions to kind of get combined in this way.
right. Yeah, that's a very different one. Yeah, so exactly when African Americans have to make their language more white in certain contexts, and then so if they're going with job interview versus hanging out with their friends. But
Exactly.
but yeah, in multilingual environments, there's also a sense of code switching, because it's recognized, and it's the same basis. It's recognizing a social cue. In this context, this language is used. So in the case of like the BIPOC populations, it's different dialects of the same language rather than different languages, but it's still shifting the way that you think and speak based upon the context. If there's a different use for it entirely that does fit the question raised, I don't know it, but I only know it when you're shifting the language based on the social context.
So social context here, let me just kind of explain. When somebody is speaking English to me here in South Africa and Afrikaans, it's very quick. It's like you don't have to think about it. But especially now that I've been online for about 5 or 6, 7 months now, and I haven't done that often, especially listening to American people. It's like what do you sometimes it's like you're speaking too fast. Wait, hold on, what? And people sort of, when they hear me speak, it's sort of like, but you speak English, and I'm like, yes, but that's like a second language. I've learned it through, I've maybe cultivated it through reading a lot. So
Right.
it's like they might not be aware that this is a second language, because what, you speak it so well, that's your first language. I'm like, no, it's not. But especially when I'm listening to other people speak English from different countries, then that's when the issue comes in. It's not in South Africa, the English and Afrikaans, it's immediate. It's like, I don't think about it. But especially dealing with like, and we use a term here, and we make, not we make fun, but it's a funny term that we say, when these people speak Americanish, it's like, you need to speak slower. You need to speak slower, because it's like they speak so fast.
Yeah, it honestly sounds a lot more like in some ways it sounds a little bit more like my experience with the language, the experience of people who are learning languages but haven't gotten to the point where you really think very comfortably in that language. So you're still doing some translation, which means you are a little slower. You're having to listen more carefully, think about what they're saying, and then formulate a response in it. And there's and differences in accent and dialect can really matter. So for English, it doesn't matter if you're from like Wellington or Glasgow, I'm going to understand you perfectly because my English is very good. But different dialects of German, I'll struggle with sometimes. I'll like, oh, that sounds weird, and it'll like take me a minute longer to get what they're saying, but I'll still get it. I'm just slower at it. So I think my experience of hearing some German speakers is probably more like what you're describing there.
Yes.
So I think that's just relatively common with a lot of bilingualism. But from my understanding of it, people who learn the languages fluently in very early life usually don't have the same issue with having to translate or slow down. They have the same basic facility in each language as if it was truly native.
Yeah. Okay. get it. Thank you.
I think that's part of the whole like structural difference. When you're picking this stuff up from very early on, it builds it up in such a way that you can maintain truly native comprehension in them. But learned afterwards, that's very difficult to do.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to run and get a drink, and then I'm sure somebody else will figure out what we're talking about next. But you guys mind if I get a drink?
Yeah, please get your drink. And then what's your time tonight?
Gosh, I don't know. Not super late, but not super early either. I don't have to end soon, but I don't want to stay up all night either. So
Yeah, that sounds great.
but yeah, I don't have one in mind. So maybe when you get tired, let me know and we'll wind down then.
Yeah, I'll probably drop off here pretty soon. I know you have Dharma, but we'll go down the line here with Maggie, Spiritual, and Cactus, and maybe a couple other ones, and I'll listen from the comments. But I might be dropping off.
I can determine it too. So when Maggie's ready to go and Cactus is ready to go, then that'll be it.
Sounds good.
Erika, when you're really ready to go, let me know and I'll step up.
Oh, you're sweet. Yeah, it's so the time difference.
Yes,
It's funny. I always want to stay up later on Fridays for this, but honestly, now is kind of the time that I like to be going to bed. I'm not lying.
It's no, it differs because just like last week, I think yourself, myself, and Professor, we weren't going to have a long live because we were really, really tired. But then, certain people jumped into the chat and suddenly it became really just, lively, and then we were all awake. But, most times it's like literally I have to wake up for these lives because it's just on a different time zone.
I love that you do that.
Well, I don't always manage because sometimes I'm so really tired that I don't hear my alarm like this morning, and then I'm like, oh, I'm like 45 minutes late. I'm late to class. Grab your books, run, But anyway, so if you're really ready to pop down, Erika, I'll be here.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I might. I'll do that. I'll just listen from the comments. So just straight in a line here. And thank you everyone for a wonderful Friday. I just love this space and appreciate you all.
Just go down the line again. It's Maggie, Spiritual, then Cactus, or how does it work?
Yeah, I think Maggie, I don't know if you finished her question, but should just be right on the line.
No, I'm done. It's just, yeah.
And then, oh, Wagon just came in. Wagon, when you came in earlier, I think there was a glitch with the audio. So if you want to come back up, you're more than welcome back up to ask your question. So I'm glad that I was able to say that. Okay. Have a good night, y'all.
Question. Who did Unreal question? Professor, why did ISIS attack Russia? Really? Okay, we'll hear if he wants to answer that one. I'm sure he will. Not if, but what he has to say on it. So Maggie, you're up next, right? When Professor gets back.
Yeah, I kind of.
Oh, where did Cactus go?
Oh, I don't know. Did he drop?
I don't know. Maybe a network connection, or maybe he just dropped and he'll be back like he was earlier. And so it's Maggie and then Spiritual and then whoever else wants to come up.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. My dog needs to come in.
Okay.
Did y'all say Cactus disappeared?
Yes, sir. He the way you just stay on the side of the screen. Yes, sir. Cactus dropped.
If I remember right, I think Cactus is on satellite internet, so that probably complicates things sometimes in terms of availability.
Okay. So do you think we're here?
I really thought that was interesting where you were talking about language and how you your hearing language, and then you're translating it in your home language, and then
You know why that is? Yeah. I think, it's like growing up here in Cape Town. So we have like colloquial English and colloquial Afrikaans. But then you have what is called Saver Afrikaans. It's like pure Afrikaans, close to Dutch type of thing. And then you have so now as I got older, I'm used to speaking like the what we call in home terms Kombuis style. If it's roughly translated into English, it's kitchen language, like a slang type thing. So now the more you get older, it's like, especially English when I'm dealing with like international people, I find that sometimes it's like they like, especially American people, they sometimes the accent is very heavy, and I'm like, hold on, hold on. And so sometimes it's like they would ask me, did you hear me? And I'm like, yes, I'm actually just thinking of a question. When I explain to them that I'm bilingual or such, then it's like, but you speak English so well. And I'm like, okay, but I'm trying to give you an accurate response and not, to what you were saying. And I have to think of the words sometimes. Not all the words, because I'll speak a whole couple of sentences and then it's one word that gets stuck, and I'm like, that. But I mean, now as a teacher, I have no problem in Cape Town teaching in both English and Afrikaans. I've often, because here we have bilingual schools, and so certain classes are strictly Afrikaans and some classes are strictly English, right? So I teach in both English and Afrikaans. I've taught that before, and even in English classes, I teach the subject of Afrikaans. So that's not the thing, but it's like, I think sometimes I've not really encountered it very much, but like now in the past 5 months, that's where I've been encountered the problem, where, I've had people speak to me, and then sort of like, now I'm thinking about not only intellectually, what is the intellectual response, but sometimes it's like, what is that word in Afrikaans? What exactly are they? My thing is that what exactly are they meaning there? What exactly were they talking about there? What's that word? What is that word in Afrikaans? Is there a word like that in Afrikaans? Oh, it's that word. Oh, okay, now I can respond. And that happens in like split milliseconds, I know, but sometimes it takes a pause. And that pause makes people ask me, are you listening? Or did you hear what I said? That.
yeah, I think that's pretty it's pretty common for dual language, bilingual, trilingual people. Like you're usually grounded in your home language or whatever the first language you're the strongest in, and
Mm-hmm.
then you're building your view or concepts of the world based off of that, and then you can do it in other languages as well. But it's usually always back to that first language or the language that you're the strongest in.
Yes. And the crazy thing for me is, like, I wanted to ask, is there a phenomenon, a concept, a name for this thing whereby you can listen to somebody in a particular English, a particular language? Like I can listen to lives and be on panels where people are speaking Arabic, and I know exactly what they're saying, but I can't respond. What is that?
I wouldn't know a name for it, but that's a common problem I have. Again, because the productive ability and the receptive ability are actually processed in different parts of the brain.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But Unreal, sir, had a question here. And the question was a question for Professor. Why did ISIS, I'm not going to say the word because, banny stuff, ISIS attack Russia? That was the question.
The stories about that hadn't dropped by the time I started this thing, I don't think. So I don't know if anybody said anything, but I would say that there's an obvious reason for them to do so based on the fact that the Russians have been present in Syria for quite a while and played a part in actually helping to attack them. I mean, they're not the only ones, but they did. And it's probably simply easier to strike at Russia than some other places, both for geography and the fact that, honestly, Russia has a humongous Muslim population. It's not like it'd be difficult for them to move around within the country. So beyond that, all we can do is speculate here. So I don't know.
Autistic Annie asked me, what language do I dream in? I dream in Afrikaans. It's weird. Okay, that's baby.
No. There's no space here.
Are the babies wanting to copulate and take over the... Oh, Mama! Give huggies, sir. Give huggies.
Hold on. You got a piece of... Hold on. Let me get this. There we go. Okay. Hi. Who is this dog? This is my silly old dog. Yeah.
So Unreal asks again, what can we expect of a Russian response?
Dana?
Yeah.
Again, I don't know what if they can determine where something came from or whatever. I really don't know. But the simple fact is, Russians have been committing war crimes in Syria for some time anyway. So I imagine just more of the same.
Okay. So Maggie's here, and Maggie's up next. So Maggie, if you would like to pose your question.
Well, I think I kind of forgot my question some time ago, and I've just been following along in the conversation about things. And there was a conversation in regards to racism and capitalism, and then there in that discussion was looking kind of like at how cultures kind of evolve within capitalism and so forth. And so it sparked me to think about my own people, and when it comes to like capitalism in our culture, like the biggest value, one of our biggest values is generosity. And so the understanding of giving everything away is a very big value. And then so when we're talking about like the power constructs in my culture, to be ikje is like the standard, and ikje is to be common. And so in my culture, like we really struggle in the power constructs because to become wealthy and powerful in that sense of capitalism, you'll get rejected here because it's not who we are as a people. And so I was really thinking about that as you guys were in that conversation and talking about how capitalism has really we're all being forced into it, and we're all trying to figure out our place within it. And is it here to stay? Is it to go? There's all kinds of conversations around capitalism. I had a conversation the other day with a person, and they talked about crony capitalism, and it's like capitalism, the nomadic peoples, hunter-gatherers all had a form of capitalism and barter systems, or they were telling me this, making this argument to me.
Yeah. That's a libertarian. They generally know the least about economics.
And so then
capitalism is just it's just capitalism. It's always how it's worked. And what they're doing is they're confusing capitalism and commerce. Like buying and selling shit is around for a long time, but it's not capitalism.
Yeah, so that's kind of like where I thought, wow, that's the question I'm going to ask Dr. Liam to talk about, is how people might use those versions of language or words to kind of um, shift narratives or whatever. So, like, we're not going to it isn't capitalism, it's crony capitalism. It
Right. Yeah.
isn't. So, anyways, that's kind of where I
It's
was
just
ending in
yeah,
my thought.
exactly. It's a bullshit way of defending the system, and honestly, it's quite harmful too. Usually, trying to correct on the basis of language isn't all that helpful, especially since we use most terms in political philosophy wrong in common speech. But the ones around capitalism are particularly pernicious and were developed intentionally from the think tank cultures that built up in the 50s and 60s, trying to create a distinction between capitalism and crony capitalism, trying to conflate commerce and capitalism, is meant to turn ordinary workers into defenders of a system that's actually fucking them. So it gets them thinking, oh, well, capitalism is just human nature. It's always been around. People have always, traded things and bartered, and that's capitalism. No, bro, it's not. It gets people defending a system that they probably would oppose if they really understood what it was. So it's a quite pernicious misuse of language.
It's all around these power constructs, right? Like, we're going to, if I can deflect and push that over there, or if we can get you to go over there and then start talking on this narrative, well, now you're not over here talking about this anymore.
Right. Yeah, for sure. It has a lot of negative consequences for us. Oh, there was something, and it came up earlier too, when we were talking about indigeneity and the resistance to colonialism, imperialism, capitalism, things like that. One of the things that's interesting, I think the main way in which indigenous cultures have been a bit less affected by some of those changes, because they have been affected by them, but not to the same degree as a lot of other problems, is because the tribal sense, the sense of a strong collective identity still existed. When at the time that capitalism was being invented in Europe and the Mediterranean world, a lot of those social structures had already broken down and been replaced by big transnational things like Christendom and whatnot. They didn't have the strong kind of local cohesion that allowed them to resist the system and push back against it. So it just became a norm for them in a way that it really isn't still to a lot of indigenous communities. So they're influenced but not completely subsumed within it. So the strength of those kinship bonds, those tribal bonds, that stronger ethnic understanding, that really can provide a helpful, I guess, buffer to protect us from some of these discourses.
And I also think along those lines of communalism, like you were talking about how we did not, what was that conversation prior to, like, in the, what, 1800s was it you was talking about, or the 18th century? Around that time, we were all pretty much working in groups together.
Oh, well, yeah. In terms of the wage labor hadn't taken root. There were other ways in which traditional communal organization had already broken down in Europe. It still was not comparable to indigenous communities even in the 18th century, much less the 19th. But the wage labor concept had not yet taken over, and so people still had a sense of helping people in their communities, families working together, like we all work this land together, it's ours, rather than having to go and work for somebody else for a salary. For a lot of the transformations in the Mediterranean basin that created the so-called modern world happen over many, many centuries. It's not very quick. Where a lot, look at that. Where a lot of the for the indigenous world, it happened much faster through violent conquest and colonization. So it's a more recent effect, and it didn't build up as organically. So it's easier again still to partly resist it, to push back against it. Where within that European and Mediterranean environment, it's a lot harder to, because it built up over so many generations.
Yeah, yeah, because it's, I mean, like living on the reservation, we have such a disparity because of employment and things like that we still live in a very shared reality. So some people might be able to go out and work, but they're working and how to help the family, so they might be the one that's making the contributions for the family to take care of them. And so we still have that, but we don't have like the freedom and the accessibility to do the things that we used to. So we can't go follow the herds, we can't
Right.
do traditional methods of gardening along the rivers and things, because there's fences and all this other stuff, so it becomes trespass issues and regulation issues. Yeah.
There's a kind of hybridization. It's partly adapted to this new social structure and partly holding on to older ones and created something different out of it, which is, again, one of the places where people can point to it and say, yes, this is distinctly different. It's not like it was, but it is different. And oftentimes the close ties that people have, those social bonds and the strong sense of like an identity that people are clinging to in resistance to colonialism makes it easier to resist some of those outside structures coming in. So it still happens, but it's much slower. That kind of transformation, and there's a way to resist it. So there's definitely good stuff there. I get I don't know if it's because I know she dropped off. I want to see if she's still in. Okay, so looks like Erica is still here. As Erica might like this, when I was taking the dog out to pee, I usually do it in the front later at night, and that's oftentimes when they deliver books. So there's one of the two new ones here I think might appeal to Erica. So this little manifesto might appeal to you, but either way, it's new, so I haven't read it yet, so I can't tell you. But either way, that's neat. Abolish the family, right? The other one totally different from our topics today, but that's that. But in case somebody cares, but yeah, that's fun. Oh, well, I got this thing turned around. I don't know if anybody can read the name on there. Omeras. This is these are the glasses I always use when I make Irish themed drinks. This is from my father's family's ancestral county.
That looks like Irish milk. What is that?
It looks like what?
That looks like Irish milk. Milk.
Milk?
No, Irish milk. Yeah, it looks like milk.
Malt.
Like
Malt.
Milk.
Milk?
IMILK with something in there.
Milk.
Milk. Well, it has a cream base, so it's Irish cream and a bunch of other things.
And a bunch
I'm not supposed to mention any kind of like
yes.
any of the L words. I'm not supposed to mention what they are, but there are
Irish cream.
There are 4 things in this. One of them is I'm using oat milk because I don't buy actual milk, but there is an oat milk base to it, and then 3 other things. But there's my name on it from County Tipperary.
Can I ask a question about oat milk quickly before
Celebrate
we go
some of my ancestors.
to the next person? Does oat milk curd? Does oat milk curd? Does it become curdy?
Oh, curdle, like go bad?
Yes.
Yeah, what it starts to do is it starts to break down. It'll separate and clump and get all funky. So yeah, it doesn't last forever. But it doesn't change in the same way that dairy does. But it does still break down.
Hold on, Cabri. Yeah. You said cat milk is so good. Cat milk?
Did somebody say cat?
Cat?
No, that says oat. That's oat milk. Who the hell is sucking on a cat? Like, oh. Honestly, this is one of the problems I have with like just dairy in general. We're the only mammal that consumes another mammal's milk. It makes no biological sense. Like, we should not be sucking on cow teats. I'm just telling you. We just should. Biologically speaking, it's not good for us. Even if you like it, it's still know that it's not good for you. But please don't suck on your cats. That's just wrong. It's,
Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. It's like what?
Sorry, Minerva, my old lady. Yeah.
That was bad. That was really bad. Oh,
I have
gosh.
one last thing, Dr. Liam. Earlier today, I had watched
Milk.
a video about how and it has to do with women's rights, right? Like women in the world feeling like they are under attack.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of all of this regulation over a woman's body, that women across the globe are making decisions to not reproduce. And so because of this decision to not reproduce, there's this I haven't heard of it, but of course, you know, all I'm doing is paying attention to Palestine right now. So but I guess there's a hysteria going on about the women are going to destroy humankind. The women will make humankind extinct. And
Do it.
and I'm thinking, what the heck? Because they're already doing the economic factors, you know, like there's going to be too many old people. There's not enough young people to take care of the old people financially or whatever. And so they're already putting this. And so I'm thinking, so what do you think is going to happen next with regulations of women?
This is actually a really good topic, and gosh, I wish this had come up earlier, because this is something we really could tuck into. Yeah, almost every country on Earth is going to reach a point where it's not reproducing itself, and quite soon. A lot of them are already there, and it's rapidly expanding. So of course that's going to fuel the far right, because it always plays into their conspiracy theories. People always forget that. I think I can say Mussolini on TikTok, but I can't say Mustache Man. But the appeals made from the very first fascist movements, you know, Mussolini was responding to the women's liberation movement and playing on men's fears. It's always been a feature of fascist thought. So they're going to have a ton of crazy conspiracies about this. They're going to start arguing we need to control women. You already see some of that stuff building up in those incel communities where they're talking about how men have a right to sex and they should control women to make sure they have it, because gosh, spousal rape used to be pretty normalized and legal everywhere, and they're still kind of angry that they lost that ability. So a lot of that, yeah, it may get bad if we don't solve the problem. And part of this is, and I guess the thing that I would hope people can most take out of this is that what we're going to be doing, as we have been doing over and over in tons of other areas, is only responding to symptoms and not causes. The problem here is the capital structure in society. It's the economic system. The only reason we're going to have a hard time adapting is because of capitalism. Yes, if we have an aging society with fewer younger workers to exploit, then yes, it will get harder to do everything. But it's because of the basis for our economy. Under a socialist economy, it wouldn't matter at all if the population was falling. It doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference. But in a capitalist economy, it absolutely does. So you guys are going to see a ton of apocalyptic articles in the next 10 years about the collapsing birth rates and what it's going to do to things and how we need to change things and encourage people to have more kids. It's like, what do they want? The population to just keep growing forever and ever and ever just to support the economic system? It's impossible. It's not how it works. At a certain point, it doesn't work anymore. I mean, granted, if we had equitable distribution of resources, this planet could easily support 30 billion people. But under the current system with a capitalist economy, it absolutely cannot. So we're not overpopulated. Our problem is capitalism. And it's not that the aging society is going to end everything for us. It's only because of the capitalist system. So we should take all of these things as an inspiration to redouble efforts to change the basis for our economy. Because if we don't, I guarantee you, I'll tell you right here on this live, I will bet my left nut on this. I guarantee you they will use this demographic crunch to create a new push for far right control. They absolutely will, because it's always been a feature of that ideology, controlling women in order an obsession with demography, Mustache Man was obsessed with Lebensraum because he wanted to have huge German families. And he was still thinking in 19th century terms. By the beginning of the 20th century, the German population wasn't growing anymore. He was already out of date, but he was anxious about it. He was worried about it, and that's what caused it. The collapse in their birth rate more than a century ago helped to propel Mustache Man to power. So if you don't think a collapsing birth rate in much of the world today is not going to propel a whole lot of Mustache Men to power, I get a bridge to sell you in the Arctic, because it's going to happen. We absolutely have to change this shit, or we're in real trouble. So it's a good topic, but it's something we should spend a lot more time on in one of these lives and bring up earlier in the day, because it's definitely a huge problem.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Thank you.
Yeah. Bring it up early on one of these things, or plan a day. Let's dive into this, because the connection between economy and demography is really unclear to a lot of people, and the way that all affects the rhetorical movements, that these political movements. If we don't think about that, again, they're going to use this shit and they're going to stoke fears around it, and they're going to get tons and tons of people to line up and goose step our way into police states because of that. But it shouldn't be a threat at all. It really shouldn't matter. We're perfectly fine if the population falls if we fix the economy. If we don't, it's going to get a lot worse. Capitalism is going to fuck a whole lot more of us if we don't, because of the falling birth rate. But it's capitalism, not the birth rate, that's the problem. So people, we need to be focused on the right issue.
So okay, this spiritual, and after spiritual, I'd like to ask a question, but we'd have spiritual go first. Spiritual, if you have your input, your question.
Hey, yeah, actually, this actually worked out. So yeah, a lot of what I have to say revolves around this as well. There's like two parts to it. I'll first touch off on what we're talking about, but yeah, I'm sure you've probably already read this, Dr. Liam. But the Project 2025, they've already been trying to push it and implement that already. What you're saying, basically, have you read any of it yet? At all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I skimmed through it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 1,000 pages of it. So yeah, you definitely kind of have to skim through. It's like very long and drawn out and hard to read because of how queasy it makes you feel.
And
just
that's
going
written
through.
too. I mean, it's not good work.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I just wanted to comment on that. It's definitely already happening.
They're preparing for it, and honestly, people have been talking about this stuff for quite a few years. And the fact that, again, it is a fundamental part of fascist ideology, and we all forget this shit. I mean, what's honestly hurts it a little bit is just how many liberals in the media throw around the term fascism and connect it to Trump, but can't actually explain why they're connected. It makes it very easy for them to say, "Nuh-uh, you're just saying that because you disagree, because you don't like it. You call me a Yahtzee because you disagree with me." No, dude, I'm calling you a Yahtzee because I've read all this shit before. I've heard these speeches. This is the same shit. But most of the people actually saying it haven't done that. So it's hard to make those points clearer. And I wish we could, because if people really understood how much that shit, it just reads like it's a paraphrase. It's the same crap. It's literally the same shit you get out of tons and tons of Italian fascist literature. There's essentially no difference at all. And we're just marching into it. I use this line a lot, but I'll point out again that it is the historian's curse to see the same patterns repeated over and over again. And it's not because, quote unquote, history repeats. It's because humans, being humans, if you put us in the same circumstances, will behave in similar ways. And the circumstances are pushing us in similar directions, so we're going to do the same shit. So we see the same crap coming up over and over again. But again, if you take that view from 10,000 feet and look at the circumstances, look at the structures, you can see why it's going to happen. In a way, you can almost predict it. It's so annoying to watch us do this shit and to feel so fucking helpless. I have to put a lot of, Eric has actually, tried to be nice to me about things like this and compliment me on it, which, I appreciate. But, the sense of trying to be very optimistic about people, I consciously cultivate that. I work hard to stay optimistic because it is depressing as fuck to watch us make the same mistakes again and again and to be completely helpless to stop it. To just stand there just screaming like, why are you doing this? It's so fucking obvious. But it's not obvious. It's not obvious to other people. It's only obvious if you've actually done that work. So that 2025 shit is depressing as hell because we've seen it all before, and if people read that shit from Italy, they would know better. But no one will.
Yeah, it becomes like an awareness thing. It's like, for whatever reason, human beings are just so in tune to themselves. Like, it's just ingrained, like that selfishness. And I hate to say it, like I know there's not everybody is like this, but it's just so ingrained in humanity, just so zoned into yourself, and then like just not being able to step out of yourself and look, like you said, look above and just see the patterns. And I think that's a huge part of what needs to happen is starting to teach people, or at least give them information about how to become more aware. And things like
Make it
working
accessible.
on.
Make it accessible and help people to organize, because at the end of the day, few people are ever going to have the time to really put the work in. And we are mammals, just like this critter here, At the end of the day, we're caught up with our own particular issues. What do I need to do to pay the rent? What do I need to do to eat this week? That's the stuff that sucks us in. And the time that we have left over for that is mostly left up to things like, I don't know, gosh, I want to fuck now. I need to eat now. I need to sleep now. Just basic things. We don't have a lot of bandwidth free to really study patterns. And one of the problems, I think, of previous social reform methods, especially, this is one of the, no, apologies to any Marxists in the room, I have a real problem with like Vanguard Party kind of bullshit, like we'll do it for you, we'll do the, no. But at the same time, you can't assume that everyone has the time to do that work. You have to find some kind of happy medium in between that makes some of the stuff more accessible so they can see enough of it and respond appropriately without having to invest the years to study the shit. It's tough to find that balance between them. And it's really kind of crippled a lot of leftist organizing, is that it's either a vanguard elite that knows this shit and structures a party for you, or it's just, we got to teach everybody and make everyone an expert on this stuff and talk theory all the time, and then you don't do a damn thing. We've got to find some kind of balance between those.
Definitely agree. And to touch on what you just said about not having the time, it's mainly because of capitalism and just all being forced into all that we have to do with our work schedules and just the way the system works. It doesn't allow for you to really be able to stop. And then when COVID happened and everything stopped, then that's when everyone started to wake up more because they had the time. You have way more time to be able to look at this. So
yeah, it helps a little bit when you go figure. If you give people time at home, they learn shit. They intentionally overwork us. I cannot stress this enough. It's not a conspiracy. Go back to like Stephen's points earlier. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's quite deliberate. If you overwork people, they don't have time to think and organize. that's capitalism 101. The system's unsustainable if they don't do that work.
Yep. And then the second part I mentioned from earlier, what do you think would be like a best approach for like changing, culture and the framework of everything and systems that would be included? I have some ideas, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Okay, let's back up a second and make sure I understand that.
Sure.
What do I think would be a way to do what? To change how people think about things?
Yeah, I guess like come up with a way to like transition or transcend. Like come up with like a transition plan with like new frameworks and systems that we should use. And I'll give you an example of what I'm kind of getting at here, because it's not. I know this is not exactly. This is a really like complex thing to think about. But have you ever heard of the Venus Project, like with Jack Fresco?
I don't know. The name sounded slightly familiar, but I would say no because I can't connect it to anything.
Okay, so have you ever heard of a term or called resource-based economics?
Not offhand, no. I mean all kinds of things.
Okay, so there in the 70s, this is really big. The whole thing that came out with like a zeitgeist, like all that. Jacques Fresco was a part of that, and his wife and him basically created an organization called the Venus Project. It's a nonprofit, and he came up with the resource-based economy, where you essentially this is what they believe. This is not necessarily entirely my views, but I still like it because it's pretty decent. I believe he took a lot of his ideas from Bucky, Buckminster, what's his name?
Yeah.
Buckminster Fuller. So, if you build a blueprint for like a system and show how that's better than, everything, essentially that whole deal, that if we have the proof that this is better, you can make this whole system obsolete.
Yeah, I have heard of this. It's in one of my books on utopian communities.
Yes, there you go.
I ran into it in that. So I ran into it through a secondary study, but yeah, I ran into it that way. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to figure out the best way to explain it, but I'm glad you made that connection.
It can take you a minute to make a connection sometimes if it's obscure. But yeah. Okay.
All right. So, I like basically with that stated, do you think that like there will be a way for us to do that kind of like transition into something like that would help make things better, or
I would approach it differently than they did there, and largely because of the historical experience of trying to reorganize overall. It's honestly you can take shit back all the way back to like the Owenite type communities. There has to be more a change on a different level before that makes real sense. Trying to build that stuff up directly within the existing paradigm, it's difficult to make them survive in this system, and it's hard to get people to understand what you're really after. I think a more useful early way to do it is just to try and reach people, get them to see a bit beyond where they currently are, and that's hard. To imagine a better world, and one of the ways to do that is to take. It's tough because you have to show something in the real world, which is what you get with projects like this, but you also have to make it intelligible to people outside of that system, so that they really get what you're after. So I would start a lot smaller. This is one of the reasons that I love community organizing type stuff, mutual aid type societies, like really starting at the grassroots level and trying to build from there. It's always kind of difficult because you're stuck with, centuries worth of ways of thought that constrain people's ability to conceive of a different way to organize things. But if we can't wrap our heads, if enough of us can't wrap our heads around a different way of doing it, we're going to march off a cliff altogether. But I don't think that you're going to get people to embrace a lot of these more, eco-friendly, kind of communal organization, all these different projects to try and change things, unless you first break down for people why where we are is broken, what's wrong with it. And oftentimes, this gets back to something we hit at the very beginning of today. It's a lot of it comes out of the fact that we tend to talk to people for whom it already makes sense. You're trying to convert somebody to your particular model of change, but they already understand the system is fucked up. The single biggest thing I think everybody can do is talk to people who don't understand that, who don't understand why capitalism is destroying us. If we can break that down for people and actually learn to talk to working people again, I think it'll be easier to move to different types of projects and envision new ways of living. And with a lot of that, I tend to think that trying to plan out an ideal structure for anything is in some ways kind of a waste of time, because we're going to have to adapt to different circumstances as we go along. It's going to take a lot of experimenting. We got the current system that we have, we got capitalism because of several centuries of experimentation. It didn't happen all at once. Nobody laid out a blueprint for this social organization. It built up organically. And I think the alternative has to happen exactly the same way. It has to build up, in response to things, but you have to push enough people in those directions. I don't know the best way to honestly get people. One thing I do know is important is having more of those conversations, but it's not enough. And I don't know that I'm the best person to have an idea for how you can really inspire more desire for that change. But if we don't get people to understand why things are wrong, and if we just leave it to all the scapegoaters, all the people who are saying, it's this, it's the Jews, it's the Mexicans, it's the globalists, whatever conspiracy here, we're fucked. We have to come up with a way that it's simple enough that people can understand it, but not so simple that they can easily caricature it. And that's honestly the problem with a lot of leftist thought, is it's very easy to dismiss. Look at those weird commies, and we don't get anywhere. I don't know the best way to frame that stuff for a lot of people. I just know that we do need to find different ways to do it, and different ways to reach people where they are, with what they currently know. Work within what they have, but tell them in a way that they understand we are all going to die if we don't fix what this is. And I don't know the best way to do that.
That was very helpful, despite you not knowing, and it's understandable, because this is something that is very, very, very hard to take on in general. But I've been working on some ideas and trying to plan it out, and I think this is going to help. I may share some of that at some point with you all, but
yeah, that'd be great.
I'm just
that would be
this
great.
is something that anybody can do what I have, but I don't know if it's. I already tried reaching out to others, and explaining it, and it kind of just some people got it, and for the most part it just flatlined, because a lot of people again are busy and they can't think. So it's just I need to find a job. I'm gonna lose my house soon. I just got laid off, and it's well, we need to fix this because it's going to get worse, but they just don't want to hear it because they're too, engrossed with what's going on in their lives with all this. So
basic survival instincts. Yeah, exactly. We have to deal with the situation that we're in, but at the same time, we have to have a way out of it. And I think that for a lot of people, they have historically felt that they needed to have a plan, a solution. This is the way to do it. And then you proceed along those lines. And that, I don't think that's a very sensible way to do it. What we need instead is to find a way to get people interested enough in the change without taxing them beyond what they can currently do. So if somebody is, struggling to pay the bills and feed their kids, they don't want to sit there and hear your 25-point plan for changing the world. What they need is a way to see it in reality, a way to connect to it, a way to feel it. You know, it has to touch people on a much more visceral level, which is why I tend to come back to very practical projects like community organizing, you know, like mutual aid societies, that kind of stuff. If you can actually show people like, look, this is actually helping, look, this is actually doing something, then you're kind of bringing them along the way toward a positive change without them needing to spend the time in the theory and really understand what you're doing and why. I think we probably should be paying a lot more attention to that kind of organizing, so that we actually do make progress, and that people who are more interested and have more time, yeah, they can dive into it, they can get involved in it, they can help structure things, but most people, you just want them to, like, without adding extra stresses to them. The key is to take stresses away. So you think, oh, you're struggling to make ends meet. Oh, how about childcare? You guys know how expensive childcare is in a lot of the developed world? Fuck, find a community solution to that. Find a way to get a whole bunch of people to pitch in, and different parents taking turns watching each other's kids and helping out. Because you have to take care of your own kid. You're already putting time into that. So work with a few other parents, get 2 or 3 together at a time, and take on like 10, 12 kids, and then those other people have more time free for themselves. And you just take turns doing that kind of work. Think of ways that it actually takes stress away from people, makes it easier. When you tell somebody, I want you to spend more time showing up and doing extra work on top of all the other shit our society tells you to do, most people are just going to check out. They're going to say, fuck that, I'm going to go home and get high and just watch TV or something. But if you say, I want to bring you into the system, it's going to make it easier, it's going to like save you a few hours a week, it's going to work better, and people will start doing it. And once you've got one program working, one system working, then add another, and keep finding new areas where we working together can improve our lives. And over time, you find that people will be less stressed, less confused, frazzled. They'll have more time and ability to work with you, and you can start really thinking about those changes, and you can start talking to people, and they can change the way they think, because they'll be able to look at it and say, oh shit, all this shit we've been doing for the last 6 years, that's what you mean? Oh crap, then I'm totally on board. But if you hit them with all the theory first, I think for most people it's just a waste of time.
Got it. No, this is extremely valuable, and I appreciate your time with this. I'll explain it now. Actually, if you don't mind, I'll go into a little bit about my idea now. Everything you just said basically is what I'm trying to do, and I'm glad I'm on the right track with this. Then so I was thinking about this in the same terms, not necessarily with your example with the daycare, but that's actually really excellent. That's something I'll have to think about as well. But kind of like an all-encompassing system based off of the Amish's barn raising, and then as well as some other things that I was thinking about. But yeah, like the biggest thing was the barn raising. I was trying to come up with a safety net that would help people who got laid off. It was like the biggest thing. I was thinking about laying off and replace it. So like, the system is failing everybody. Unemployment really doesn't really help a whole lot, especially during COVID. It took, I think for me, when I got laid off during all this, it took, I think, almost a year for me to get unemployment. And I was like, I had no money. I had like no savings, no money, and I was like barely getting by. And so I started thinking about how, I can approach this. And one of the things I came up was, mutualism as well. That was the other one. And then, the whole thing with barn raising. So the whole system would work, at the ground level, in your locality. And we would band together with a bunch of, obviously different people, as well as organizations and, businesses and so on. And we would, try to essentially figure out how to exchange goods and services for either free or next to no money, for what I would say like free publicity, and like what I call mutual marketing. So like, when they help these people, they get kind of like tallied up the like points essentially, and then they would earn so much points for helping out all these different people, like organizations, businesses, helping out. And then people will then want, like, hey, these people help them out. I should give them my business because they're going to continuously be reciprocal, and just, it creates the a continuous reciprocating effect. So I that's the basis for my idea, and I called it reciprocating intra safety net for short, just so I would remember it, or risen. And that's what I want to do. Like, essentially, I'm trying to figure out how to build that.
Yeah. Okay. So, handful of thoughts here. First, this idea of actually directly helping people. There's been tons of ways in which groups have built up over time. So think about the Ikhwan in Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood, right? The fact that they organized in 1928 ends up being really important because Great Depression hits next year, and what they did was they came up with ways to support each other. So people who were working, I'm thinking about your unemployment example, they all pitched in a little bit of money. So the people who lost jobs, they got a kind of unemployment, but it wasn't dependent upon the government. It was drawn from the community. So people were helping each other out directly. If you can find specific needs in communities and then organize around those, because oftentimes the financial ones are the hardest places to start unless you've got a major crisis like that, because people are like, well, I don't want to contribute money. Think about how hard it is to get people to join unions these days, contributing money to something when you don't see an immediate benefit is hard for a lot of people. But a lot of, if instead, think about the way that, look at those websites like Fiverr or whatever, where you can hire somebody to do a job for you. What if we instead came up with a way where we're doing like skill sharing stuff, where we're doing work for each other? So I don't know, I can do this carpentry job. You're really good with this electrical job. I'll do this for you. You do that for me. And you're like exchanging things, and people are like helping each other out directly in the community. And if you can find a way to do that plays psychologically with us, think about the way gamification has worked. If you can make it interesting, if you can make it fun, like people care about it, then yeah, it doesn't seem like I'm taking on extra work to help you paint your house, because I know you're going to landscape my yard and it's all going to work out, and we're getting something out of it. But if it also is tied to like the fun psychological rewards from something, if you can come up with a neat way to gamify that, to bring people in the first place, I think that might help a lot, especially if you're trying to draw more younger people into it too. You can play with things that they already kind of know, like make it feel interesting to draw people in, but at the same time, you're getting them to do very practical shit. So it's practice. It's working in your neighborhood. It's directly changing people's lives, and you're helping each other out. But don't start with a bunch of like commie theory or something. Just showing, hey, I'm gonna come and paint your house for you instead of you paying thousands of dollars for it, and you're gonna do this other shit for other people in the community. We're all pitching in. So it's not even just directly bartering between two people. It's like, I'm gonna do this one thing for you, and you're gonna do something for somebody else, and they're gonna do something for somebody else, and then somebody else is gonna do something for me. And we all ended up saving money and time and effort, but we were able to do the things that we like doing and we're good at doing. Because some people are like really good with kids, some people are good with painting. Why not like divide those resources up? Come up with a way to share resources. If you can get people cooperating directly in a community, you can normalize that again and get us out of our little boxes, because society has deliberately balkanized us. It's broken up into our neat little boxes in the suburbs, doing our own little thing, and cut off from other people. So we don't really get it anymore, and we don't feel a need to contribute to our tribe. But we are naturally wired to create tribal relations and to support each other. If we really pay attention to evolutionary anthropology, there's a lot we can draw in here that can be put to work, and get us helping each other out. But it has to be very practical. It has to draw people in a way that is real to them. So I think if you can focus on like different skills, different ways of sharing things that people are good at, and find a way to make that fun and interesting, it might take off.
Awesome. Thank you for that feedback. So yeah, no, that you definitely give me a lot to think about. I like that. That's something, like making it more interesting to get them to do, like, to share with other people and help them using their own skills they already have. So yeah, like I definitely agree with you on that.
Yeah, I think if you focus on people's things that people already care about and like doing, it's easier than trying to hit them, because immediately we're conditioned to think, oh, you're asking me to do extra work. You're asking me to do stuff beyond. Oh, I'm not going to do that. I'm already working 50 hours a week. I can't afford to go and like cut your lawn. But if it's trying to draw people into activities based upon things that they are good at and enjoy doing, and by doing so they know that other people are going to do cool shit for them that will save them time and money, maybe it'll kind of get around some of those psychological barriers that they've built up over all these decades of balkanizing us.
Yeah, awesome, man. Thank you. But yeah, no, Dharma, if you didn't, I know I took up the time here. Didn't you say you have another question?
Oh no, it was just random off from this particular topic, but I always like listening to people. That's why I'm here, because I want to learn. So you've brought up, a few really interesting topics there that is very useful to society, because capitalism is just causing a lot of mess. But anyway, so are you quite done, spiritual?
Yes, I'm pretty much, got out what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much.
Seems like a fun, optimistic topic to wind down on, honestly, and it's definitely something we can come back to. So if you start chewing on like some concrete proposals for how you want to do things, come and workshop it here, bring it up, talk to other people, like people, and people are interested, if they want to join in and like help build this thing up with you, and maybe we can get to take off. But I think it'd be a great thing to keep building on.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I'll definitely do that. I already have something that I've fleshed out multiple times. I'm gonna have to redo it again, just based on what you were thinking and what you suggested, because that's really helpful. I was kind of thinking on it like from the whole, communism and like anarcho-communism and anarchism in general. And I think that is definitely way too overwhelming. So I'll have to make it a lot more simpler.
Yeah, I think as far as like just the psychological way to get the buy-in, to get people interested in it, if you're not having to explain all these different terms to people at the start, it's a lot easier, I think. If you can find a way to make it real and interesting, and like it applies to somebody's life without all that stuff, but it's still, keep those principles in mind, but don't use them in the pitch. It's just the psychology of it is the trick. But build on that framework you've got, but find a neat way to pitch it to people to draw them into it and make it interesting and exciting. I think that might help a lot.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
This is actually kind of a nice optimistic topic to wind down on, if you guys are cool with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the last person on the panel, so and I nobody else is asking questions or requesting to come up, and so I think maybe if you have the closing words. Sleepy's, who's saying sleepies? Bird is saying sleepies. I could just sit here all night and watch cats. I watch cat lives for hours and hours and hours. So
what are you doing? Oh, you don't want to look at me. You want to look back there. You don't want to say hello to them. You just want to hang out up here. You should look at them. Look at the nice people. Say salve. Salve. Salve.
Cat's like, no. Nope.
No, Papa. No.
Come and give me treats, and then hang out on the sofa and watch cool TV show with me. Hang out with me. Let's stop doing this computer shit.
Okay. So I think that if it's comfortable with calling it a night.
What's your latest trash TV show? What do you do to relax? I'm right now in the second season of Bridgerton, which is fun because I finished Downton Abbey and I wanted something kind of fun and similar, so I ended up watching that, which is neat.
Really? I see it on Netflix.
I go
I
through
see it
different
as
moods, and I actually I tend to bounce around a little. I also finished that the first season of Billy the Kid recently because I like westerns. I'll go from theme to theme, but after I finished that, I started into Bridgerton, so that's been kind of cool.
No, I've been doing a stint, and it's crazy. I don't know if anybody else does this, but reading two books at a time, watching two series at a time, jumping between the two. I don't know if it's that. I don't know what that is, but I've been watching reruns of Monk and House, and then CSI and Law and Order. It's like, what?
Monk is the one where he's like some kind of OCD investigator or
Yes.
something.
Yes.
Okay, I've
Yep.
heard of that. I didn't watch that, but I heard of that. I had a friend that was really into that and Dexter a while back, and talked about them, but I never saw them.
So I'm right now switching between Monk and House. I think it's the analytical thinking and how the both of these characters come to their conclusions, in these very abstract ways. Monk does it, and so does House, and so I love that. So I'm just like, because I don't know, I think most of us come to conclusions very artistically, so that's what they do, and so I'm very intrigued by that. I've watched 1,000 times. I'm watching it again.
That's cool. Yeah, I never cared much for crime shows or medical shows, so I had a hard time thinking about getting into any of those. But I like that aspect of it. The different ways of approaching a problem that I enjoy. I always like that kind of fish out of water stuff. Anyway, did we see that Resident Alien? I hope that show continues because that was really really kind of neat. Because the way he plays this alien character trying to blend in on Earth is very much how I imagine life as an autistic person trying to get around. What the fuck is wrong with all you people? This is just not right. It's I totally get where he's coming from. So yeah, I kind of like that, finding different ways to solve problems and whatnot. It's always fun. But yeah, I always talk about the medical and crime shows. Everyone loved The Wire. Everyone loved The Sopranos. I had a harder time with getting into them. It's just not my thing.
Okay, Bird is saying that the psychology is very confusing in those shows. What was it? Resident Alien?
Which one? In your shows?
Bird. Bird was saying that what did you say? The psychology is very confusing in what exactly, Bird? Were you saying in Resident Alien? Were you referring to, or what were you referring to? Netflix. Oh, what? Netflix. Okay, so can somebody recommend something really good, because I'm watching old stuff. I'm going back to the old stuff. House.
Going. I usually have several going at a time. What else is open right now?
Me too. Thank God I'm not the only one.
Sometimes I have little ones I work slowly through, but there are different times of day. Like in the morning, if I want a quick breakfast or something, so I'll watch a little 20-minute episode or something. So it has to be a short show, and in the evening I want something longer. What else is open right now?
Do you know what I'd love to see?
What's that?
I'd love to see the original, if they could put on Netflix, the original Knots Landing again, the original Dallas, the original Dynasty, original. Don't, sir, come on. That long.
I knew people who watched those. Yeah, oh yeah, no. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, God, I haven't heard those names in a long time.
No, wouldn't you love to? I mean, I watch right now. I'm watching also.
Sometimes it's fun, especially when I'm slowly working my way back through MASH, which I watched as a kid with my grandfather, because he was in the Korean War, so it was like a neat thing for him to watch, and and we would just sit there and watch it in the evenings, because my grandparents lived a mile away from my mother's house, so I spent a lot of time with them growing up, and so it's got good memories that way. But they did because when they filmed it, it actually recorded more, but they always cropped it down. So what they did was they added in the pieces that were normally left out, and they made a widescreen version of it that's remastered, and it's gorgeous. So I've been watching back through it in that look. I think I'm through the 6th season now, so I guess I'm into the 7th. I mean, it's fun. It's neat to go back through some of these older shows and just see like God, how different it is to watch it now versus like
Yes.
70s and 80s.
Like, what I enjoy, and it's something that I think sparked my love of IT was MacGyver. The way that he would just
Yeah.
use bits and bobs and things and just
Yep.
like how do you build a rocket ship out of whatever twine you find in your pocket?
Yeah, MacGyver was good for that. A-Team was also good for that. They're always like modifying the truck or whatever for each episode. Yeah, those were fun.
I love the theme music that comes you know when the planning phase is coming, when the music changes.
The
You
little
know when,
montage, like it
yes,
goes through
dun,
it.
dun, dun, dun. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I want to know is, why don't they make theme music the way they used to make anymore? It's like they don't, it's just not. If you look at the composers, I mean, the Star Wars theme music, A-Team theme music, Airwolf. I mean, who didn't feel
Horrible.
heroic when that helicopter came out of the volcano? Da-da-da-dun, 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 da-da. Ooh, please. It's like, I hear that theme music alone and I'm like, now I feel like a hero.
It does create a certain like association, memory, whatever that goes with it. But I think for a lot of people now, it would just seem kind of cheesy and repetitious. We that whole episodic TV. I think people. I mean, I don't know whether it's the people or the companies. They've kind of moved away from it. It's one of the things that's also pushing us to much smaller seasons too. Where a season for a show used to have 20 to 50 episodes, and now they're like 8 to 10. So it's a very different approach to television. I honestly kind of prefer. It's weird. I kind of prefer the modern TV shows to the ones that I grew up with as a kid. There's some comfort to some of them going back to, but honestly, I would have a really hard time sitting through shit like A-Team or Magnum PI or whatever again. I couldn't do it. I loved it as a kid, but fuck, I would be so bored out of my mind watching Magnum PI now. Because I mean, the kind of big budget shows that they do, I mean, today it's just so different, And there's so many that I really look forward to. Like I'm really looking forward to like the next season of Wheel of Time, the next season of Foundation, like these, because they're just like, what the? It's like a 10-hour movie. It's like really good. But
And what I'd
there
love
is
to
something kind of like, there's a kind of like warm and fuzzy out of childhood, certain theme songs, like you kind of know what to hear. Oh, that song's coming up. I know we're going into the montage where they change the truck. And yeah, you just know, but it's a whole different
before, in V, like before Willie takes that transition, then that music comes on. He goes, oh, he's going to turn into a lizard. He's going to turn into a lizard. We know now.
Right, Yep.
But you know what I miss and I'd like to see again is Thornbirds, the original.
Yeah, that I never saw at all.
Oh, what?
I only knew of it. Yeah, I don't know that. Don't know that at all.
That's just wrong.
Oh, somebody else likes Wheel of Time. Cool. Yeah, I think that, I mean, with a lot of shows, it really just depends. I often can appreciate the changes that they make in order to adapt to a new medium. So that the way that they changed a lot, especially for the second season of that show, but it works. Like it makes for a good, compelling story. So it's its own thing. But yeah, I enjoyed the Jordan books too. I have tons of like science fiction and fantasy stuff that I grew up with. But yeah, no, that stuff's good. And yeah, somebody else said the second season of Foundation was great. Yeah, it really is. I honestly have no idea how that's working because I never expected that anybody would be able to adapt any of the stuff from Foundation. But I hope it goes on for a while because they're still drawing heavily on tons of short stories. There's so much material still to work with. That it's not a linear adaptation of the books at all. It's just drawing from a ton of Asimov material to construct this really compelling universe. I think they've done a great job with it. So I hope that continues. I don't want that to end anytime soon.
Okay, so Benny Maru says, what about Silo on Apple TV? I don't have Apple TV, so I don't know Silo. Is it only on Apple TV? I don't know.
What?
Oh, okay. So what exactly is so into right now? Is it Downton? No, not Downton Abbey. What's the other?
What am I? Oh, what I'm gonna go to sleep to? Bridgerton. It's set in the Regency period, so it's a bit before Downton Abbey. It's about a century earlier, but it's fun. It's got like fun drama and comedy elements, tons of like cute little historical stuff to play on. But it's neat because they put it in a kind of like alternative history that's racially integrated. So there's a bunch of like South Asian and Black and East Asian families like totally integrated into the British aristocracy. So like the Duke de such and such may be a Chinese person. It's really kind of groovy.
I'm actually just gonna put the TV on now and see if I have. Gonna what now? Is it on Netflix? Where
Jennifer,
is
as
it?
far as like the story terms, like Downton Abbey is better as a story overall, but Bridgerton is I think more fun. Like it's lighthearted. It's like it's just goofy. I enjoy them in different ways. But yeah, it's been neat. So anyway, I'm into the second season of that, so it's going all right. But I like something really kind of simple like that if I'm just trying to relax to go to sleep. This is not the time to watch Dune.
How? Okay, no spoilers because we all want to go and see it. But you've gone to watch
The
Dune.
second one was so good.
Yeah, but no spoilers, no spoilers. But just give us like a.
It's a really interesting adaptation, and again, the changes they made are actually good ones. The only problem I wish they'd done more with the mentats so far. They there's too little with the mentats and the guild, but that stuff can come up later. I think that Villanueva says he wants to do Dune Messiah, but then stop at that point. So I'm hoping that once he's finished with like the Paul story, the studio will make enough money that they'll allow other stories in that mythos to be done. Because I'd love to see adaptations of some of the later books when it jumps forward by a few thousand years, or like the earlier prequel type ones where all the Machine Crusade stuff would be really neat to see. The Butlerian Jihad. It'd be neat to see if we can turn that into a new franchise. I'm hopeful because these have been really well done.
I'm looking so forward to go and see that. So I want to know the feel, but I don't want to know the plot because
a 3-hour movie without getting up for a bathroom break is hard for me. And I was just like, I was riveted. I was like, I'm not going anywhere.
Wow.
It
Wow.
did a good job.
But some movies one has to. I don't know. I'm weird like that. Sometimes I want to go to the movies by myself because I don't want to be distracted by commentary. And it's like just shush, wait, and that's weird for me.
Yeah, I don't talk in them, but one of the nicest things about going with somebody has always been it's hard for me to sit still for that long. So partway through a film, I'm going to get up and go stretch my legs and use the restroom, and then I can come back and then they can whisper like, "What did I miss for the last 2 minutes?" While I was out, But yeah, I sat straight through that thing and it was great.
Okay, so thank you for the no spoilers because I'm really looking forward to go and see that. But yeah, okay, so your review tells me, yeah, I should. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody else down here? Shoo, love the Mew, or the main actor support. Well, what am I missing? So you're yawning. You're really tired. Maybe we should close this. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here keeping you up. I feel I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna go wind down because I get a ton of grading to do tomorrow. So I'll be sitting here at the computer all day tomorrow.
Okie dokie. So thank you so much. You know what, sir? You can just go and do your things and always just leave the camera on the cats and we would just watch.
Yeah, I'll just talk over here and it's Minerva's show.
Do you know there's this just before you leave? There is this cat. She's got muscular something and neurodegenerative disease. Her name is Yesera. She has lives for like an hour or two, and I would sit there just watch this cat.
Aw, that's cute.
Yeah, I watch cat lives.
That's neat. I had no idea they existed.
I do. Anyway, so thank you so much for your time. Please rest well, and we've enjoyed today as well. as always. And good night to Erika and everybody else. Hi, Bird and everybody else. Thank you so
Peace.
much.
Long life.
Peace and long life. Thank you so much for the information, for the education, for the good vibes. We love it here, sir. We appreciate you. We love you. And thank you so much.
The Quizzards had a rock.
Oh my God. Imagine that just comes out of her mouth, sir.
Good night, folks.